waheshimiwa wawakilishi wa wakuu wa nchi na serikali wa SADC Organ Troika, waheshimiwa mawaziri, maafisa waandamizi, mabibi na mabwana. Naomba nianze kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutujalia uzima na afya njema na kutuwezesha kuhudhuria katika mkutano huu wa dharura wa wakuu wa nchi na serikali wa utatu wa asasi ya siasa, ulinzi na usalama wa Jamhuri wa SADC, yani Organ Troika Summit. Napenda kutumia fursa hii kuwakaribisha wajumbe na waalikwa wote katika mkutano huu. Kwa niaba ya Mheshimiwa Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na mwenyekiti wa SADC Organ, napenda kutoa shukrani kwa serikali ya Jamhuri ya Zimbabwe na watu wake kwa ukarimu na mapokezi mazuri waliotupatia tangu tulipowasili hapa jijini Harare.
I'd like to bring to you wonderful greetings from Dr. Suluhu Hassan, who is not together with us here because of other engagements. Your Excellency, I would like to thank Dr. Mnangagwa, President of Republic of Zimbabwe and the chairperson of SADC, for convening this meeting for the betterment of this SADC. We thank also SADC Secretariat, led by Excellency Elias Maosi, Executive Secretary, for the facilitation of this August meeting, together with the other meetings that started on 17th November. We thank you very much. Dear representatives of heads of states and government, URT thank very much the government of Zambia, through His Excellency Mnangagwa, and the chairperson, the outgoing chairperson, who has been always busy in his tenure. I believe that this summit will give us positivity in reaching out a very important business with regard to peacekeeping in Eastern DRC. Your Excellencies, I would like to inform you, since URT took over the power of the organ, has been very busy in the SEOM activities that were done in Mozambique, Botswana, Mauritius, and now Namibia. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all member states that have held of recent their elections in peaceful manner. I would like to also commend all heads that have been appointed in this regard, and we believe that we'll always be with them in making sure that the objectives of the regional agendas are fulfilled. Representatives of the heads of states and government, we are here as a power program to discuss and deliberate with regard to peace in Eastern DRC, in particular this time when the mission of Summit DRC is about to end, and it is 15th December 2024. With this regard, during our discussion, we'll pay attention to the peace in Eastern DRC, paying attention that there are still some armed groups that make killings, but also are not stable, making us unstable in giving humanitarian aid. Now, in order to make sure that our efforts are always fruitful, it's very important for the region to have strategies in place that will help us under Summit DRC, but also under diplomacy and under the process given. And through URT, we are going always to support diplomatic missions that will waive conflicts that are between DRC and Rwanda and His Excellency Lorenzo, President of Republic of Angola. Having this more in attention, I would like to inform you, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of UST, has invited President Lorenzo to give what is going on under this process, Angola process. Dear representatives of the heads of states and government, we are all aware that our countries are facing financial difficulties. Besides these hurdles, member states should always come together to make sure that we go together as per the SADC legal documents. So we should not hesitate to help DRC to restore peace, because without doing this, peace and stability and security in Eastern DRC won't be sustainable. With this regard, we member states should always cooperate, paying attention to this so that we can have peaceful and developed region. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my speech, I would like to reiterate that as we continue discussing the peace agenda in Eastern DRC, we need to have sustainable monitoring mechanisms that can help regional issues that can help us in our missions, including AU and international one. This will help us bring up, come up with logistic and humanitarian assistances in our missions and therefore reduce running costs. I am aware that SADC Secretariat will continue engaging ICPs for some DRC. Please, let's always continue with this pace, and I believe that today's summit, together with the recommendations and deliberations, will always be a pillar for our SADC, and in particular, DRC. In fulfilling this is our always engagement to making sure that peace and security things that are not promoting peace and security will be waved away. And now in this regard, I would like to say the Troika Tripartite Summit of the SADC has officially been launched. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mheshimiwa viongozi, kabla hatuja
Before we proceed, I would like to request all participants of the meeting to rise for 1 minute to remember our soldiers who lost their lives in implementing their duty of peacekeeping in the DRC through the SAMI DRC mission. We may all rise. Thank you very much. We may be seated.
Person of this Organ Troika Summit, Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar, who is representing the chairperson of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Chairperson, Your Excellency, please allow me to apologize to the Republic of South Africa. South Africa is being represented in this meeting by the Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile, not the Minister of Defense, even though she's in our midst. Having said that, we have come to the conclusion of the opening ceremony. We will now request colleagues from the media to be excused so that we allow the meeting to proceed in closed session. We will invite you for the official closing in this same room. And then later in the afternoon, we will have the extraordinary summit, which will be in the main chambers of the Parliament building.
Harvard, we heard from the chairperson of the organ. That was Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, the president of Zanzibar, provides a critical platform for regional cooperation and integration, bringing together leaders from 16 member states involving over 122 rebel groups. Most combat fighting is taking place in North Kivu and Ituri provinces in eastern DRC and the Mai Mai. At the airport right now, Stachisiwe, good morning to you.
Good morning, Marisa. How are you?
I'm very well. I can hear.
Well, of course, earlier on it was a little bit calm, but now there's a little bit of activity. As we had expected that there's going to be a hive of activity be touching down anytime from now. We have seen the Botswana delegation who is probably here to receive tickets coming through at the airport. So I think pretty much any time now, President Duma Boko will be touching down here at the but moving to other things, we're also expecting that other presidents will be coming through. There are still dignitaries who haven't arrived. The president of the still under the impression that they'll arrive any time this morning for the SADC Extraordinary Summit. But so far so good. So I'm pretty sure that following Botswana there is going to be another delegation. We're not pretty sure at the moment who it is, but we are sure that someone else is coming through. But as you know that there are a lot of issues that are going on with the DRC, so they're likely to take center stage, and that's what we're looking forward to hear. What, Marisa?
Star, thank you so much. And, you know, obviously we are centering on issues happening post elections in Mozambique. Will we be expecting?
Well, Marisa, as you know, other than all the political issues that may be occurring in Mozambique, and indeed did not only affect Zimbabwe but the Southern African region. So what is then important is to then come up with means and measures that will then assist us to get through these situations, even in the face of the able to provide food aid for more than half of the population of Zimbabwe, because that not being done, it could have been that really affected us. But we rely on hydroelectricity, and that's not only Zimbabwe, but most of the Southern African countries. So when we talk of innovation, sources of energy that will sustain us even when there is the worst drought within the region. So I think those are some of the issues that we then ought to talk about, and those are some of the issues. They're rich in minerals, and actually they have the cobalt, and this is the key mineral that is fundamental for the energy transition. So and then we can able to participate in trade and value addition for all the minerals that are there. And of course, it means that in future, if we have one of the innovative ways to get through that. So economic development, Marisa, is one thing that I think we should look forward to, and thank God.
That is fantastic, Star. Thank you so much for just giving us a brief rundown of what's happening there at the airport. And also, I mean, those issues that you have highlighted are really pertinent issues.
Sorry, Marisa, if you could go again.
Thank you, Star. I know there's a lot of music back there.
You too.
Right now, we have been seeing some of those statistics showing over 7 million displaced people. We've got 23.4% people suffering from food shortages over in the DRC. But online, I am joined by Dr. Knox Zengeni. Now, he is an international relations expert, and he is all the way in Mutare. He's from Africa University. Dr. Knox, good morning to you. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Maripa.
How are you? Very good. Now, Doctor, from the we say the issue in DRC is really, can we actually really say that is aptly based on the issue that it's that phrase of resource curse? You know, they're saying it's a resource curse. And why I say this is because there's vast rich minerals, including copper, including diamonds. We've got cobalt, amongst other things as well. Now, we have seen a video lately of a mountain that broke, exposing deposits of copper. And the age-old question that brings up heated debates really is, are the minerals the reason why the DRC is facing some of these challenges and struggling to have conflict resolution? Are these some of the reasons, would you say?
Oh, surely, yes. I mean, that's quite true. I think the issue of resource case, I think it's quite a significant factor in terms of as a major contributing issue for this intractable conflict that has persisted since 1996 with the first Congo War of 1996, which then triggered the second Congo War from 1998 to about 2002, and ever since the DRC has not experienced any peace and joy. Over 3 million people have since died from this conflict, and as reported by the UN, more than 7 million people have been internally displaced particularly in Eastern DRC. So the issue of resource, yes, is a major factor, but it is also integrated by other factors, geopolitical competition, because when President Kabila was in power, certain mineral concessions were granted to China, for instance. And prior to that, it was the Americans and the Western companies that were benefiting. Now it has changed goalposts. So obviously, this conflict has got this, geopolitical competition. In fact, we can say that it has been globalized. The conflict in the DRC has been globalized, and that's why it has remained, intractable and cyclical.
Right. Now, we do understand there's more than 120 rebel groups that are fighting against the government and each other, really, in the Eastern DRC, as you are mentioning. What are some of the main reasons why these groups, for example, the M23, there's Codeco, there's ADF, among others, what is the reason behind this continuous fighting?
Of course, as you mentioned earlier on, of course, the issue of resources is the one that is, that is authoring this, this conflict. Because remember, neighboring countries like Rwanda and Uganda are also sponsoring some of these militias, and as well as other external forces. So because of the vast riches in Eastern DRC, particularly in the North Kivu, Ituri, province, as well as South Kivu. That's where the main action, the theater of conflict is really playing out. So there is that nexus, that connection between the resources as well as external forces.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Now, these resources, obviously abundant of precious minerals, you're saying external forces are also in there, because it is allegedly said that the U.S. companies do still hold vast ownership of some of these mines in the Congo, although they're reported to have been sold, obviously, to the Chinese. But how far true is this?
Well, of course, it's quite correct to say that, because, United States and other Western powers have a vast, stake in the Congolese vast resources. We can trace that to 1960, when Congo attained its independence, and you know what happened, how the Western forces made sure that the leadership of Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba was compromised. We saw the Katanga province of then Congo at that time seceding, calling for secession from Congo, and we know that the leader of that movement, Moise Tshombe, was sponsored and funded by Western forces. Obviously, this led into the abduction and the eventual assassination of Patrice Lumumba, and of course the American, client leader, Joseph Mobutu, then took over in a coup. So we can trace this conflict in DRC from that time, at the height of the Cold War, and the Western forces, in my humble view, are largely to blame. For me, I think they are the main authors of this conflict, and I'm sure these forces, they don't want Congo to stabilize.
Right.
So that's why you are seeing that SADC is now taking a very active and assertive role. You remember last year SADC sent a stabilization force to complement MONUSCO, the UN stabilizing force, because remember, just before the December 2023 elections in DRC, President Felix Tshisekedi requested MONUSCO to withdraw its forces, because of course there are also allegations against this UN stabilization force. So MONUSCO is in its early phases of disengaging. So that's why SADC is now filling this lacuna, this gap, and hence that's why the chairman of SADC, His Excellency President Idi Mnangagwa, seen fit to organize this extraordinary summit to try and stamp and authority over this issue, and possibly maybe yielding a positive peace for the people of Congo, who have not enjoyed any peace for more than 30 years.
That's right, and we are very grateful that this summit is going on. Now, Doctor, moving away from this resource nexus that we are talking about, the minerals and the conflict nexus, moving away from that, what other causes do you think could be because of this conflict? What else could be causing this?
Yeah, of course, we flagged the resource as the main issue, but also there are also historical factors at play. The issue of ethnic rivalry, because in the eastern DRC, there are also some ethnic groups, particularly the Tutsi groups, who have been part and parcel of that region, and at some point in time known as the Banyamulengis. They've been staying in that part of the DRC for more than 100 years. And I'm sure maybe the Congolese or the DRC authorities, to some extent, also have maybe denied citizenry to these people. So that's the root causes. If this is addressed, this could be also lead to a lasting peace. Because what is very important, Maripa, is that we need to look at the root causes. Because if we just focus only on the symptoms, I'm sure this conflict will remain intractable. It will remain cyclical. You see, the M23 for about 5 years, from around 2017, 2018 to about 2022, 2023, they were silent. Then I think around 2023 they re-emerged again. So to really I think to solve this issue, we need to go down and investigate the root causes. Especially the issue of ethnic rivalry, particularly along the borders between the DRC and its neighboring countries, particularly Uganda and Rwanda.
Right. Now, Doctor, You know, we did see some of these statistics earlier, and because of this conflict, around 7 million people have been displaced, and 1 million of those have just been in this year, 2024. Now, obviously, because of the SADC mission expiring at the end of the year, and also the UN's UNESCO moving out, what does this mean for the civilians of the DRC?
Yeah. You know, if you look at what is happening in Eastern DRC, I think it is arguably the largest humanitarian crisis on Mother Earth. I think it even surpasses what is happening in Eastern Europe, the Ukraine-Russian, conflict. But surprisingly, this has been underreported. So this is a really an urgent, humanitarian disaster. And it's a right call by the SADC chairman to try and look into this issue because, imagine 7.2 million people being internally displaced. Right. And then 1 million alone this year. This demonstrates the urgency, and also the other issue, is the issue of food insecurity. Right. More than 23 million, DRC citizens are food insecure. So there's right now on the planet, on Mother Earth, there's no humanitarian disaster that surpasses the one that we are witnessing in Eastern DRC.
Right, and you are right in saying that it is a human disaster, very devastating results that we are seeing. And obviously we are holding the SADC summit right here. Now, out of that, do you see what's your perspective on this? Is there any hope that this summit is going to bring alleviation to the Congolese?
Yeah, I'm very hopeful. And already, it has already started. Remember, it is now a year since SADC has deployed its stabilization force to complement the efforts of MONUSCO. So obviously, at this summit, the SADC Extraordinary Summit is going to be given reports on the progress of this SADC, stabilization, deployment. So, and also what is happening, what we are witnessing in the Eastern DRC, we are witnessing what has been described as African solutions to African problems. Right. This has been a mantra of the AU, the African Union. So obviously, I'm very hopeful that since SADC, since DRC is a member of SADC, it is SADC itself that maybe has got that potential and the capability to right the wrongs that are happening in the DRC.
Right. Now, Doc, there are some stakeholders who say that the SADC has been a silent voice. Obviously, we've had these summits coming in and coming out, and no tangible change has really been seen because we are talking 3 decades of this conflict happening. Now, do you agree with the assertion that the SADC needs to have a tougher voice, especially concerning this issue? And this also includes other bodies like the AU and the UN. Do you think a tougher voice should be put on by SADC?
I think SADC has been alive to the issues of the Eastern DRC, even from the onset. You look at, for example, the second Congo War, when Rwanda and Uganda invaded the DRC. SADC made a resolution, and Zimbabwe, Angola, and Namibia, they then, entered into this conflict to try and, stop the invasion of DRC, which was in clear violation of international law. Because under international law, under the UN Charter, no countries are allowed to effect aggression against other countries. Right. So SADC has been alive to that. And the peace process that was concluded in 2002 against SADC was a major player in the negotiation for peace. And as I said, we have seen this growing humanitarian disaster. We saw, the DRC citizens, demonstrating against the MONUSCO for various allegations, and SADC intervened by sending this stabilization force.
Right.
And now the chairman of SADC is seen it fit to organize this extraordinary summit. So SADC has been assertive. I think some of these criticisms, I think they're a bit unfair.
Right.
SADC has been assertive, but perhaps it needs to do maybe much more than that.
Right. So with that, barring the last-minute changes, obviously we didn't mention earlier, and you just mentioned now that UN's MONUSCO is pulling out, and also the SADC is also coming to an end. Now, without these external influences helping this conflict resolution, what do you think will be the outcome of this conflict? But bearing in mind that DRC is being said that they are the ones who mainly started this whole big mess. Now, will they be able to conflict resolute on their own?
In fact, it's not possible for the Congolese to sort out this issue because, as I said, this conflict, because of the resources, the ethnic rivalry, there are also external forces at play. Remember, neighboring countries like Uganda and Rwanda have financial and security stakes in the eastern DRC. Rwanda, for instance, it argues that the remnants of the Hutu militias who were involved in the 1994 Rwandan genocide, the forces of the FDLR are still there. They still pose a threat to Rwanda. So Rwanda will always use the issue of national security as a reason. So for Rwanda, since Rwanda, Uganda are also involved, and then the issue of the external forces, the Americans, the Western forces who are mining in most cases illegally in the eastern DRC using these militias and so forth. So because of these players, external non-state actors and also external forces. Remember, one of the rebel or militias, the ADF, is linked to ISIS. So this is another, dimension. So obviously, the DRC definitely needs some external help,
right,
to maybe bring closure to this intractable, conflict.
Right. Now, obviously, my last question before I release you, conflict resolution crisis contend that the route of diplomacy that leads to signing peace deals between two aggrieved parties can be an effective plan to end conflicts. Now, coming to you, what are your thoughts on whether military actions be merged with diplomacy, especially in the case of DRC?
Yeah, of course. Both military action and diplomacy are instruments of foreign policy. So it depends on the situation. In certain situations, you need military action to try and maybe stabilize the situation. Hence, SADC is deployed its forces. But in certain, scenarios, you may need also to negotiate. But whether we are using military action, whether using sanctions or other instruments of foreign policy, at the end of the day, you need to sit on the table, on the negotiating table, to try and bring normalcy. So obviously, SADC is going to use a number of foreign policy instruments, but of course, finally, the diplomatic table will be utilized, to bring closure to this, sad situation that we are witnessing in Eastern DRC.
All right. A sad situation it indeed is. Dr. Knox, thank you so much for your insights, and let's hope you are doing well over there in Mutare, and let's hope for the best for the SADC summit.
Thank you for inviting me, Maripa.
Thank you. Now, that was Dr. Knox Zengeni, who was giving us insights on some of the questions that we have been asking about the SADC summit that is ongoing. And you are continuing to watch the live feed right here on ZTN Prime. Welcome back. You are still with us and watching the live feed of the SADC Extraordinary Summit 2024, which is happening over in Mount Hamden. My name is Marissa Marinda, and this is really an exciting time. It is day 4 of the SADC meeting, and a lot of dignitaries, a lot of presidents are coming into the country to sit down and discuss pertinent issues that are happening in our neighboring countries. Now, economic critics do say that conflicts have many shocking results on economies, which cause reduced economic growth, and these make it harder for governments to raise revenue and spend on social programs over increased military spending. Now, a case study is in the Democratic Republic of Congo, obviously, where there has been a long history of conflict, political upheaval and instability as well. Now, this has led to a grave ongoing humanitarian crisis. In addition, there has also been forced displacement of a population, and according to the World Bank, these statistics are sitting at an estimated 73.5% of Congolese people living on less than $2.15 per day, and this is in 2024. About 1 out of 6 people are living in extreme poverty in SSA lives in the DRC. Now, joining us is Daisy Huni. She is an economist, my favorite economist, I must say.
Thank you.
So well done to you. You got that title, Marissa's favorite economist. Now, welcome, Daisy, to the show. Lovely to have you discussing some of these issues. Now, in general, what impact do conflicts really have on the economy?
Well, in general, we know that companies will stop functioning, which means employment is going to go low, and also schools are going to be closed. And because of the conflict, definitely the health sector will be impacted. And on the long run, there will be infrastructural issues that will have to be fixed when the conflict is done. It just makes the economy go back 100 steps further. You know, you are taking one step forward by, say, for example, the DRC situation, where you're like, okay, now we are mining our own product and we want to do the most with our minerals, and then conflict starts and then you go 100 steps behind. So yeah.
Yeah, that is a huge impact on the economy, and even like when you were saying that it affects school children, development of the next generation. That's something that I'm always baffled about, why that would put a halt on that. Now, looking at the DRC conflict, how has the ongoing disturbances impacted the country's overall economic stability?
Well, first and foremost, agricultural activities have been stalled. They cannot do anything, considering those areas, especially the eastern side, that's where most people had their arable land. So that has stopped. There's also an issue with, like I said, the health sector. They have the mpox outbreak right now, and it's really heavy on the health sector because already it was struggling, and then now comes this outbreak, and because of the displacement of people and being concentrated in camps, mpox is really spreading fast and wide. So now it has become really hard for the government to be able to handle that situation, and malnutrition. Already we've got a drought this year, and it has affected the already small portion of food that was available. And the fact that some donations cannot get to the people in that region specifically, then it means that there's hunger. It's actually under 3 million people that are really close to being to experiencing famine. So the economy is really struggling. And now the government has to worry about food security. It has to worry about mpox vaccines and all that.
You know, sometimes when you think, it's like thinking climate change, it's only thinking, it's just the weather, but it affects a lot of everything else. And obviously this conflict, there's sectors that it affects as well. I mean, we've just touched on the issue of mpox, so that means the health sector is affected. But what is the main sector that has been affected by this conflict in the DRC, and why?
Well, besides agriculture, let's say there is mining. Mining, because it is actually the source of the conflict. It is the reason why there are those major conflicts. So now mining has been impacted, and you will see that the thing that was supposed to make DRC greater, make it have an added advantage, is now the thing that is destroying the nation.
The country.
So mining sector, definitely, health sector, agriculture, those three mainly have really been impacted by this conflict.
All right, and obviously we speak of the mining sector being impacted. I mean, what has been the impact on the mining sector? Yes, it has been impacted, but what exactly has been that impact from them? As I know that they are fighting about the minerals and things like that, but what impact has that had?
Well, considering that now everyone considers this a dangerous trade. I mean, who wants to go there without actually having the support of a militia or, you know, things that would have benefited the people around? Investors, they're not really willing to get into the, unless of course they're willing to be affiliated. And now it is dangerous to be affiliated because the militias are exchanging power. One time it's the other side that is winning, the other time is the M23. I mean, you are always anxious. So
because you really don't know which side you're supposed to be on.
Exactly.
And
so
at what point do you get out?
Exactly. So now, considering all that, investment definitely has gone lower, and people do not want to get into that trade. Just the normal civilian that would have been employed, they don't want, because they know they are definitely risking their lives and probably maybe the lives of their families.
Yes.
So
because it is a ripple effect. I mean, you have an investor coming in, that's going to affect the family because
exactly. So now it is now a danger zone rather than something that was
benefit.
Exactly.
And this will benefit cross-border traders as well, obviously. So yes, something really does need to be done about the situation. But you know, what is the impact of unrest and employment and general living households and incomes? What is the impact of that?
Well, like I said before, definitely people are not going to be employed. And considering that people have been displaced, I mean, you won't be able to get employment anywhere, especially in the refugee camps. You can't really get something tangible that will help you cater for yourself and for your family. So definitely income has gone low. For those that were depending on farming so that they can be able to sustain their families, that has gone down to the drains also. And the health workers, some of them are scared to actually be involved there. So
in the front line of it,
Exactly. So salaries from the health sector gone. So families are really struggling. Those that are displaced definitely would need help, and those that are still there, but because of the current situation, they can't find jobs easily. There are so many sectors that people would have been employed already, but because they are being affected by the conflict, they can't, and hence that's why there's 25 million people that are in need of humanitarian assistance. So you realize that it's not only affecting those that were displaced, but the whole nation is now affected because of that, because nothing really moves when there's conflict. It's not just investors in the mining sector, it's also investors that are going to be just thinking or considering DRC as a place because what if the conflict moves from the east to the rest of the country?
Exactly.
So there's a lot of things that are being stalled by just the conflict on that eastern side.
Right, and you know, I just see a tiptoeing effect happening in this. Now, Daisy, look, you are an economist, and you obviously do a lot of research and studying economies and things like that. Now, you've just pointed a huge picture. I mean, when I was watching you talking, I just saw a huge picture of really what is actually really going on the ground in the DRC. Now, as an economist, what possible solutions would you come up with to help alleviate some of these issues? I mean, we're talking about heavy issues of education in itself. We're talking about employment. We're talking about low income, and even just, we saw statistics of $2.15 being what a family is using in a day. As an economist, what's your solution for this?
I believe that mitigation is the way forward. Yes, of course, you send the military to go and assist and whatever, but it is actually causing more conflict. Wow. And if anything, because of the new technology, and you know, this season it's this, the next season it's drones. I mean, there will always be something to be able to fight back with. But I think that if they take the DRC leaders, the Rwandan leaders, and then they sit down on the table and really negotiate and ensure that they monitor that all of the conditions are being met by both sides and let peace reign. Right. Because fighting is not going to end anything. It's not going to solve anything. Fighting is begetting more fighting. Yeah. So I think they should really sit on the table. Yes, they sat on the table. Negotiations are still going on. And now we are here to really ask, is it working? Is it being implemented? Yeah. And how long is the ceasefire going to be? Because, I mean, the children, once they start being used to this environment, you can't really convince them to sit on a desk after that. So you really need to stop for the future generation to be able to go back to school and be mentored, and for them to be able to see a better future, which is non-violent. Yeah.
Wow, very heavy things. And I think there's a lot of prayer that we need to do as civilians, not of DRC, but around as well. So it is also up to us to really bring an impactful change into that situation. Daisy, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your insights really as an economist about the situation that is happening over at the DRC.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now we are still continuing with what can be done. You've heard issues, we've spoken of the statistics that are affecting the country of DRC. We've spoken about education, employment being taken over by this crisis, but we are indeed here in Zimbabwe, in Mount Hamden, where heads of states have gathered together to really sit down and resolve this ongoing crisis that has been happening, amongst other issues as well. Do stay with us. You are still with us. Welcome if you are joining us. We are continuously giving you live feed of the ongoing 2024 SADC Summit Extraordinary Summit meeting that is happening over in Mount Hamden. We are now going to cross over to Ibn Mabunda, who is sitting with Dr. Augustine Tirivangana, who is a political analyst, discussing on the issues that are happening centered around the DRC. Let's take a look at that.
Hello and welcome. You're watching a coverage of the SADC Extraordinary Summit 2024, where it is that we're looking into the key issues that are affecting the SADC region. And now I am joined in conversation by Dr. Augustine Tirivangana, a political analyst, to help us unpack issues surrounding the DRC conflict, which is one of the key issues that are being discussed here at the SADC Extraordinary Summit 2024. Dr. Tirivangana, hello and welcome to this coverage.
Thank you very much and welcome viewers.
Fantastic. To break the ice, may you speak to us about the history as well as the background of this conflict?
The background of the SADC, I mean of the DRC conflict is a very complex one, but we can simplify it by starting with the 1884-1885 Berlin Conference, where the entire continent is being partitioned by Europeans. And the DRC, then known as Zaire, was a special case in that the leaders of that particular meeting or that particular conference, specifically the Belgians, led by King Leopold II, were particularly focused on Zaire more than any other part of Africa. So it's common knowledge now that DRC is known as the deepest repository of rare earth minerals and all kinds of minerals, diamond, coltan, name it. And when it was colonized by the Belgians, the DRC later fell to the French. You know, I'm just trying to quicken so that we give a brief overview.
Right.
So we are saying it was colonized by the Belgians, abused by the Belgians, later by the French. So unlike other African countries which were colonized by one particular superpower or European power rather, this one was colonized first by the Belgians and later by the French. That already creates a complication. Now, you know very well that when the nationalist movements in Africa started fighting for the independence of Africa, the Zaire, or which we now know as the DRC now today, was one of those that had to fight a long battle, particularly because its captors did not want to release it. And you know very well that the leader of the liberation movement, after winning independence, was immediately killed. I'm talking here about Pierre Lumumba. Now, after that, after the murder of Lumumba, soon after independence, DRC has never seen peace to date. So there are a number of reasons why it is a center, or rather an epicenter of conflict.
Right. You spoke about the background from
Yes.
a colonial perspective.
Yes.
The big question then becomes, what is it that has perpetuated this conflict that we're seeing that has been running for over 25, over 30 years to date?
It's a complex issue, as I indicated, but I will summarize it this way. We talk about the stockholders. There are problems arising from within the texture, social fabric of the DRC. And here I'm talking mainly about its ethnic configuration and the political competition that is going on between the ethnic groups. That's one. The second issue is to do with the external forces. After the independence of the DRC, the captors, former captors, we talked about Belgium, we talked about France. And now let me also add another dimension, and this is the United States of America and others. They continued to eye the resources, and so there is a lot of external influence that is creating a lot of tension and making it very difficult to unify this country. And then, of course, we would also talk in the course of our discussion about other problems related to the SADC region as well.
Right, moving right on to that.
Yes.
What is your assessment on the SADC and UN intervention right up to this point? Have these two bodies done enough to try and alleviate the situation in Eastern DRC?
My major concern about the United Nations is that it has not successfully demonstrated fairness and equity in its treatment of all the members of the United Nations.
What makes you say that?
Yes, I'm saying this because it's largely influenced by superpowers. And these superpowers happen to have a special interest in this part of the world. So its role there has not been very significant, although we can say that since they came, they've tried to bring up some form of peace here and there, but it has not been very successful, because if you are being handled by the same people who have the same interest in that part of the world, you have a double vision and you are playing a double role. On one end, you're trying to pacify. On one end, you want to create conflict. Conflict is very important for exploiters.
Let's move on to the flip side where SADC is concerned. You would, of course, be cognizant that last year a team of countries sent a delegation there, or should I say troops rather, more correctly, into the Eastern DRC, of course, at the dispatch of the SADC. And here we are. A year later, what is your assessment of the progress that's been made, if at all?
Now, the SADC has got an organic role to play in the DRC. Why? Because the DRC is part of the SADC region. So, in terms of its constitution, it is a special mandate to ensure that the sovereignty of the DRC is maintained. Now, the role that they've played so far is very significant, but it's, however, being affected negatively by the withdrawal of the UN troops. And the withdrawal of the UN troops is going to give the SADC team, or the SADC troops with the DRC, a bigger challenge to deal with. More so when we look at the resurgency and the escalation of conflict as a result of the new thrust from especially the M23.
Right, the pulling out of UN, is that an admission of failure? What does it indicate? And if SADC is to make a similar move of withdrawing, what would be the message there?
there is no way, in my view, it would be very untoward for SADC to withdraw, because we have, as I indicated earlier, an organic responsibility to protect a member state. So, and to ensure that its sovereignty is guaranteed. So, the question of SADC withdrawing is something that I cannot imagine. Yeah. However, your other question is saying, what is the effect of the withdrawal of the United Nations? And I think I partly answered that by saying it's actually going to give a bigger responsibility on the shoulders of the SADC region. It means the SADC region has to multiply its effort in terms of engaging all the key stakeholders or addressing the major causes of the conflict, specifically the escalation.
Right. The next question then becomes, with this extraordinary summit that's being held, of course, on Zimbabwean soil,
yes,
what are your expectations where the DRC situation is concerned?
I'm really excited because it gives us as Zimbabwe an opportunity to demonstrate our capacity to build peace, our capacity to engage. Because my view is that His Excellency the President, Eva Mnangagwa, should be able to reach out to all the key stakeholders, because there's no way we can reach peace in the DRC unless all the key stakeholders to the conflict are engaged. And I have no doubt that our president will be able, as chairman of the SADC, will be able to reach out to all the key stakeholders. What do I mean? The DRC is an interesting scenario.
Just to jump in there, I would not want us to zero so much in terms of whether there is the capacity to engage. Yes. My question is, what would be your expectations with regards the stance that SADC will take where the DRC situation is concerned?
Yeah, that's where I was getting to. Right. When I was saying SADC is an interesting scenario. Mm-hmm. I mean, no, not SADC, but the DRC.
The DRC,
right.
Yes,
it's an exceptional scenario. DRC is at the far end within Southern Africa of the SADC region. In other words, it also borders the East African community. And it also somewhat has some links with the northern part, which is West Africa. Now, the reason why I am interested in discussing especially the East African community is that the East African community has got the same sovereign status as the SADC. That is, as the regions, representing specific segments of Africa. Now, in the past, countries such as Rwanda, which are very key, and Uganda, they belong to the East African community. And yet they play a special role. They are very key in terms of what is going on, the tensions in Rwanda. Earlier on, I did mention the issue of the M23. Mm-hmm. The M23 is a huge ethnic group, especially made up of the Tutsi. And majority of these Tutsi are in Rwanda. The others are in Uganda. So Uganda and Rwanda do play a critical role because there is, some people suggest that there's a way in which the M23 are being supported by some of their ethnic groups in Rwanda and in Uganda. And that's why I was saying our own president has a special role to engage not only member states of this SADC, but also this time around to deal specifically with the EAC as well.
Right. So your expectations, if I'm getting you correctly,
yes,
are that SADC will likely reach out to the EAC.
Yes.
And then what happens to the troops that are in the Eastern DRC from SADC?
No, they will remain there. It may also mean that we may even have to add more troops in order to ensure that peace is guaranteed. But the reason why I'm saying my biggest expectation is that SADC engages the EAC to ensure that they have a direct conversation with Rwanda and Uganda. Because these are very key in terms of their influence on the M23.
You are watching the SADC Extraordinary Summit 2024, and that, of course, is the voice of Dr. Augustine Tirewangana, a political analyst as well as an educationist. Sir, thank you for joining us during this coverage.
Thank you very much.
Of course, we continue to give you the latest in terms of what exactly is happening, where issues that affect the SADC region are concerned. Don't go anywhere.
natural resources in many SADC countries comprise minerals and wildlife. Roughly half of the world's platinum and diamonds are found in Southern Africa, along with 36% of gold and 20% of cobalt. These minerals contribute greatly to several SADC member states' gross national product and employment and foreign currency receipts. Zimbabwe recently launched the Zimbabwe Gold ZiG currency, which is anchored on gold reserves. Over 97% of tourism in the SADC region is anchored on wildlife-based tourism, which brings benefits to private sector tourism businesses and local people alike. I'm now going to give you a brief overview of each country in SADC. I will start with Angola. Angola is a vast country with a long coastline and central plateau. It borders Namibia, Botswana, Zambia, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Angola is a largely Portuguese-speaking nation with a population of more than 33 million in 2022, according to the World Bank. Its principal or capital city is Luanda. Angola's economy is largely dependent on its oil sector. Oil accounts for more than 90% of the Southern African country's exports. However, it also relies on other economic activities like diamond mining, fishing, wildlife, and agriculture. Angola uses the Kwanza currency, which was named after the Kwanza River, the largest river in Angola. Moving on to Botswana. Gaborone, the capital city of Botswana, houses the SADC headquarters. Botswana is located at the center of Southern Africa, positioned between South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. It has a population of about 2.5 million. Botswana is largely dependent on the capital-intensive mining sector, and diamonds contribute over 90% of total exports. The pula is the currency of Botswana. Pula means more blessings in Setswana. Now moving on to the Comoros. The archipelago of the Comoros is in the Indian Ocean, north of the Mozambique Channel and northeast of Madagascar. Its capital and largest city is Moroni. The population of Comoros is under 1 million. According to the African Development Bank, Comoros' economy is anchored on services and agriculture. The crops largely grown in Comoros are bananas, corn, rice, sweet potatoes, coconuts, peppers, coffee, sugarcane, jasmine, cloves, and vanilla. Comoros is one of the largest exporters of the vanilla plant. The country also exports large quantities of ylang-ylang, which is used worldwide in manufacturing perfumes. The Comorian franc is the currency of Comoros. Now, to the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, is the largest country in the sub-Saharan Africa. Kinshasa is the largest and capital city of the DRC. The population of the DRC is just over 100 million. DRC is endowed with exceptional natural resources, including minerals such as cobalt and copper, hydropower potential, significant arable land, immense biodiversity, and the world's second largest rainforest. The Congolese franc is the official currency of the DRC. Let's move to Kingdom of Eswatini. Eswatini is a small, open economy bordering South Africa and Mozambique. The capital city of Eswatini, also known as Swaziland, is Mbabane. The country has a population of around 1.2 million. Eswatini's economy is diverse: agriculture, forestry, and mining, manufacturing, textiles and sugar-related processing, and services. The currency of Eswatini is the Swazi Lelange. Kingdom of Lesotho. Lesotho is a small, mountainous, landlocked country surrounded by its much larger neighbor, South Africa. The capital city of Lesotho is Maseru. It has a population of about 2 million. The economy of Lesotho is based on agriculture, livestock, manufacturing, mining, and depends heavily on inflows of workers' remittances and receipts from the Southern African Customs Union, SACU. Lesotho is geographically surrounded by South Africa and is economically integrated with it as well. The loti is the currency of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Moving on to Madagascar. Madagascar is the world's 5th largest island, situated in the Indian Ocean. The capital city of Madagascar is Antananarivo. Its population is estimated to be at 30.3 million. The country is endowed with considerable natural resources and unparalleled biodiversity, such as graphite, chromites, mica, bauxite, quartz, semi-precious stones, coffee, and textiles. The currency in Madagascar is called the Malagasy Ariary. Now, moving on to Malawi. Malawi is a landlocked country and shares its borders with Mozambique, Zambia, and Tanzania. The capital city of Malawi is Lilongwe. The country's estimated population is 20.41 million in 2022, according to a World Bank report. The economy is heavily dependent on agriculture, which employs over 80% of the population. Main agricultural products is tobacco, sugar, tea, cotton, groundnuts, coffee. There is also the mining, retail and tourism sectors. The Malawian kwacha is the official currency of Malawi. Mauritius is an island state located off the southeast coast of Africa in the Indian Ocean. It is home to about 1.3 billion people. Port Louis is the capital city of Mauritius. It is well known for its beaches, rainforests, sea, flora and fauna, and waterfalls. Having evolved from a low-income, sugarcane-dependent nation in the 1960s to an upper-middle-income country, bolstered by a relatively diversified economy that now includes tourism, manufacturing, fisheries, ICT, and financial services. Mauritian rupee is the official currency of Mauritius. Moving on to Mozambique. Mozambique borders Tanzania, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Eswatini. The capital city of Mozambique is Maputo. Its population is around 34 million. Mozambique has ample resources, including arable land, abundant water sources, energy, mineral resources, and newly discovered natural gas deposits off its coast. The extractive sector, with its large gas reserves of 180 million cubic feet, is the 3rd largest in Africa. Mozambique is also strategically located, as 4 of the 6 countries it borders are landlocked, hence dependent on Mozambique as a gateway to global markets. The meticais is the official currency of Mozambique. Moving to Namibia. Namibia is geographically large, with a small population of about 3 million. It shares borders with Angola, Botswana, South Africa, and Zambia. The capital city of Namibia is Windhoek. Namibia is considered to be one of the driest countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Namibia is rich in mineral resources. Mining, especially diamonds and uranium, is one of the key economic activities in Namibia. Fishing, agriculture, tourism, and commercial farming focused on caracal, sheep, and beef for export are the other economic activities. The Namibian dollar is the currency of Namibia. The Seychelles. According to the World Bank, the Republic of Seychelles is an archipelago of 115 islands northeast of Madagascar. Its capital city is Victoria. The country has a total population of about 120,000, 3/4 of whom live on the main island of Mahé. Its economy is highly dependent on tourism. The fisheries sector is the second pillar of the economy. The economy of Seychelles is also based on processing of coconuts and vanilla, coir rope, boat building, printing, furniture, and beverages. Agricultural products include cinnamon, sweet potatoes, cassava tapioca, bananas, poultry and tuna. The Seychelles currency is the rupee. We turn to one of our nearest neighbors, South Africa. The capital city of South Africa is Pretoria. Its population is almost 60 million. It is the southernmost country on the African continent, bordered by Namibia to the northwest, by Botswana and Zimbabwe to the north, and by Mozambique and Swaziland to the northeast and east. Lesotho, an independent country, is an enclave in the eastern part of the republic, entirely surrounded by South African territory. Agriculture produces a significant portion of exports and contributes greatly as an employer. Besides diamonds and gold, SA has reserves of iron ore, platinum, manganese, chromium, copper, uranium, silver, beryllium, and titanium. SA also has very large deposits of coal. South Africa is one of the world's, if not the largest producer of platinum and chromium. The rand is the official currency of South Africa. It is an United Republic of Tanzania. It is an East African country bordering the Indian Ocean. Its neighbors are Kenya and Uganda to the north, Rwanda, Burundi and Democratic Republic of the Congo to the west, and Zambia, Malawi and Mozambique to the south. Tanzania designated Dodoma as its new capital in place of the seaside city of Dar es Salaam. The country includes the island of Zanzibar. Mount Kilimanjaro is the highest point in Africa. About 25% of Tanzania's land is designated as game reserve or national park, including the famous Serengeti Wildlife Park, which is inhabited by the famous Big Five animals. Agricultural land is a pillar of the economy of Tanzania. It contributes significantly to both local consumption and export earnings. Coffee is an important cash crop in Tanzania, and the country ranks among the world's top producers, among other agricultural products such as cotton and tobacco. Tanzania also boasts of metallic minerals such as gold, iron ore, and gemstones such as diamond. Tanzanian shilling is the currency. Moving on to Zambia. Zambia is a landlocked country that shares its border with 8 countries: Angola, Botswana, Democratic Republic of Congo, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. The capital city of Zambia is Lusaka. Zambia's population as of 2023 is 20 million. Zambia also shares the iconic Victoria Falls with Zimbabwe. Zambia is a resource-rich country with sparsely populated land in the center of Southern Africa. It is known to be a producer of copper. Besides copper, it is endowed with other minerals such as cobalt, gold, nickel, manganese, emeralds, beryllium, myriad gemstones, sulfur, zinc, coal, iron ore, steel, limestone, uranium, and other platinum group metals. And finally, Zimbabwe. The Republic of Zimbabwe is a landlocked country between the Zambezi and Limpopo rivers. It shares its borders with South Africa. Botswana has a population of 15 million according to the 2022 census. Zimbabwe's natural environment is predominantly savanna, with a generous tree growth encouraged by the west summers west of Bulawayo. Agriculture is one of the key pillars of Zimbabwe's economy and boasts of several competitive value chains in agriculture and agribusiness industries that include foreign currency. Tourism is Zimbabwe's third largest sector after mining and agriculture. Zimbabwe is endowed with both natural Zimbabwe's economy. Zimbabwe's mining sector is highly diversified with close to 40 different minerals. predominant minerals include platinum group metals, transition minerals such as lithium. Recently, the country discovered large deposits of oil and gas. The Zimbabwe gold, ZiG, is the currency of Zimbabwe, which is backed by gold reserve.
You are watching a live coverage of the SADC Extraordinary Summit 2020, and of course there are deliberations that are taking place with regards to matters of peace and security where the SADC bloc is concerned. Summit, we have Stachisiwe Gwaza, who is stationed at the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport, who will be giving us highlights in terms of what has taken place, who is coming, and what is that. We have Zimbabwe's parliament, and we have Mugove Chigada as well as a share in terms of what's happening to at this particular point. Mugove, good afternoon. What's the latest there?
Ordinary Summit of the Organ Troika on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation has been opened, and that meeting is underway as I speak. It's the opening, Dr. Sami Salu Hassan. From his opening remarks, I think the highlights were that we all know the DRC conflict is what prompted something that has always been said right from day one, the issue of resources as SADC summit continue with the mission in DRC. But maybe what we should discuss about more is how important it is for the SADC region to actually tackle the issue of the DRC. We know that in 2023, in December, the SADC sent in deployed a mission to DRC in eastern DRC, and SADC has to come up with a resolution, and that resolution has to ensure that there remains peace and security in the region.
Right. How important is it for SADC at this point?
It's quite important when you look at the region's objectives. We're talking about the issue of integration. We're talking about the issue of business development, equality, or improving the quality the region has to be able to deliver. And for as long as we have conflict in one of the member states, like DRC in this case, we are likely to have a people that is affected. The DRC conflict, for example, has displaced more than 6 million people. You can imagine it's also been confirmed by the UN. The international community's eyes are on DRC, on Eastern DRC as well, and they're equally concerned.
Right. What then can we expect throughout the rest of the day? Has there been any indication in terms of when we could get a briefing or an indication?
From the closing remarks of the meeting that is going on, we are going to get an idea of what could be the way forward. But what's very important, the extraordinary SADC summit and the agenda set by the Organ Troika yesterday, obviously the outcome of this meeting as well that's going on, is all those things that the principals will have to look at and come up with a communique, and of the SADC mission is likely to be extended. We cannot confirm, but it's something that is largely expected because of the situation that has remained in the eastern DRC, where the M23 is in conflict with.
Speaking to what you just alluded to, what the experts are saying, this is coming against the backdrop of an indication that the UN security forces are pulling out of the eastern DRC tension. What time can we expect some feedback, and what is the indication from the ground in terms of what you've gathered so far?
I think on the part of SADC, an extension secretary, Elias Magosi, was very clear in saying that this mission in DRC has been very costly, and I think it was also the chairperson of the Organ Troika to the members, the SADC members, to be able to commit resources to this mission to ensure that peace and security is actually restored in Eastern DRC. But what they also highlighted was that there must be Angola. They're also talking about the humanitarian issue that's been created already. Obviously, the Southern African bloc is actually affected. There is a refugee, a holistic approach to it.
Right. Some would ask the question to say, this has been a conflict that's been ongoing for. Would there be that extension? Any light in terms of the possibility of that being quailed by any chance?
Its mission, there's definitely need for talks. The relationship between Kigali and Kinshasa, I think, is well documented right now, with some of the Eastern African countries, including Rwanda, saying that DRC have been supporting the extreme Hutu, the Hutus that have all the tensions that have been there. It's something that needs talks, and more than just the missions, but at the same time, some issue as well that needs to be dealt with.
Right. As you indicated that His Excellency Magosi was quite clear that there is need for more resources. Has there been any indication at this point in terms of...
They're giving very little in terms of the deliberations that will be going on behind doors. But I would like to think it's really up to the individual nations to actually commit resources, to commit through issues that SADC will have to deal with. But honestly, they give very little when they are giving the briefings after these meetings. Able to get something detailed, something that gives an idea of how these resources are going to be raised to ensure that DRC conflict is resolved.
Right. Now, may you shed light in terms of what's been the resolution from the proceedings thereat?
In the coming minutes, maybe in less than an hour, we'll be seeing the organ track on politics, defense, and security corps be very, very critical in as far as peace and security is concerned in the region. But you must understand that these meetings, right from the senior officials that started on Sunday, the Council of Ministers, of course, the heads of states meeting, these meetings will be, in one way or the other, be feeding into the extraordinary SADC summit that's coming in. So we Emerson Mnangagwa.
Right. Mugobe Chigada there joining us from Mount Hampton at Zimbabwe's parliament, where it is that the diverse issues of importance to the SADC bloc. Mugobe, thank you very much for joining us. We'll, of course, be engaging with you in conversation further as the day goes by. You're watching a live broadcast of the SADC Extraordinary Summit 2024 that's taking place at Mount Hampton, where Zimbabwe's parliament is located, and of course looking into matters of peace and security in the region. And one of the key issues being discussed there is of course the conflict in Eastern DRC, as well as the recent elections matters are concerned. We were just having a conversation with Mugovechi Gada, who is stationed for this particular summit at Mount Hampton, and we were looking in terms to us just how their expectations that there will be a communique as the day progresses where that subject matter is concerned. What we do know is that the United Nations Security Forces have indicated a withdrawal but now we look at the situation in Mozambique. And now for conversation on that, we are joined on the line live by Sharon Munjenjema to discuss what's at this particular point.
Good afternoon, Eben. Yes, I'm just standing outside the new Parliament building here in Mount Hampton. At the moment, that of the short for a little bit, and my colleague William Gumbo will show you just outside to show you the activity or inactivity rather, since people have been coming in to attend the SADC organ extraordinary summit rather. And on Sunday we saw the organ on politics, defense and security meeting, and also the Council of Ministers meeting in the afternoon. The main agenda of all these meetings, as you might have gathered already, is that they are talking about the DRC issue and the mandate of the SADC mission in the DRC, which is expected to expire in December. That they are also talking about possibly the issue of Mozambique could also come into play. They could talk about the elections that have just took place in Mozambique. And of course, we've gathered that there's been post-election in these discussions. Right now, as I have mentioned, the organ, the SADC organ troika is in a meeting right now, a closed-door meeting. And in terms of the intricate details of what they are discussing,
a little bit in terms of that situation there in Mozambique. We know that scores are reported to have died in some of these protests, and also over 1,500 people have been arrested.
Even the situation in Mozambique has transcended politics at the moment. We have gathered that temporarily the border between Mozambique and South Africa was closed, and that closure, even if it was for a few days, it affected products coming in from South Africa, and South Africa also relies on labor from Mozambique. And that closure, reports are saying that closure costed the two countries about $550,000 a day. The issue of the disturbances that are happening is not just about politics.
Sharon,
it's affecting the
just
economy
to jump
as
in
well.
there, there is an indication at this point that some of our team there, they have been invited inside. But now we cross over to inside the Parliament building just to understand what's happening there and for the latest in terms of what are taking place, of course, on Zimbabwean soil, specifically at Mount Hampton, where Zimbabwe's parliament is located. There are several issues that are being looked at, mentioning and indicating just how what has triggered this in Eastern DRC, which has been, of course, taking place for almost 3 decades. And last year, a mission there was sent, or should I say a team of troops was announcement rather by the United Nations Security Forces that they are exiting at the close of this year, and that places that huge responsibility on the SADC to come up with a solution and a resolve to that the SADC bloc will be taking where this conflict is concerned. Now, earlier on, we were speaking to Mugobe Chigada, who is stationed right there at the Parliament building, and then we are also having a conversation with Sharon Munjenjema. Initially was in Mozambique. Now, Sharon once again is on standby to continue the conversation with us. But before, Sharon, we delve into the Mozambican situation, we saw what appeared to be some traction at this particular point. We have Sharon on the line. Sharon, what do we know at this point? It seems a bit of a glitch. Right. We just joined by Sharon. It seems there are some issues there, but in just a moment we should be able to have a successful conversation by Troika leaders. Now, maybe just to give perspective, Troika is actually more of a system that is borrowed from the Russians. In fact, the term there, we are looking at 3 particular forces of importance, the 3 there being the presiding leader of it, which at this particular point is these 3 play an integral part in terms of the direction of peace and security where the region is concerned. It looks like we now have Sharon ready for us on the line. Now, Sharon, may you give us highlights in terms of what is actually happening now?
Good afternoon once again, Eben. I'm talking to you from outside the building, but it looks like the meeting that was in session, that's the SADC Organ Troika Summit. It looks like it is, they are done with the, I think ahead of the heads of state and governments meeting that's going to take place later on today. So some of those officials who are going to attend that high-level meeting are still coming in, and they're still, the media has been briefed to tell us what exactly that they resolved.
When is the briefing expected, and what are some of the key issues that you are expecting to be hearing from?
Once the heads of state have come in and met and discussed the resolutions that came from the meetings that took place yesterday, that's the Organ Troika at ministerial level met yesterday, and they discussed as well the issue of DRC. That's what a report from the SADC mission that went to DRC was also received during this proceedings since Sunday. So the resolutions that they got to decide whether they want to extend the mission in the DRC, and also what exactly will be SADC's stance on the issue in Mozambique.
Right. You mentioned the aspect of how important is that particular subject where this extraordinary summit is concerned.
Well, as you may be aware, Eben, one of the objectives of this SADC bloc in itself is to ensure that there is peace and security in the region and the peace of the region as a whole. So it's very important that such issues be discussed, and also you do know that whenever there are elections in any country in the bloc, SADC also send election observers to go to the correct position as far as the Mozambique elections are concerned, and even the preparatory details of the Namibian election that's coming up.
Right. You mentioned the subject of the SADC election observers. We had elections in Zimbabwe last year, and we saw those elections. Do we have an indication at this point in terms of what the SADC observer mission has perhaps said, and maybe what can be expected in terms of the communique that is expected?
The media is not privy to yet, but what we can expect perhaps maybe is just the position of SADC as a bloc in terms of as far as those taken lately, it has become even a threat to the economics of the region as well, the economic well-being of the people and the region as a whole. So we are really in other elections in other countries that have happened in the past years. Perhaps SADC will send a panel of elders to hear from.
To delve deeper in terms of the economic implications of that conflict in, of course, Mozambique. You mentioned concerns there, put in Zimbabwe, you put in Zambia. There were some unconfirmed reports over the past weekend that perhaps supplies of fuel into these countries coming from Mozambique would be affected. Does that not play some degree of urgency where SADC is concerned to try and bring resolve where that...
Eben, because you know that Mozambique being a coastal country, that route from South Africa to Mozambique is a very strategic route in terms of bringing products that other countries in the SADC region need, even Zimbabwe as well, in terms of products like fuel and even other food products. So if that route is to be disturbed by that they may incur in case their transport, in case their vehicles are caught up in those protests. So definitely this is going to transcend into issues that are varying even in...
Right. Over and beyond matters of peace and security, at the recent 44th SADC summit that took place in August, there was an indication of the impact of the El Nino-induced drought. And as a bloc, the bloc was looking to raise or generate about $5.5 billion aimed at alleviating the situation and bringing some degree of food security to the region. My question is this, given that we've got a SADC meeting that will take place later on where the various heads of state and government are expected to be convening as the day progresses, could there be a possibility that that will be one of the subjects there that is expected to take center stage over and beyond the issues of peace and security in the region?
Allow me to speculate there and say that this being a meeting that has been prompted by the situations in DRC and Mozambique, which have to do with defense and security, it's very unlikely that the issue of the El Nino drought and its impact on countries in SADC could be brought up in these meetings, because the agenda of the Troika, the organ on politics, defense and security, is what is guiding the whole process, the whole meetings that have been taking place from Saturday up until today. So the likelihood of the issue of the drought and its impact being discussed, I would like to speculate and say it's very low, but you never know. And like I've said before, we can only know the intricate details of these meetings after the media briefing, which we are expecting will be conducted after the heads of state meeting.
Now, to circle back to the subject of the conflict in eastern DRC, there are over 120 rebel groups that have brought destabilization where that particular region is concerned, to mention the M23 among several others. What do we know at this point in terms of the efforts to engage in conversation and somewhat try and bring a degree of resolve where this conflict is concerned?
Well, I stand to be corrected, but as far as I'm informed, the SADC Executive Secretary, Mr. Elias Magosi, in his remarks sometime this week, he did mention that a report was received from the SADC mission that went to DRC, and there were indications that since the deployment of that mission, it was able to bring some form of stabilization. Of course, not to a very greater extent, because the situation there is very volatile. it being the reason why they are potentially thinking about extending its mission. But from what he said, it looks like the deployment of the mission there, it did bring some good to it. It did bring some stabilization to some extent for a moment, and other details we are not privy to them as yet.
Right. Of importance where this region is concerned, particularly where the state is concerned, the Democratic Republic of Congo, you would look at just how this is a mineral-rich territory that is rich in terms of gold, diamond, cobalt, and several other minerals, to mention just a few. How important is the bringing of resolve where this conflict is concerned toward the economic development of the DRC, as well as the economic advancement of the SADC as a bloc?
Well, the resources in DRC, Eben, as you may know already, they attract a lot of attention from countries all over the world, which is one of the reasons why it's not just SADC which is sending a peace mission there. We know there's also a peace mission from the UN itself. And all these efforts are just going towards trying to stabilize the situation because it's a very strategic region in terms of its economic value, and if the disturbances that are there keep going on, that is definitely going to affect even the coming in of revenue for that country, for the DRC, for Rwanda, and even for other countries in SADC as well. And SADC, one of its objectives being to bring economic development to the region. It's something that they'll pay particular attention to ensure that the issue is resolved because of the strategic position that the DRC takes in our region. It looks like there is arrival of officials right now, so allow me to step out of the shot for a little bit, and my colleague William Gumbo will show you the activity that is about to happen. As we know that around 5 p.m. We're going to see the heads of state from the SADC bloc arriving to this meeting. So some of the delegates that will be attending that meeting with them today have already started arriving. They've been arriving since the morning, and it looks like one official is probably arriving also now.
Right.
Yes.
Sharon, thank you for that update there. We'll be continuing the conversation with you, but now we engage in conversation with Mugobe Chigada, who is inside the Parliament building. It appears that there is some activity taking place there, Mugobe. What's the latest?
Well, thank you very much, Eben. I can confirm that the Organ Troika on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation meeting is just ended, or they have gone for a break. The closing remarks were not open for the media, understandably so. Obviously, what was coming out from that meeting is what will be given to the principals, and that will form most of the action that will be taken on the issue of DRC that we have been talking about. So as we progress, we'll be giving you more details as to what's really transpiring here. After lunch, there will be a briefing as well. Not quite sure what it is about, but we will be giving you more details about the discussions that are going on here.
Right. And there are, of course, plans to have the various heads of states and government convening later on in the day. How important does what was deliberated on now have, especially where, it's framing the agenda of that particular meeting by the heads of state and government?
Obviously, these meetings that were taking place before the extraordinary SADC summit are quite important in shaping up the communique or the resolutions that will come out. Yesterday, they were indicating that detailed reports were given about the situation in Eastern DRC. They really appreciate the challenges that the bloc is facing. Hence, when they then submit to the principals, they will be knowing exactly what they're committing to. Of course, we were talking about expectations that the peace mission could be extended. They should be in a position to know what they are really getting into. This is coming at a time when the SADC region, a lot of the countries are facing a lot of challenges other than the issue of conflict. Hence, it's important for them to first address this, but understandable that resources will be strained. The Southern African region, to mention some of the countries affected, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Mozambique, are facing one of the worst droughts in years. Obviously, these are resources that have to be spread between making sure that there's food insecurity, ensuring that there is no conflict in the region. So it's quite a big issue which affects each and every country in one way or the other, whether they are at the border with the DRC or not. It's an issue for the bloc.
Right. You mentioned the El Nino-induced drought, which has threatened food security for over 20 million people spread across the region. Any indication at this point as to whether that subject may be a subject of conversation as and when the heads of states and government convene later on in the day?
I cannot confirm that will be part of the agenda. What we do know is that it is the DRC issue that prompted this extraordinary SADC summit to sit, the summit of heads of state and government. Obviously, there may be discussions on Mozambique, the aftermath of the elections. Obviously, there may be discussions on the aftermath of the Botswana elections. There may be discussions as well on the upcoming elections in Namibia and perhaps the food security. So we cannot confirm that will be huge on the agenda, but we are so sure about the DRC situation because of that 1 year mandate of the peace mission that's coming to an end.
Right. And it seems that there has been some conversation about a possible extension. May you speak to that?
Because of the situation in Eastern region, in the DRC Eastern region, whereby the M23 continues to fight the DRC military with different countries, foreign countries, supporting some of the sides, the SADC region obviously playing its part. There is no way that the mission can be pulled out abruptly, and there is no setup to ensure that there is order in a country where the humanitarian crisis has become disastrous. It has actually attracted world outrage. So certainly there will be a situation whereby SADC will come up with a new resolution. What resolution will it be? We don't know. We will be confirming after the extraordinary SADC summit of heads of state and government that will be taking place around fall.
Right. Mungowe, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, Mungowe Chigada there speaking to us from inside the Parliament building in Mount Hampton here on Zimbabwean soil, where it is that there are deliberations in terms of the subject of peace and security in the region. We'll continue our conversations with our various reporters that are spread across Zimbabwe's capital today for the latest in terms of what is happening and what it is that we can expect. This live broadcast and coverage continues. Don't go anywhere. This is the rolling coverage of the SADC Extraordinary Summit 2024 that is taking place on Zimbabwean soil, specifically at Mount Hampton, where it is that Zimbabwe's parliament is located. Of course, Zimbabwe assumed chairmanship of this bloc earlier on, of course, in August, where it is that Zimbabwean head of state and government, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, took over as captain of that particular ship. Now, what brings us to this particular point is the SADC summit, an extraordinary summit that's been called up as a result of the conclusion of the SADC mission in Eastern DRC, where there has been a conflict that has spanned for over 3 decades and counting. Last year, we saw the deployment of troops from SADC into that particular territory, and that particular mission in terms of the indicated timeframes is coming to a wrap up. And the question is whether there will be an extension by SADC where that particular mission is concerned in Eastern DRC. What we do know at this point is the fact that the UN security forces have indicated an exit from Eastern DRC. So what will be the fate of that particular conflict in the absence of the UN security forces? Should the forces from the SADC indicate a withdrawal from that particular mission? And of course, this is expected, or should I say, this is what has been taking center stage where this particular mission is concerned. What we do know is that there are over 122 rebel groups that have been causing havoc where Eastern DRC is concerned. Of course, this is a region that is rich in terms of diamond, in terms of cobalt, in terms of gold, and several other minerals, and that has sparked that particular conflict over the years. We also are aware, of course, that there were some recent elections that took place in the DRC region, and of course there is much to deliberate on. And of course, we have seen Troika engaging in conversations, some closed-door meetings. We are expecting some communique, but later on in the day, we are expecting, of course, some leaders within the bloc to be engaging in some deliberations based, of course, on the deliberations of the Troika, which is the organ on peace as well as security, and that is expected to be framing the conversation in terms of what will be taking place. What we do know is that there has been a report in terms of that mission there in Eastern DRC and what this actually means. Some of the groups that are participating in that conflict, or that have been responsible for the conflict in that region, of course, the Allied Democratic Forces, the ADF, as well as the Cooperative for the Development of Congo, the CODECO, the M23, as well as the Mai Mai. And of course, it's very much a contentious situation there in terms of how there can be a resolve where that particular conflict is actually concerned. What we do know is that the UN reported that the number of internally displaced people in the DRC had reached over 7.2 million, and one of the largest in the world. 23.4 million Congolese suffer from food insecurity, making the country the most affected by food insecurity in the world. Amnesty International reports that over 6 million people have died as a result of the conflict since 1998. Some staggering statistics there, of course, making this case for a resolve very, very much compelling. And now we are delving into a conversation where this subject is concerned, and joining me now is political analyst Lazarus Sauti for a conversation where this conflict is concerned. Mr. Sauti, and welcome to this rolling coverage of the extraordinary summit being held by SADC, of course, on Zimbabwean soil.
Thank you, Eben.
Right. To get the ball rolling, the question is, can we say that the issue in the DRC is aptly defined by the term or phrase, perhaps the resource curse theory, to put it across that way?
Exactly. You realize that when it comes to the resource curse theory, the major assumption is that
countries that are blessed with natural resources are always in perpetual conflict, and the Democratic Republic of Congo is one such a good case. What is at the center of the conflict is the issue of illegal resource extraction, whereby actors, non-state actors, are illegally mining, they are illegally logging forests in Democratic Republic of Congo for their selfish benefits, selfish ends, and because of that, they are using the same proceeds to fund illegal activities, thereby violating human security provisions within the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Right. Now, one line of argument says that the abundance of these precious minerals has, of course, attracted the interest of various parties internationally, some within the region, with some exchanges having been taking place over the years between heads of state and government, DRC, Rwanda, and several other players within this particular region. May you speak to that?
So you realize that when it comes to natural resources, the issue stems back to colonialism, whereby there were exploitative links between the powerful nations and the so-called peripheral nations, Africa and here general citizenry suffering from that exploitation. And most so-called powerful countries are benefiting from natural resources in Africa, and they are investing in proxy wars, they are investing in conflicts in not only in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but other African countries. And because of that, the issue of the paradox of endowment is clear, especially in Southern Africa, especially in the Democratic Republic of Congo, whereby the so-called powerful countries like the United States of America are benefiting from the natural resources and to some extent funding non-state actors who are causing havoc in Eastern DRC.
How important is the colonial history of the DRC in framing what we are seeing playing out right now?
So the biggest problem is the leadership crisis. We know that the French are heavily involved in the crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And because of that, because of the assassinations of former presidents, because of the appointments of the proxy leaders in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the history cannot be separated. The history of colonialism cannot be separated from the crisis. Homegrown solutions are not taking precedence in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why? Because the external forces are abusing their power and violating the principles of sovereignty in the country, and thereby fueling the conflict that is causing internal displacements of more than 5 million people in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Look, my concern is this has been raging for decades on end, the most intense, of course, taking place over the past 3 decades on end. What indication is there at this point that there might be perhaps a glimmer of hope that some degree of resolve could be attained?
Yeah, a very tough situation, because Rwanda is also involved in that crisis. The same with Uganda. Ugandan leaders are also involved in the crisis. So when it comes to neighboring countries, they are not doing enough to end the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And to worsen the situation, we have seen that military intervention is not the most viable solution in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So what it means is that as the SADC leaders are convening in Harare, they have to move away from the military intervention, from the traditional security mechanism, and maybe invest in the human security approach, whereby the rights of citizens are promoted, civil political liberties are supported, and community, economic, health, and environmental securities are enacted.
Right. It's been a subject of much conversation and debate to say whether it's important for there to be military intervention or there is need to explore means of dialogue and trying to bring about resolve in that particular territory. We've seen an indication that the UN security forces are pulling out. What is the likelihood that SADC will follow suit given the recent happenings?
So yesterday the Council of Ministers recommended that the term of the SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo must be extended, and it shows cooperation from all SADC leaders. Remember, the purpose in life of SADC is collective security. It is to promote peace and security. It is also to support development in the region. So the move by the Council of Ministers to recommend the extension of the mission shows that our leaders, African leaders, specifically those in Southern Africa, are eager to see peace, durable, sustainable peace prevailing in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Withdrawing is not a viable option because people are suffering. Remember, those who are politically, economically, socially disenfranchised are the ones who are suffering. And what we need right now in Southern Africa, backed up by the SADC regional bloc, is to protect the rights of citizens, is to protect the freedoms of the citizens. So extending the mission is the most important solution, and maybe augmenting it with the financial and logistic resources.
Right. Earlier on, you proffered the aspect of dialogue as being more sustainable vis-a-vis the extension of that military operation in Eastern DRC. When you put these on a scale, what weighs heavier?
Dialogue, because especially if it is coming from the grassroots, bottom-up processes of conflict resolution. I note the president of Angola is involved in trying to find the common ground and trying to neutralizing the non-state actors in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So what it means is when it comes to conflict, consensus is key, and trust is also very important. So conflict-sensitive dialogue should be promoted at the expense of military intervention. We are not saying military intervention should be discarded completely. No, we are simply saying it should be minimized and allow other processes to prevail.
Right. Let's talk about the number of people that have been displaced. 7.2 million people have been displaced to date. Over 20 million people are said to be food insecure, and about 6 million people have died right up to this point. May you speak to that and why it's important for there to be an end to this carnage?
So you realize that in 1994, the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, produced a report that shaped and defined human security in the world. And in the report, it clearly stated that when it comes to human security provisions, political actors should invest in personal security, political security, economic security, environmental, food, health, and community security. And when it comes to the violations of human rights, you realize that because of the crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo, personal security is compromised. There are issues or reports of high gender-based violence or violations in Eastern DRC. The issues of internal displacement, as you highlighted, whereby people are now moving from the Democratic Republic of Congo to other countries like Uganda, Malawi, Zambia, and other countries. And that alone is creating a refugee crisis in Africa. And remember, the people from other countries like Uganda and Rwanda are also moving to Democratic Republic of Congo, a crisis-ridden country, and their civil rights are compromised. So what is key now when it comes to ending this conflict, or when it comes to looking for mechanisms, solutions to end the DRC crisis, is to think about the human being first, is to protect the lives of innocent citizens, because when it comes to human security, we all agree, we all believe that human life is sacrosanct and it should be protected at any cost. So SADC leaders and other leaders in Africa and the world should come up with practical measures to end the crisis that is destroying the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Practical measures, you say, and yet extraordinary summits have come and gone, conversations have been had, and yet they have not yielded the intended result, as it were, and some contend that perhaps SADC needs to be more of a tougher voice. What is your sentiment?
I tend to agree, because when it comes to conflict, we have to move from political rhetoric to action. What it means is that SADC leaders should invest in human resource to end the crisis in Democratic Republic of Congo. They should also invest in logistics, as I mentioned before, so that real action should be taking place in the Democratic Republic of Congo. What is happening is that summits are being conducted, communiques produced, but real action on the ground is next to none. So that's a bit problematic. So what we desire to see is a collaborative effort from SADC, from development partners, from AU, from the United Nations. Sadly, it is removing its mission in the DRC, but we also need their voice, their financial muscle to help in ending the crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Right. To circle back to the aspect of there being a need for dialogue, given the fact that there are multiple rebel groups that are operating in this region, and you have the DRC, Rwanda, Uganda, either directly or indirectly involved where this conflict is concerned, how much of an impact would the subject of dialogue go at addressing, and how would the dialogue be brokered, given you've got M23, rebels there, you've got the Codeco, several other groups that are taking place and then taking center stage where this conflict is concerned?
So the most important thing and the practical move is to engage political actors in the region, neighboring countries such as Rwanda, Uganda, and engaging them to be on the same table with political actors in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We know that the relations between the DRC president and the Rwandan president are broken, and SADC leaders must fix that, and they have to engage other actors, maybe from Kenya and South Africa, to broker talks between Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, and Rwanda. The most depressing thing is that the Great Lakes is also suffering from various conflicts, violent extremism, and what it means now is this should not be a SADC issue to do with only, but it should also involve other actors, especially from the African Union as the continental motherboard. The African Union should chip in, maybe with the help of Kenya as the big brother of Eastern Africa, and South Africa is one of the big brothers of the SADC region, and try to have a dialogue, try to build consensus, try to build the bridges, to be inert in that crisis, to be part of the crisis, and to proffer African solutions to this problem that is affecting development in the region.
Right, let's run a scenario analysis here. What would a withdrawal by the SADC troops mean for this conflict?
So it will depend the humanitarian crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Remember, we said the innocent citizens are suffering because of this crisis. They are the ones who are being affected by displacements, and they are the ones who are migrating to other countries, and in such countries they are not even safe, so to speak. So withdrawing from the mission from the Democratic Republic of Congo simply means we are fueling the crisis. We are not providing tangible solutions, and it will give weight to sentiments by many people that the SADC region is a toothless dog, especially when it comes to dealing with conflicts in Southern Africa.
Right. Again, if this mission is to be extended, what we've gathered so far is that there were concerns about the lack of resources to actually carry the mission on. What would an extension entail from a resource perspective?
So it will strain the financial resources of the countries that are volunteering their forces in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But remember, we touched on this issue before when I said what is needed is investing in logistics, is investing in financial, human resource support in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Extending the mission without collaboration from other actors, from state, non-state actors, from international organizations, will not provide the much needed solutions. What is needed in the Democratic Republic of Congo is durable peace, and for the DRC to have that durable, sustainable peace, it means that SADC should shout in terms of promoting or demanding governance, in terms of demanding investments in conflict-affected areas. So instead of just extending the mission, SADC leaders should also invest in community-based peace-building mechanisms, the grassroots mechanisms that I've mentioned, so that peace is ensured and peace is enjoyed by all and sundry in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Right. The presidents, or should I say heads of state and governments, are expected to meet later on in the day. What is the likelihood that they will run with the recommendations that have come from the ministers from within the bloc?
Because SADC stands for collective security, because SADC stands for social cohesion in the region, the whole idea is to promote peace, security and development. I want to believe that the leaders are going to adopt the recommendation of the Council of Ministers and maybe try to find solution amongst themselves, especially on issues of funding, especially on issues of collaboration, and collaboration not only among African or SADC countries, but collaboration with other development organizations, humanitarian organizations, organizations that are providing food in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Remember, food insecurity is also threatening the lives of people there, especially the elderly, children and persons with disabilities. So leaders are going to extend, to adopt the recommendations and extend the mission, and maybe look for other viable options to end the conflict.
Right. You mentioned the humanitarian crisis in terms of there being a food security crisis there. That compounded with the El Nino-induced drought. Judging by precedents, what is the likelihood that the subject of the El Nino-induced drought and its impact where the region is concerned may also be brought up when these leaders meet later on in the day?
It's the only option that is on the table to discuss about climate change-induced conflicts. Remember, DRC is also suffering from pandemics, and some of these pandemics are induced by climate change. So food insecurity that is induced by climate change, pandemics, issues to do with health and economic insecurities. Economic in the sense that there is no tangible growth in terms of economy. So people are living in abject poverty. So for us to say people in Democratic Republic of Congo are now safe, they should be out of abject poverty and maybe living in better conditions. So the only viable option that is there for SADC leaders to discuss when it comes to the nexus between the conflict that is in the Democratic Republic of Congo and other forces such as climate change is to be open with each other and try to resolve the conflict from a practical perspective, as I said before, even that DRC is burning. There is refugee crisis. There is also this crisis that is internally displacing people. And we really need to engage or to see leaders engaging other political actors in different countries to accommodate those refugees and ensure that they are safer.
Right. As well, within that particular bracket would be just how to navigate some of the pertinent issues to the region. 1 in 11 people globally are said to be living in abject poverty. 1 in 5 people is living in abject poverty in Africa. Now, back to the resource curse theory and what it means for the DRC, may speak to the importance of there being a resolve to this issue from an economic perspective in terms of what that would mean, not just for the DRC, but also for the bloc in its entirety.
Okay, so you realize that when it comes to the paradox of plenty or the paradox of endowment, countries with natural resources or resource-rich communities are always in perpetual conflict, in poverty. They are regressing when it comes to development. The major problem there is the lack of mineral beneficiation, and the biggest problem, the biggest elephant in the room in the SADC region and other African countries is lack of industrialization. So you realize that we have natural resources, but people are not benefiting from these natural resources, and natural resources are at the center of most, if not all, conflicts in Africa. And even the Democratic Republic of Congo is a very good case analysis. So SADC leaders should move away from rhetoric, as I said, and ensure that action is prevailing in most countries. They should invest in industrialization. They should invest in value addition and mineral beneficiation. Sadly, we are exporting our raw natural resources to the global north and importing expensive products. So the relationship in terms of trade is not balanced. Hence, the saying, what we need as Africa is not aid but trade, and the fair trade that is anchored on our natural resources.
Right. Trade taking center stage. There's been an issue in terms of there being enough funding to take the bloc forward from an economic perspective. According to a report by the African Development Bank, the bloc needs about $68 billion to industrialize, and that degree of funding is quite a mammoth task, given the fact that where the El Niño Juice drought is concerned, the bloc was looking at about $5.5 billion just to deal with the food insecurity in the region. And there have been concerns about there being enough capacity within the bloc to generate $68 billion to address infrastructural gaps that exist within this particular bloc. How can the region close some of these gaps as we round up?
So what is key, especially when it comes to funding mechanisms, again, is the issue of natural resources. We have natural resources, but we are not benefiting from our natural resources. So we need to benefit from our natural resources. Let's use our natural resources to transform the lives of ordinary citizens, number one. Then number two, I think post-colonial Africa, and most countries in Southern Africa, to be specific, are suffering from varying problems. Some are facing terror acts, Mozambique, Cabo Delgado, some political instability, others are in dire poverty. They are failing to transform the lives of their ordinary citizens. So they are chasing those problems. They are trying to resolve those problems, and by so doing, a collective responsibility, the Pan-African movement is now suffering. People are now looking after themselves at the expense of also dealing with the problems that are affecting the citizens of the SADC region.
Right, we take a quick break. This rolling coverage of the SADC summit continues. Don't go anywhere.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is the second largest country in Africa by land area and the 11th largest in the world. Located in Central Africa, its population is over 115 million, comprising 250 ethnic groups and 450 tribes. The main ethnic groups are the Bembe, Mongo, Teke, Luba, and Lunda. This nation, famed for its diverse cultures and authentic African-flavored artistry, is in the midst of a long-drawn conflict, one that SADC leaders intend to resolve at their extraordinary summit on the outskirts of Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. The DRC is bordered by the Republic of the Congo, Central African Republic, South Sudan, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Zambia, Angola, the Cabinda Exclave of Angola, and the South Atlantic Ocean. It is home to the famous Congo Basin, the world's second largest tropical forest. Its main economic pillars are mining, farming, fisheries, and forestry. Mining grew by 18.2% in 2023, contributing more than 70% of overall economic growth. Agricultural growth shrunk from 2.4% in 2022 to 2.2% in 2023. With 80 million hectares of arable land, the agriculture sector accounts for 60% of the country's workforce. Experts estimate that the DRC has potential to feed over 2 billion people. Real GDP growth remains strong at 8.4% in 2023, after peaking at 8.9% in the previous year. Sustained conflict in North Kivu in the east continues to threaten its huge economic potential. There have been several interventions, including from SADC, yet the mineral-rich province has not received any respite for many decades. The DRC gained independence from Belgium in 1960, with Patrice Lumumba becoming its first prime minister and Kasavubu inaugural president. Lumumba was assassinated 5 years in, and Mobutu Sese Seko acceded the leadership, naming the country Zaire. He was later toppled in the First Congo War of 1996 to 1997. Laurent Desire Kabila became president soon afterwards. One of his first undertakings was to rename the country the Democratic Republic of Congo. However, rebel groups almost immediately emerged on the eastern border, seeking to overthrow Kabila. This led to the Second Congo War in 1998. Less than 2 weeks into the war, the rebels had taken over the Inga hydroelectric station that provided power to Kinshasa and the port of Matadi, through which most of the capital city's food passed. The diamond center of Kisangani fell into rebel hands on October 23, and forces advancing from the east began to threaten Kinshasa by late August. Zimbabwe was part of the contingent of SADC forces that were deployed to repel the insurgents. The regional force pinned the rebels back, preventing them from overrunning Kinshasa and effectively gaining control. Chad, Libya, and Sudan later joined the war, which comprised 9 countries and 25 armed groups, making it one of the largest wars in African history. On January 18, 1999, the parties agreed on a ceasefire at a summit at Windhoek, Namibia. Fighting continued as the RCD argues that it had not been invited to the talks. In 2000, the United Nations authorized a force of 5,537 troops, the UN organization mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, to monitor the process. On 16 January 2001, Laurent Desire Kabila was shot and killed at the Palaris de Marbe in Kinshasa. The consensus is that Kabila was shot by one of his bodyguards. His son, Joseph Kabila, was sworn in as president to replace him. There was relative peace under Joseph Kabila's leadership, though with intermittent insurgency. He attempted to end the ongoing conflict by negotiating peace agreements with rebel groups. In December 2011, Kabila was re-elected for a second term as president. Following the 2018 general election, Joseph Kabila was succeeded by Felix Tshisekedi. Fast forward to 2024. Fighting still persists in many areas like the gold-rich Ituri, where ethnic tensions, worsened by the war, erupted. The DRC conflict has become more complex, with various reports showing that more than 120 rebel groups are now involved. The most active armed groups are the M23, Codeco, and ADF. In 2022, the M23 launched violence attacks, seizing 4 towns in North Kivu. Codeco operates in eastern Ituri and advocates the Lendu ethnic groups, who believe that they are unfairly dominated by the Hema ethnic groups. In 2017, Codeco instigated offences and continued to attack civilians and Congolese forces. Other actors are militias and Mai Mai vigilante groups jointly called the Wazalendos. So, what really is at stake and what is driving the conflict? It is believed that DRC's insecurity stems from complex factors, including ethnic intolerance and illegal exploitation of the country's expansive natural resources. The DRC is the world's largest producer of cobalt ore and a major producer of copper and diamonds. It is estimated to hold 70% of the world's cobalt production. The largest mines are located in southern Katanga province and are highly mechanized, with a capacity of several million tons per year of copper and cobalt ore and refining capability for metal ore. Further, the DRC is the second largest diamond-producing nation in the world, and artisanal and small-scale miners account for most of its production. More than 6 million people have died as a result of conflict in DRC since 1998. In April 2024, 7.3 million people had been internally displaced, making it one of the largest displacement crises in the world. The SADC mission in the DRC was deployed on December 15, 2023, to support the government of the DRC and restore peace and security in the east. The deployment was approved by the extraordinary SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government on the 8th of May 2023. A SADC regional force from Malawi, South Africa and Tanzania and elements of the DRC armed forces are working with the Congolese army, the FARDC. So, what is the way out of this flag of conflict? Regional leaders are meeting in Zimbabwe to chart the path to sustainable peace. Whether a lasting solution will be found is all war-weary Congolese await. It is a dream that generations in this rich, populous nation have never seen turn into reality. Perhaps the Harare Summit holds the answer.
This is a rolling broadcast of the SADC Extraordinary Meeting 2024 that is taking place on Zimbabwean soil. Zimbabwe assumed captaincy of the SADC bloc in August 2024. And of course, Zimbabwean head of state and government, President E.D. Mnangagwa, is the chairman of the SADC. Hence, Zimbabwe is the center of all the key conversations within the bloc. Now, what has brought us to this particular point is of course, the conclusion of the SADC troops mission in the eastern DRC, having been sent in late last year. And the big question is, given that the conflict is still very much ongoing, should the SADC troops exit at this point, or should there be an extension? Of course, we are having a conversation in terms of what does this mean for SADC going forward. We have our teams that are spread across the Zimbabwean capital. Earlier on, we were speaking to Sharon Munjenjema, who is at the Parliament building in Mount Hampton. We're also having a conversation with Mugovechi Gada. Later on, we'll be having a conversation with Stachisiwe Gwaza, who is stationed at the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport, just to understand who has come through and what can we expect. Of course, later on, there will be a meeting there by the SADC heads of state and government in terms of the deliberations that have been had right now up to this point, should I say, by the Troika, which is the leg that is responsible for peace and security in the region. Now, we continue our conversation here in studio with political analyst Lazarus Sauti with regards to the situation in eastern DRC. Now, once again, Mr. Mr. Sauti, to pick up from where we left off, you were indicating just how there is need for a stronger voice and a stronger tone by SADC where issues within the region are concerned. Now, as picking up from there, may you speak in terms of how there could be some, takeaways from other blocs that have been instrumental around the world, vis-a-vis what we're seeing playing out with the SADC region?
Okay, so let's borrow from the European Union. Maybe if you want our regional bloc to be strong, especially when it comes to dealing with the problems affecting the region. When it comes to the European Union, it's a supranational organization or body of, I'll say, about 27 countries, and these countries are there to promote peace. They are there to promote development. They are also there to promote security in the European Union region. So SADC should take a leaf from the EU. The European Union managed to establish 7 key institutions dealing with peace and security, dealing with issues to do with the financing of activities within that region. So we need a SADC organ, an effective SADC organ dealing with peace and security, fully funded by the SADC Union. For instance, we need a SADC voice in terms of media that define and shape the SADC agenda. So you realize that the SADC story is not being framed by the SADC in quotes media, but it is framed by other actors, and these actors sometimes distort the war message that is being or tried to be packaged by the leaders of the SADC region. We need a SADC bank, for instance, financing infrastructural projects in the SADC, even financing issues to do with the human and the logistic activities when it comes to dealing with conflicts such as the one in Democratic Republic of Congo. We also need think tanks in SADC, fully funded by the SADC region, especially when it comes to peace and security. So SADC should now quicken its processes of establishing the SADC University, and the university should deal with issues of industrialization, should also deal with issues of resource nationalism. Our natural resources should benefit the citizens of SADC, and we can use our natural resources to end conflicts, not only in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but in other member states.
Lazarus Sauti, a political analyst, joining us, of course, in this live broadcast of the SADC Extraordinary Summit that is taking place on Zimbabwean soil. There are several issues that are being deliberated on. Of course, we earlier on heard from our team on the ground that there was a meeting that was being spearheaded by Troika, and of course there are several other activities that are still to be expected. There is a communique that is being expected in terms of where we are at this point from this particular summit, and of course later on there will be a meeting of heads of state and government where it is that the Zimbabwean head of state and government, President Edi Mnangagwa, in his capacity as the chairman of the SADC bloc, is expected to be leading the conversations there, of course alongside Tanzania, as they are responsible for the Troika, which is the organ on peace and security in the region. Of course, we continue with our live broadcast of this extraordinary SADC summit that is taking place at Mount Hampton, where Zimbabwean Parliament is of course located, and of course much to decipher. We also have our reporter Stachisiwe Gwaza, who is at the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport. We'll be giving you the latest in terms of what's happening, and of course we continue with this live broadcast. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome. You are watching ZTN Prime right here on DSTV channel 294. My name is Faith Nyawade. We are broadcasting to you live from our studios in the capital of Harare, Zimbabwe. Now, the SADC Extraordinary Summit is currently underway. It is taking place at the new Parliament building in Mount Hapton. One of the key issues that are going to be discussed at this extraordinary summit are the elections in Mozambique, rather the post-election situation that is happening there. We are just going to give you a brief history or background of Mozambique elections from 1995 right up until 2024. Now, since gaining independence on the 25th of June 1975, Mozambique has conducted 7 elections, with the ruling Frelimo maintaining its grip on power. Successive Frelimo presidential candidates have won all of them by varying margin, and the country held its first ever democratic election in 1994. It might be prudent to note that it was the country's first time that it had a multi-party election, as Frelimo had previously been the sole legal party. Joaquim Chissano battled it out with Renamo's Alfonso Dhlakama, and Frelimo maintained control of the country's political system, winning both elections. Voter turnout for the elections was 88%. Now, the election in 1999 was a very interesting election, so to speak. Mozambique held this general election from the 3rd to the 5th of December in 1999 to elect a presidential and members of the Assembly of the Republic. President Joaquim Chissano narrowly defeated Alfonso Dhlakama, and the Frelimo party won 133 out of 250 seats in the Assembly. Voter turnout was between 68% and 70%. Moving to the 2004 Mozambique general election, these were held from the 1st to the 2nd of December 2004 to elect a president and members of the Assembly of the Republic. After 18 years, President Joaquim Chissano stepped down with 5 candidates aiming to replace him. Armando Guebuza of Frelimo won the presidency with over 60% of the vote, while the party also secured 160 out of 250 assembly seats. Voter turnout was slightly above 36%. Now, moving to the 2009 presidential election, this was held on the 28th of October, where they wanted to also elect the president of assembly and as well the republic and the provincial assembly. The incumbent President Armando Guebuza ran for re-election with Frelimo. Alfonso Dhlakama, leader of Renamo, and David Simango, the bearer mayor and founder of MDM, also contested this same election. In what would have become a contested election outcome, on the 11th of November, the National Elections Commission officially announced that Guebuza had won the election with 75% of the vote. Dhlakama and Simango trailed with 16.5 and 8.6 respectively. Now we move to the 2014 election. These were held also in October on the 15th, where Filipe Nyusi, who was representing the ruling Frelimo party, was elected president, and the party maintained its majority in parliament. Nyusi received 57% of the votes, while Renamo's Alfonso Dhlakama had just over 36%, and David Simango of the Mozambique Democratic Movement, MDM, obtained nearly 7%. In 2019, there was another election. This one took place on the 15th of October 2019, where President Filipe Nyusi was once again re-elected with 73% of the vote, a landslide victory. He defeated Osufo Momade of Renamo with 21% of the vote. President Filipe Nyusi's Mozambique Liberation Front, Frelimo, won 2/3 majority, increasing its share of seats from 144 to 184 in the 250-member Assembly of the Republic. Renamo's seats shrank from 89 right down to 60. Now, opposition parties led by Renamo contested this outcome, but despite these concerns, the international community recognized Nyusi's victory, and it just went like that. Now, this current election, or rather the just ended election, the 2024 one, Frelimo's Daniel Chapo won over 70% of the votes. He will succeed President Filipe Nyusi to become Mozambique's 5th president. Venancio Motlane, backed by the Podemos party, came second with 20% of the votes. He displaced the former rebel movement, Renamo, which had been the official opposition from time immemorial. This time around, the Renamo candidate came third.
In the parliament, Frelimo increased its number of seats to 195 out of 250, which means it gained 9 more seats from the 184 that it had in 2019. Now, in this election, there were 17 million registered voters, which is a 29% increase from 2019. The 2019 elections had 13 million registered voters, and the voter turnout was 92%. Now, post-election, there was supposed violence in the country. Now, there are certain areas in which these violent protests took place. These were Maputo, some were in Beira, Quelimane, Nampula, Cabo Delgado, and Niassa. These protests have had a lot of effects, devastating ones. Reports say that by mid-November, the protests had claimed more than 30 lives, while 2,700 people had been arrested. The question is, who had called for these protests in the first place? Well, Venancio Motlane, who is backed by the Podemos party, is allegedly the one who called to these protests. Now, at this extraordinary summit, there are expectations that the SADC leaders will come together and discuss this situation. The Mozambican authorities are going to report opposition parties' input the SADC election observer mission reports. SADC has several options that they may take in Mozambique, and one of them is the deployment of the panel of elders to engage all stakeholders as well as some mediation. We'll see how this one unfolds as the extraordinary summit rolls up and concludes this Wednesday. Hello and welcome. You are watching ZTN Prime right here on DSTV.
By the end of 2024, over 37% of African countries are expected to have fulfilled their democratic processes by electing leaders, marking 2024 as a major election year. In the Southern African region, elections were held in South Africa, Mozambique, and Botswana. Namibia is expected to go to the polls on the 27th of November, but postal voting for its diaspora citizens has already started. Botswana recently held their elections on October 30th, bringing an end to a 58-year rule by the Botswana Democratic Party. The Umbrella for Democratic Change, UDC, led by Duma Boko, emerged victorious, securing 36 seats. A total of 5 candidates ran for the top job in Botswana 2024 elections. They were Duma Boko, Umbrella for Democratic Change, UDC, age 54. Mokgweetsi Masisi, Botswana Democratic Party, BDP, age 63. Dumelang Saleshando, Botswana Congress Party, BCP, age 54. Mepato Riatile, Botswana Patriotic Front, BPF, age 57. Edwin Dikoloti, Independent, age 42. Under the Botswana electoral system, the first party to garner 31 of the 61 seats in the legislature proceeds to form a government. The Umbrella for Democratic Change secured 36 seats, followed by the Botswana Congress Party, which had 15 seats. The Botswana Democratic Party and the Botswana Patriotic Front divided among themselves 9 seats, and Edwin Dikoloti, an independent candidate, managed to get 1 seat. Former Botswana President Mokgweetsi Masisi, Botswana Democratic Party, BDP, accepted defeat and handed over government keys to the current President Duma Boko, who also pledged to work tirelessly for the betterment of Botswana.
Where we administratively hand over government and all its instruments to the new handsome president, the 6th president of the Republic of Botswana.
Thank you very much. I'm humbled to sit here with you, accepting this most lofty and honorable responsibility. I accept it with humility. I accept it with some trepidation, knowing that it's a very, very big assignment.
Boko is not new to the political scene. He participated in the 2019 election, where his party secured 15 seats. That election saw the rise of Mokgweetsi Masisi of the Botswana Democratic Party, BDP, retaining a majority of the National Assembly seats, amassing 38. In attendance at the inauguration was Zimbabwe President and Chairperson of the SADC bloc, Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. SADC is expected to receive a report on the Botswana election. The Namibian polls are set to close the election season in SADC. Postal voting for diaspora citizens is already in progress, and physical voting is set to be held on the 27th of November. For now, we wait as events unfold. For ZTN Prime, I'm Madeline Yohane.
Diverse. Natural resources in many SADC countries comprise minerals and wildlife. Roughly half of the world's platinum and diamonds are found in Southern Africa, along with 36% of gold and 20% of cobalt. These minerals contribute greatly to several SADC member states' gross national product and employment and foreign currency receipts. Zimbabwe recently launched the Zimbabwe Gold ZiG currency, which is anchored on gold reserves. Over 97% of tourism in the SADC region is anchored on wildlife-based tourism, which brings benefits to private sector tourism businesses and local people alike. I'm now going to give you a brief overview of each country in SADC. I will start with Angola. Angola is a vast country with a long coastline and central plateau. It borders Namibia, Botswana, Zambia, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Angola is a largely Portuguese-speaking nation with a population of more than 33 million in 2022, according to the World Bank. Its principal or capital city is Luanda. Angola's economy is largely dependent on its oil sector. Oil accounts for more than 90% of the Southern African country's exports. However, it also relies on other economic activities like diamond mining, fishing, wildlife, and agriculture. Angola uses the Kwanza currency, which was named after the Kwanza River, the largest river in Angola. Moving on to Botswana. Gaborone, the capital city of Botswana, houses the SADC headquarters. Botswana is located at the center of Southern Africa, positioned between South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. It has a population of about 2.5 million. Botswana is largely dependent on the capital-intensive mining sector, and diamonds contribute over 90% of total exports. The pula is the currency of Botswana. Pula means all blessings in Setswana. Now moving on to the Comoros. The archipelago of the Comoros is in the Indian Ocean, north of the Mozambique Channel and northeast of Madagascar. Its capital and largest city is Moroni. The population of Comoros is under 1 million. According to the African Development Bank, Comoros' economy is anchored on services and agriculture. The crops largely grown in Comoros are bananas, corn, rice, sweet potatoes, coconuts, peppers, coffee, sugarcane, jasmine, cloves, and vanilla. Comoros is one of the largest exporters of the vanilla plant. The country also exports large quantities of ylang-ylang, which is used worldwide in manufacturing perfumes. The Comorian franc is the currency of Comoros. Now, to the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, is the largest country in the sub-Saharan Africa. Kinshasa is the largest and capital city of the DRC. The population of the DRC is just over 100 million. DRC is endowed with exceptional natural resources, including minerals such as cobalt and copper, hydropower potential, significant arable land, immense biodiversity, and the world's second largest rainforest. The Congolese franc is the official currency of the DRC. Let's move to Kingdom of Eswatini. Eswatini is a small, open economy bordering South Africa and Mozambique. The capital city of Eswatini, also known as Swaziland, is Mbabane. The country has a population of around 1.2 million. Eswatini's economy is diverse: agriculture, forestry, and mining, manufacturing, textiles and sugar-related processing, and services. The currency of Eswatini is the Swazi Lelange. Kingdom of Lesotho. Lesotho is a small, mountainous, landlocked country surrounded by its much larger neighbor, South Africa. The capital city of Lesotho is Maseru. It has a population of about 2 million. The economy of Lesotho is based on agriculture, livestock, manufacturing, mining, and depends heavily on inflows of workers' remittances and receipts from the Southern African Customs Union, SACU. Lesotho is geographically surrounded by South Africa and is economically integrated with it as well. The Loti is the currency of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Moving on to Madagascar. Madagascar is the world's 5th largest island, situated in the Indian Ocean. The capital city of Madagascar is Antananarivo. Its population is estimated to be at 30.3 million. The country is endowed with considerable natural resources and unparalleled biodiversity, such as graphite, chromites, mica, bauxite, quartz, semi-precious stones, coffee, and textiles. The currency in Madagascar is called the Malagasy Ariary. Now, moving on to Malawi. Malawi is a landlocked country and shares its borders with Mozambique, Zambia, and Tanzania. The capital city of Malawi is Lilongwe. The country's estimated population is 20.41 million in 2022, according to a World Bank report. The economy is heavily dependent on agriculture, which employs over 80% of the population. Main agricultural products is tobacco, sugar, tea, cotton, groundnuts, coffee. There is also the mining, retail, and tourism sectors. The Malawian kwacha is the official currency of Malawi. Mauritius is an island state located off the southeast coast of Africa in the Indian Ocean. It is home to about 1.3 billion people. Port Louis is the capital city of Mauritius. It is well known for its beaches, rainforests, sea, flora and fauna, and waterfalls. Having evolved from a low-income, sugarcane-dependent nation in the 1960s to an upper-middle-income country, bolstered by a relatively diversified economy that now includes tourism, manufacturing, fisheries, ICT, and financial services. Mauritian rupee is the official currency of Mauritius. Moving on to Mozambique. Mozambique borders Tanzania, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Eswatini. The capital city of Mozambique is Maputo. Its population is around 34 million. Mozambique has ample resources, including arable land, abundant water sources, energy, mineral resources, and newly discovered natural gas deposits off its coast. The extractive sector, with its large gas reserves of 180 million cubic feet, is the 3rd largest in Africa. Mozambique is also strategically located, as 4 of the 6 countries it borders are landlocked, hence dependent on Mozambique as a gateway to global markets. The Meticar is the official currency of Mozambique. Moving to Namibia. Namibia is geographically large, with a small population of about 3 million. It shares borders with Angola, Botswana, South Africa, and Zambia. The capital city of Namibia is Windhoek. Namibia is considered to be one of the driest countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Namibia is rich in mineral resources. Mining, especially diamonds and uranium, is one of the key economic activities in Namibia. Fishing, agriculture, tourism, and commercial farming focused on caracal, sheep, and beef for export are the other economic activities. The Namibian dollar is the currency of Namibia. The Seychelles. According to the World Bank, the Republic of Seychelles is an archipelago of 115 islands northeast of Madagascar. Its capital city is Victoria. The country has a total population of about 120,000, 3/4 of whom live on the main island of Mahé. Its economy is highly dependent on tourism. The fisheries sector is the second pillar of the economy. The economy of Seychelles is also based on processing of coconuts and vanilla, coir rope, boat building, printing, furniture, and beverages. Agricultural products include cinnamon, sweet potatoes, cassava tapioca, bananas, poultry and tuna. The Seychelles currency is the rupee. We turn to one of our nearest neighbors, South Africa. The capital city of South Africa is Pretoria. Its population is almost 60 million. It is the southernmost country on the African continent, bordered by Namibia to the northwest, by Botswana and Zimbabwe to the north, and by Mozambique and Swaziland to the northeast and east. Lesotho, an independent country, is an enclave in the eastern part of the republic, entirely surrounded by South African territory. Agriculture produces a significant portion of exports and contributes greatly as an employer. Besides diamonds and gold, SA has reserves of iron ore, platinum, manganese, chromium, copper, uranium, silver, beryllium, and titanium. SA also has very large deposits of coal. South Africa is one of the world's, if not the largest producer of platinum and chromium. The rand is the official currency of South Africa. It is an United Republic of Tanzania. It is an East African country bordering the Indian Ocean. Its neighbors are Kenya and Uganda to the north, Rwanda, Burundi and Democratic Republic of the Congo to the west, and Zambia, Malawi and Mozambique to the south. Tanzania designated Dodoma as its new capital in place of the seaside city of Dar es Salaam. The country includes the island of Zanzibar. Mount Kilimanjaro is the highest point in Africa. About 25% of Tanzania's land is designated as game reserve or national park, including the famous Serengeti Wildlife Park, which is inhabited by the famous Big Five animals. Agricultural land is a pillar of the economy of Tanzania. It contributes significantly to both local consumption and export earnings. Coffee is an important cash crop in Tanzania, and the country ranks among the world's top producers among other agricultural products such as cotton and tobacco. Tanzania also boasts of metallic minerals such as gold, iron ore, and gemstones such as diamond. Tanzanian shilling is the currency. Moving on to Zambia. Zambia is a landlocked country that shares its border with 8 countries: Angola, Botswana, Democratic Republic of Congo, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. The capital city of Zambia is Lusaka. Zambia's population as of 2023 is 20 million. Zambia also shares the iconic Victoria Falls with Zimbabwe. Zambia is a resource-rich country with sparsely populated land in the center of Southern Africa. It is known to be a producer of copper. Besides copper, it is endowed with other minerals such as cobalt, gold, nickel, manganese, emeralds, beryllium, myriad gemstones, sulfur, zinc, coal, iron ore, steel, limestone, uranium, and other platinum group metals. And finally, Zimbabwe. The Republic of Zimbabwe is a landlocked country between the Zambezi and Limpopo rivers. It shares its borders with South Africa, Botswana, Zambia, and Mozambique. The capital and largest city is Harare, and the second largest is Bulawayo. Zimbabwe has a population of 15 million according to the 2022 census. Zimbabwe's natural environment is predominantly savanna, with a generous tree growth encouraged by the west summers. The evergreen forests are in the eastern border and the savanna woodland, which includes teak in the northwest of Bulawayo. Agriculture is one of the key pillars of Zimbabwe's economy and boasts of several competitive value chains in agriculture and agribusiness industries that include tobacco. Zimbabwe is one of top tobacco producers and exporters in the world, which earns it foreign currency. Tourism is Zimbabwe's third largest sector after mining and agriculture. Zimbabwe is endowed with both natural and man-made attractions such as the mining activities. Mining plays a pivotal role in Zimbabwe's economy. Zimbabwe's mining sector is highly diversified, with close to 40 different minerals. Predominant minerals include platinum group metals, chrome, gold, coal, lithium, and diamonds. Zimbabwe is also blessed with vast energy transition minerals such as lithium. Recently, the country discovered large deposits of oil and gas. The Zimbabwe gold, ZiG, is the currency of Zimbabwe, which is backed by gold reserves.
This is ATN Prime, and this is day 4 of our live coverage of the 2024 SADC Extraordinary Summit being held at the new Parliament building in Mount Hampden, Harare, Zimbabwe. Now, the Extraordinary Summit provides a critical platform for regional cooperation and integration, bringing together leaders from the 16 member states to discuss as well as address pressing issues facing the region. And one of the pressing issues issues on the table is the ongoing 3-decade-long DRC conflict involving over 122 rebel groups. Most combat fighting is taking place in North Kivu and Ituri provinces in eastern DRC, with the main players allegedly being the Allied Democratic Forces, the ADF, Cooperative for the Development of Congo, the CODECO, the M23, as well as the Mai Mai. And of course, this is what has brought this particular summit into being, and some staggering statistics, hence why we are seeing this particular extraordinary summit taking place on Zimbabwean soil. Of course, Zimbabwe assumed captaincy of the SADC bloc in August of 2024 at the 44th SADC summit, where it is that Zimbabwean head of state and government, President Edi Mnangagwa, assumed captaincy of the bloc. And at this particular point, this extraordinary summit is taking place at Mount Hampton, at the outskirts of Zimbabwe's capital, Harare, where Zimbabwean parliament is actually located, and much activity has been taking place during the course of this particular summit, with several issues being discussed, particularly the Eastern DRC conflict, which has been raging for a good 3 decades, as well as the recent elections that have taken place in the region, with a special focus on Mozambique, where there have been some protests and scores of people dead and thousands, of course, arrested. Now, of importance here, we are taking a look at what's taking place at the parliament, where it is that the Troika has been meeting, and they have been having some closed door deliberations to discuss the progress that has taken place since a SADC mission or SADC troops were released into Eastern DRC late last year. And so conversation has been taking place in terms of the progress that has taken place up to this point and what to expect going forward. Now, earlier on, we were taking a look at some visuals from the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport, where we saw the arrival of Mozambican President Felipe Nyusi. Of course, it's a transitional phase in the aftermath, of course, of the elections. But given the fact that the nation is, of course, a part of the agenda, this is what has resulted in the attendance of Mozambican President Felipe Nyusi. Once a president, always a president, and more so given this transitional phase that Mozambique is going through. And of course, there he was received by Zimbabwean Home Affairs Minister, of course, Honorable Kazembe, welcoming him to Zimbabwe and welcoming him to the summit. And of course, you can see members of the military honoring him and receiving him on Zimbabwean soil. An important event where this particular discourse is concerned. And of course, I'm sure that having been received from the airport, he must be en route to Zimbabwean Parliament in Mount Hampton, where the Troika sessions have been taking place. And of course, this arrival is coming in ahead of the meeting of the SADC heads of state and government, where they are deliberating on various matters of interest, where the state of security is concerned. And of course, the Troika, which is in charge of issues of defense, politics, as well as security in the region, met earlier on. And of course, they have, of course, broken off, and we're expecting that they should be able to take off from there. Now, this is what we do know at this particular point, that there are several heads of states that have already jetted in. A few days ago, we saw the coming in of the president of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Boko, having been recently sworn in. The head of state from Madagascar, of course, His Excellency Rajolina. And then, of course, right here, we are seeing visuals of the arrival of of President Filipe Nyusi, who is, of course, coming in to attend, given the fact that the Mozambique is a part of the agenda where issues of peace and security in the region are concerned. And, of course, the Eastern DRC, and, it's quite a subject of much conversation, just how regional leaders are navigating issues of peace and security, bearing in mind that there has been a 3-decade-long conflict in Eastern DRC with over 122 rebel groups there. Of course, those are visuals that we're taking a look at, where we saw the coming in of the president of Mozambique, His Excellency Filipe Nyusi, of course, coming in to attend this extraordinary summit. It's been triggered by, of course, what's been taking place in Eastern DRC, where we are witnessing some conflict that's been prolonged there. And of importance is the fact that at about this time last year, a troop mission was sent into Eastern DRC by the SADC. And so about a year later, questions then, of course, are being raised as to whether there should be a continuation of that particular mission or its discontinuation. It's important to note that in March 2024, the UN reported that the number of internally displaced people in the Democratic Republic of Congo sits at about 7.2 million people. And of course, the quick issues then becomes of importance in terms of how to navigate these issues at this particular point. And later on, as I indicated earlier, we'll be seeing a meeting of the heads of state and governments from the bloc to discuss how to navigate these issues of peace and security within the region. But for now, we take a look at the profile of the host nation.
Zimbabwe is a landlocked country located between the Zambezi and Limpopo rivers, and its neighbors or borders are South Africa, Botswana, Zambia, and Mozambique. Zimbabwe is one of the founding member countries of the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, then known as the Southern Africa Development Coordination Conference. The country is going to host the SADC Summit on the 17th of August 2024 at the new Parliament building in Mount Hampton. His Excellency, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, will assume the chairmanship of SADC at this particular summit. The total population of Zimbabwe, as per the last census, stood at more than 15 million, spread over 390,757 square kilometers. According to the 2013 constitution, Zimbabwe has 16 official languages, namely Chewa, Chibarwe, English, Kalanga, Khoisan, Nambia, Ndau, Ndebele, Shangani, Shona, Sign Language, Soto, Tonga, Tswana, Venda, and Xhosa. The capital and largest city.
You're watching a live broadcast of the SADC Summit, an extraordinary SADC Summit that's been prompted by issues around peace and security in the region, particularly the Democratic Republic of Congo, where there has been a 3-decade-long conflict. Now, last year, a troop mission was released into Eastern DRC in a bid, of course, to bring resolve to that particular conflict. And it's one of the issues that are expected to be taking center stage. Of course, we are taking a look at some visuals in terms of what's happening at Mount Hampton, where the Zimbabwean Parliament is located, right in the outskirts of Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. Now, of course, we're speaking about some of the key issues there with regards what's been taking place in the Democratic Republic of Congo. A 3-decade-long conflict has prompted, of course, this extraordinary summit, which is being called upon by the chairman, of course, of the SADC bloc, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, who's the head of state and government for Zimbabwe, and also the chairperson of the SADC bloc. Now, according to a report released by the United Nations, about 7.2 million people are declared to have been in a situation which has resulted in them being displaced since this conflict started. 23.4 million Congolese are suffering from food insecurity, making the country most affected by food security in the world. Amnesty International reports that over 6 million people have died as a result of conflict in the DRC since 1998. And of course, this is a country that is endowed with much resources from diamond, platinum, cobalt, gold, and several other minerals that are, of course, in part and parcel of the history as well as the geology of that particular country. And of course, the key issues here are being deliberated by Troika, which is the organ on politics, defense, as well as security in the region. Moving forward from the break that Troika has taken, it's important to know that there will be a meeting by heads of state and governments within the region who are expected to be deliberating on the recommendations that have been made by Troika right up to this point. Now, Troika is a three-legged system which is borrowed from a Russian term which is Troy, which refers to three forces that are equally empowered. So when you look at the composition in terms of the Troika, there would be three key pieces or three key linchpins. The first one being the incumbent head of the Troika, the predecessor to the head of the Troika, as well as the succeeding nation. So in this particular context, the head of that Troika mission would be Tanzania, the predecessor being Zambia, and the succeeding head of the Troika mission being of course, Malawi in that particular regard. So these then steer and lead, of course, Troika, where issues of peace, security, as well as defense is concerned within the region. Now, what we do know at this particular point, having been in conversation with our reporters who are on the ground, we have Sharon Munjenjema as well as Mugobe Chigada. We had conversations with them over an hour ago, and they were giving us insights in terms of what's been taking place right up to this point. And so what we do know is that there have been some closed door meetings since morning, and right now they just took a break. And so what is playing out now is that following that Troika break, it is expected that heads of state and government should be convening perhaps in the next hour or so, and of course they will be having their closed door meetings, and afterward there will be a communique that indicates the stance, the policy stance that SADC would have taken. But of course, of center stage is the conflict in Eastern DRC. The big question is that will the troop mission that was sent into DRC be exiting at this particular point, or there will be a continuation? And one of the issues that were a part of that jigsaw puzzle was whether there are enough resources to continue this particular operation. The Council of Ministers had recommended that there be a continuation of that military intervention in Eastern DRC. However, concerns were raised in terms of how the bloc can actually fundraise and see to it that there are enough resources to be able to carry out the mission. What we also know is that there has been an indication by the UN security forces to pull out from Eastern DRC. So that sort of places quite a burden, or should I say a responsibility and an obligation, where the SADC is actually concerned in terms of how to navigate and maneuver within that particular this space. But of course, we await to get further detail in terms of how things will play out from this particular point. What we are also aware of is that a feedback report was released just yesterday detailing what has been taking place in that part of the Democratic Republic of Congo, where of course different troops from volunteer governments within the SADC have been operating in eastern DRC in a bid to bring some degree of resolve where this particular conflict is also concerned. But of course, the fact that this conversation is being had is an indication that equally important is the subject of conversation, the subject of negotiation. We earlier on had a conversation with Lazarus Sauti, a political analyst, was indicating that much as there is need for military intervention, it's equally important that there be some degree of negotiations in a bid to broker what he termed as a win-win scenario given the circumstances. But of course, we await to see just which direction that the SADC bloc will be taking from this particular point. Of course, the chairperson of the SADC, His Excellency the President of Zimbabwe, Emmerson Mnangagwa, is expected to be leading that, of course, alongside His Excellency Magosi, who is in charge of the Secretariat of the SADC bloc, in terms of just how things will be directed from this particular point. And of course, we're taking a look at some of the visuals there in terms of what's happening at the parliament, where there will be an increased hive of activity, I would put it, especially as the day comes to a wrap. Now, of course, this broadcast continues. Don't go anywhere. This is ATN Prime, and this is day 4 of our live coverage of the 2024 SADC Extraordinary Summit being held at Zimbabwe's new Parliament building in Mount Hampton, Harare, Zimbabwe. The Extraordinary Summit provides a critical platform for regional cooperation and integration, bringing together leaders from 16 member states to discuss and address pressing issues facing the region. And one of the pressing issues on the table is the ongoing 3-decade-long DRC conflict involving over 122 rebel groups. Also of importance is the issue of the recently held elections in Botswana, in Mozambique, as well as the upcoming elections that will take place in Namibia. Of course, much to decipher there, and so several heads of state are already in the country ahead of a meeting of the heads of state and government from the bloc, which is expected to be taking place perhaps in the hour or so. But of importance is the fact that the Troika has had their set of meetings and they've broken off for now, and of course that Troika meeting and engagement lays the platform as well as the foundation on which the entire SADC will meet to deliberate on the pertinent issues there. Now we cross over live to Sharon Munjenjema, who is at the Parliament in Mount Hampton. Good afternoon, Sharon. What is the latest at this particular point? Good afternoon, Sharon.
Yes, good afternoon. Given that it's now 4 p.m., we are moving closer towards the time when the heads of state and government meeting is scheduled to start. So we are seeing a little bit of activity increasing here. Some delegates are supposed to attend that meeting are also coming in, and increased traffic coming from the city center there. But what I can tell you as for now is that the meeting still seems to be in session. We haven't been advised otherwise, but we'll be giving you more details in terms of that meeting as we get them.
By the meeting, are you referring to the Troika meeting there?
Yes, definitely. That's the meeting that's been in session since morning, and it was being chaired by the chair of that organ Troika, which is Tanzania. But of course, the president of Tanzania was unable to come here, and she has been represented by the president of Zanzibar. And they have been in talks to discuss some of the issues that, some of the resolutions rather, that came from the meetings that took place yesterday and also the day before and Sunday as well.
Right. One of the key issues there is that of Mozambique. And earlier on, we were taking a look at visuals of the arrival of Mozambican President, His Excellency Felipe Nyusi. Of course, they are pretty much in a transitional phase, and there has been what appears to be elements of conflict and some protests that have been taking place there. Again, to speak in terms of the importance of Mozambique to this particular extraordinary summit, may you shed light in terms of the options that are at the disposal of both the Mozambicans as well as the SADC bloc?
From what we have gathered here, it seems that the opposition parties in Mozambique made some informal calls to SADC to actually invite them, not necessarily to this extraordinary summit, but maybe just to have a dialogue with them so that they can share their side of the story as far as the elections are concerned. So it seems like it may be an indication that the Mozambicans are saying that they may not be able to resolve the disputes that are going on after the elections by themselves, and they are hoping that a SADC intervention could bring a resolution to what is happening. some of them have been raising concerns that the Electoral Commission in Mozambique is made up of representatives as well from political parties in Mozambique, and they are appointed on a proportional representation basis, meaning that the party that has more seats in parliament will have more members as part of that commission. And from what I'm gathering, the way that the system works is that if they cannot agree on a certain issue, they take it to a vote. And some of them were saying that since the ruling party, Frelimo, has more members.
Sharon, just to jump in there, thank you very much for that update. We will, of course, be crossing over again to you to just understand what is the latest on the ground and what it is that we can look forward to. Thank you once again for that update, Sharon. Of course, we continue with the live broadcast of the extraordinary summit, extraordinary SADC summit rather, that is taking place on Zimbabwean soil. Of course, Zimbabwe is the chairperson of that bloc there, and of course we have seen some degree of progress where this extraordinary summit is concerned. The Council of Ministers have met, the Troika has met and is actually in session at this point, and of course we expect the bigger event. I would indicate just how the heads of state and government will be convening to deliberate on these matters. For now, we take a look at the timelines where Mozambique is coming from right up to this point.
Hello and welcome. You are watching ZTN Prime right here on DSTV channel 294. My name is Faith Nyaude. We are broadcasting to you live from our studios in the capital of Harare, Zimbabwe. Now, the SADC Extraordinary Summit is currently underway. It is taking place at the new Parliament building in Mount Hapton. One of the key issues that are going to be discussed at this extraordinary summit are the elections in Mozambique, rather the post-election situation that is happening there. We are just going to give you a brief history or background of Mozambique elections from 1995 right up until 2024. Now, since gaining independence on the 25th of June 1975, Mozambique has conducted 7 elections, with the ruling Frelimo maintaining its grip on power. Successive Frelimo presidential candidates have won all of them by varying margin, and the country held its first ever democratic election in 1994. It might be prudent to note that it was the country's first time that it had a multi-party election, as Frelimo had previously been the sole legal party. Joaquim Chissano battled it out with Renamo's Alfonso Dhlakama, and Frelimo maintained control of the country's political system, winning both elections. Voter turnout for the elections was 88%. Now, the election in 1999 was a very interesting election, so to speak. Mozambique held this general election from the 3rd to the 5th of December in 1999 to elect a presidential and members of the Assembly of the Republic. President Joaquim Chissano narrowly defeated Alfonso Dhlakama, and the Frelimo party won 133 out of 250 seats in the Assembly. Voter turnout was between 68% and 70%. Moving to the 2004 Mozambique general election, these were held from the 1st to the 2nd of December 2004 to elect a president and members of the Assembly of the Republic. After 18 years, President Joaquim Chissano stepped down with 5 candidates aiming to replace him. Armando Guebuza of Frelimo won the presidency with over 60% of the vote, while the party also secured 160 out of 250 assembly seats. Voter turnout was slightly above 36%. Now, moving to the 2009 presidential election, this was held on the 28th of October, where they wanted to also elect the president of assembly and as well the republic and the provincial assembly. The incumbent President Armando Guebuza ran for re-election with Frelimo. Alfonso Dhlakama, leader of Renamo, and David Simango, the bearer mayor and founder of MDM, also contested this same election. In what would have become a contested election outcome, on the 11th of November, the National Elections Commission officially announced that Guebuza had won the election with 75% of the vote. Dhlakama and Simango trailed with 16.5 and 8.6 respectively. Now we move to the 2014 election. These were held also in October on the 15th, where Filipe Nyusi, who was representing the ruling Frelimo party, was elected president, and the party maintained its majority in parliament. Nyusi received 57% of the votes, while Renamo's Alfonso Dhlakama had just over 36%, and Davis Simango of the Mozambique Democratic Movement, MDM, obtained nearly 7%. In 2019, there was another election. This one took place on the 15th of October 2019, where President Filipe Nyusi was once again re-elected with 73% of the vote, a landslide victory. He defeated Osufo Momade of Renamo with 21% of the vote. President Filipe Nyusi's Mozambique Liberation Front, Frelimo, won 2/3 majority, increasing its share of seats from 144 to 184 in the 250-member Assembly of the Republic. Renamo's seats shrank from 89 right down to 60. Now, opposition parties led by Renamo contested this outcome, but despite these concerns, the international community recognized Nyusi's victory, and it just went like that. Now, this current election, or rather the just ended election, the 2024 one, Frelimo's Daniel Chapo won over 70% of the votes. He will succeed President Filipe Nyusi to become Mozambique's 5th president. Venancio Motlane, backed by the Podemos party, came second with 20% of the votes. He displaced the former rebel movement, Renamo, which had been the official opposition from time immemorial. This time around, the Renamo candidate came third. In the parliament, Frelimo increased its number of seats to 195 out of 250, which means it gained 9 more seats from the 184 that it had in 2019. Now, in this election, there were 17 million registered voters, which is a 29% increase from 2019. The 2019 elections had 13 million registered voters, and the voter turnout was 92%. Now, post-election, there was supposed violence in the country. Now, there are certain areas in which these violent protests took place. These were Maputo, some were in Beira, Quelimane, Nampula, Cabo Delgado, and Niassa. These protests have had a lot of effects, devastating ones. Reports say that by mid-November, the protests had claimed more than 30 lives, while 2,700 people had been arrested. The question is, who had called for these protests in the first place? Well, Venancio Motlane, who is backed by the Podemos party, is allegedly the one who called to these protests. Now, at this extraordinary summit, there are expectations that the SADC leaders will come together and discuss the situation. The Mozambican authorities are going to report opposition parties' input the SADC election observer mission reports. SADC has several options that they may take in Mozambique, and one of them is the deployment of the panel of elders to engage all stakeholders as well as some mediation. We'll see how this one unfolds as the extraordinary summit rolls up and concludes this Wednesday.
You are watching a rolling coverage of the extraordinary summit being held by SADC in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. Of course, much activity taking place at Zimbabwe's Parliament building in Mount Hampton, in the outskirts of Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. And of course, we will be giving you the latest in terms of what's actually happening there. But now we take a look at the elections that were recently held in Botswana. And of course, we have a sign language presentation there by Madeline Yohane.
37% of African countries are expected to have fulfilled their democratic processes by electing leaders, marking 2024 as a major election year. In the Southern African region, elections were held in South Africa, Mozambique, and Botswana. Namibia is expected to go to the polls on the 27th of November, but postal voting for its diaspora citizens has already started. Botswana recently held their elections on October 30th, bringing an end to a 58-year rule by the Botswana Democratic Party. The Umbrella for Democratic Change, UDC, led by Duma Boko, emerged victorious, securing 36 seats. A total of 5 candidates ran for the top job in Botswana 2024 elections. They were Duma Boko, Umbrella for Democratic Change, UDC, age 54. Mokgweetsi Masisi, Botswana Democratic Party, BDP, age 63. Dumelang Saleshando, Botswana Congress Party, BCP, age 54. Mepato Riatile, Botswana Patriotic Front, BPF, age 57. Edwin Dikoloti, Independent, age 42. Under the Botswana electoral system, the first party to garner 31 of the 61 seats in the legislature proceeds to form a government. The Umbrella for Democratic Change secured 36 seats, followed by the Botswana Congress Party, which had 15 seats. The Botswana Democratic Party and the Botswana Patriotic Front divided among themselves 9 seats, and Edwin Dikoloti, an independent candidate, managed to get 1 seat. Former Botswana President Mokgweetsi Masisi, Botswana Democratic Party, BDP, accepted defeat and handed over government keys to the current President Duma Boko, who also pledged to work tirelessly for the betterment of Botswana.
Where we administratively hand over government and all its instruments to the new, handsome president, the 6th president of the Republic of Botswana.
Thank you very much. I'm humbled to sit here with you, accepting this most lofty and honorable responsibility. I accept it with humility. I accept it with some trepidation, knowing that it's a very, very big assignment.
Boko is not new to the political scene. He participated in the 2019 election, where his party secured 15 seats. That election saw the rise of Mokgweetsi Masisi of the Botswana Democratic Party, BDP, retaining a majority of the National Assembly seats, amassing 38. In attendance at the inauguration was Zimbabwe President and Chairperson of the SADC bloc, Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. SADC is expected to receive a report on the Botswana election. The Namibian polls are set to close the election season in SADC. Postal voting for diaspora citizens is already in progress, and physical voting is set to be held on the 27th of November. For now, we wait as events unfold. For ZTN Prime, I'm Madeline Yohane.
You are watching a rolling coverage of the extraordinary SADC summit, which is taking place on Zimbabwean soil, right at the outskirts of Zimbabwe's capital, Harare, in Mount Hampton, where Zimbabwe's parliament is located. A hive of activity there over the past 4 days. And of course, there are issues that are being discussed that relate to the peace as well as the security of the region. Earlier on, we're taking a look at some visuals in terms of the elections that took place in Botswana. Taking center stage at this extraordinary summit, issues of peace and security, particularly the recently held elections as well as the forthcoming election in Namibia, as well as the conflict in Eastern DRC, which has spanned for 3 decades on end. Now, of importance is the fact that a troop mission was released into Eastern DRC from the SADC of course, block right there late last year. And so questions are being raised now at a time where this mission is supposed to be concluded as to whether it should be extended and whether it should be concluded. If it is to be extended, is SADC ready to be seeing that mission continuing from this particular point? Now, we are now crossing over to Sharon Munjenjema, who is at the Parliament building in Mount Hampton, to give us the latest in terms of what exactly is happening on the ground. Once again, Sharon, good afternoon. What's the latest where that situation is concerned there at Mount Hampton?
Here, where I am at the outside of the new Parliament building, we can see a lot of vehicles that are coming into the area, and we are just a few minutes until the heads of state and government meeting is scheduled to start. So I guess that explains the increased activity that we can see now. So I'm going to step out of the shot for a minute and allow my colleague William Gumbo to show you the changes that have happened since we last spoke to you. As you can see that there are a lot of security details outside, and as well as even members of the media as well were just waiting for the delegates that are coming to start coming in, and a few minutes from now, or maybe an hour, maybe the meeting that we are all here for will now begin, and we'll get some of the questions, some of the answers to the questions that we've had since the beginning of this extraordinary summit as to what will happen to the issue of DRC, whether the SADC mission in that country, their mandate, whether it will be extended, and also concerns that have been raising about the issue, the situation in Mozambique as well. So when the heads of state come, or their representatives, that is in terms of the countries whose heads of state have been unable to come, and they sit and deliberate on these matters that have been discussed since Sunday. And afterwards, we're expecting that there's going to be a media briefing, and we'll get all the answers to the questions that we have had since the beginning of the summit.
Mozambique becomes important, as you indicated here. And of course, earlier on, we were taking a look at some of the visuals where we saw Mozambican President, His Excellency Filipe Nyusi, touching base at the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport. Of course, the country is still very much in a transitional phase, given the recent elections that have taken place. And of course, several issues still need to be ironed out. The question would be, what options are available at this point from a SADC perspective in terms of what stance that they would take in terms of the direction that Mozambique should be taking from this point?
Well, since the beginning of the summit and even days leading to this extraordinary summit, there's been emphasis that what has prompted the calling of the summit is the issue of DRC, and that DRC is actually the main agenda. But there have been tidbits of mentions of Mozambique here and there. And if you would allow me to speculate, even from what we've seen from the elections that have taken place in the region so far, it looks like where there are disturbances or where there are disagreements in terms of the results of an election, we normally see that the SADC bloc and its leaders sit down and deliberate on the matter, and perhaps they send a panel of elders to the country to actually try and get the sides of the story, and maybe set up a commission and do investigations in terms of how the elections were conducted, and all the parties that were involved in the elections to come and give their side of the story and tell us what they think in terms of the results. So in terms of what SADC can actually do, I can speculate that if this issue does come into discussion, maybe they'll elect a country that will lead a delegation to Mozambique, as we have seen happen in previous years when there were disturbances in Lesotho. And we saw a delegation that was led by an official from South Africa actually going to Lesotho also to start a commission there and hear the sides of all the parties involved and come up with a resolution. So I'm guessing speculatively that is what may likely to happen, but of course we'll know the actual position of the SADC bloc after the heads of state meet and they give us their resolutions.
Right, Sharon, several issues that need to be discussed and, of course, deliberated on. We do know that the Vice President of South Africa, Paul Mashatile, is, of course, in the country. Botswana President, His Excellency Duma Boko, is also in the country. The Prime Minister of Madagascar, Rajolina, is in the country. And, of course, Mozambican President Felipe Nyusi is also in the country. There isn't confirmation as yet in terms of whether the head of state from the DRC will be coming into the country or not. It remains to be seen whether he will be coming through or not, of course, ahead of the meeting. How important is their presence at this particular summit?
It seems like I've lost the line, Eben. Can you please repeat your question?
Right. And I was asking to say, we know that several heads of state are in the country, and given these issues that are being discussed and their importance, what's the significance of the attendance of these heads of state and government where this extraordinary summit is concerned?
Okay, as we have discussed before, as I indicated before, that the issue in Mozambique, the issue in DRC, it's gone beyond just an issue of politics. It has affected trade, it has affected even the economics of those countries involved and even their neighbors or the bloc, the region as a whole. So definitely that is something that will catch the attention of all the leaders of the bloc to try and find a resolution to these issues, because definitely if Mozambique and DRC sneezes, the rest of the region is bound to catch a cold. So definitely they're going to come and try and find a resolution to these issues, because it will affect other countries in the long run.
Right. Sharon, thank you very much for that update. We will be continuing a conversation with you a little bit later in terms of what's actually happening there at Zimbabwe's parliament in Mount Hampton. Still at Mount Hampton, we have Mugove Chigada, our correspondent there, who's been following the proceedings over the past 4 days. Now, Mugove, of course, several things are happening, and of course, much is lined up ahead of this particular meeting where the heads of state and governments will be convening. May you speak to us about the significance of this extraordinary summit, specifically where the conflict in Eastern DRC is concerned?
Well, thank you very much, Eben. I think it will be very interesting to look at the impact of the DRC conflict. The DRC conflict, of course, being the central to the agenda that's being discussed here. A lot of recommendations, obviously, being put on the table for the principals now to either adjust or put pen to it and decide on what's the next step. When you look at the conflict in DRC, I think the issue of refugees will come to center stage. Can you imagine, when you look at it from a Zimbabwe perspective, maybe to bring it closer home, out of the 22,000 refugees that are in Zimbabwe, about 74% of those refugees are actually from the DRC. That, of course, that number is just a fraction of the number of refugees, that people that have actually come out of DRC seeking asylum and refugee in different countries. Up to about 1 million people have been displaced out of DRC, particularly in the eastern region. And it's also interesting to note that DRC is actually listed as the third worst place in terms of displacement of people within the country. So we're looking at a conflict here that's not only ranked in terms of conflict in Africa, but from a world perspective. So that's something that we need to think of. That's of course something that the SADC leaders will be talking about, will be thinking about before they make their recommendation, especially on the issue of the mission, the peacekeeping mission that's coming to an end, a mandate of 1 year that they need to decide on.
Mugo, perhaps moving on to, just how things will proceed from this particular point. I know that there have been some recommendations. I know that there was a report that was issued yesterday before the Council of Ministers. And of course, earlier on, Troika has been in conversation and still very much is in conversation. You alluded to how earlier on there were recommendations for this troop mission to be extended, or should I say the military intervention in Eastern DRC to be extended by SADC. May you speak to that importance at this particular point, and to what extent this will influence what will be deliberated on when the heads of states and government get to convene maybe in the next hour or so?
I think issues to do with whether the mission will be extended or it will not be extended are, for now, we can safely call it speculation, but our expectations are that something positive will obviously be done. But what's important is our issues that were highlighted in the past 3 days, that the conflict in DRC requires a holistic approach, which means it's not only about a peacekeeping mission, but it's also about looking at the humanitarian crisis that has been created by that conflict, and also looking at the idea of peace talks. Obviously, you know the Angola are actually pursuing that road as well as a way of trying to resolve the issue in the DRC.
And issues of food security also then become relevant where the DRC is concerned. About 20 million people, in fact 23 million people, are said to be food insecure at this particular point, according to a UN report that was released in March of 2024. May you speak to why that is important, and maybe some of the possible options that SADC could be considering at this point, given the extent of the damage that has taken place where this country is concerned? The question is, given that about 23 million people are said to be food insecure in the Democratic Republic of Congo, what sort of options could the SADC perhaps be exploring at this point, against, of course, the backdrop of that military intervention that has been up and running over the past year?
Quite interesting. You also bring that point of food security. Yes, millions to be food insecure in the DRC, but that also adds to the more than 60 million in the SADC region that are also food secure as we speak and are receiving aid from the respective governments. Of course, we are talking about the population in Zimbabwe, we're talking about Zambia, we're talking about Malawi, Mozambique. All those countries are already affected in as far as the food security is concerned. So the DRC conflict obviously only escalates the situation, hence the need for these leaders, the head of state and government that are meeting now to actually come up with a concrete issue. Resolving the conflict in DRC is actually a way of resolving so many other issues, so many challenges that are actually being faced by the region.
Issues that have been raised with regards the possibility of the extension of that SADC military intervention in Eastern DRC has been that of constrained resources. Any indication at this point, perhaps, with regards to the possibility of there being some fundraising initiative to extend that military intervention in Eastern DRC?
It's true. They have highlighted the issue of resources in as far as the peacekeeping mission is concerned. But in terms of how they will be able to tackle that issue, that challenge, very little has been given in terms of the briefings that they were giving. But obviously, member states will be expected to raise up to actually up their game and come up with solutions in terms of how that peace mission, if it is to be extended, is funded from maybe internal resources. It's pretty early to highlight whether there can be any other outside forces or outside partners that could come to play to support SADC.
Right. And of course, while all of this is playing out, to what extent will the recommendations from the SADC Council of Ministers as well as the Troika organ, as it were, to what extent will these influence what will be deliberated on by the heads of states and government when they convene later on today?
The meetings that took place before the extraordinary SADC summit today, we are talking about the senior officials meeting, we are talking about the Council of Ministers, we are talking about the organ Troika, we are talking about the meeting today that was chaired by the Zanzibar president as well.
There, Mugo, we are looking at visuals of the arrival of the Mozambican head of state and government President Filipe Nyusi. Of course, this is a country that is in a transitional phase, given the recent elections as well as the conflict that has arisen as a result, or should I say the protests in which over 30 people are said to have unfortunately passed on, and thousands of people have been arrested as a result of those particular protests. It's still very much of a contentious subject. The issue of the elections, of course, there in Mozambique, and much, of course, to deliberate on and to decipher. And the presence of President Filipe Nyusi would be very much important as SADC gets to deliberate on issues in terms of the direction that Mozambique should be taking from this point, and of course where SADC will be giving guidance in terms of just how things should be addressed at this particular point. And of course, you're watching the SADC Extraordinary Summit that is taking place on Zimbabwean soil. Don't go anywhere. an increased degree of activity there in Mount Hampton, where Zimbabwe's parliament is located, an indication of more heads of state and governments that are coming in to attend the meeting that will be attended by the various heads of state and government, as well as their representatives, which is expected to be commencing perhaps in the next hour or so. We will, of course, be getting guidance in terms of when exactly that will be taking place. Of course, there are several presidents that are very much in the country at this particular point. We know the recently elected and sworn in president of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Boko, is in the country. The vice president of South Africa, Paul Mashatile, is also in the country. The prime minister of Madagascar, Rajolina, is also in the country. Filipe Nyusi, we saw visuals of him actually touching base right there at the Parliament building. DRC, we yet to get an indication in terms of what is the current state of affairs, whether the president will be jetting in. He is expected at this particular extraordinary summit as it hovers around the conflict in eastern DRC. And of course, there we're taking a look at the visuals of a head of state who is touching base at Zimbabwe's new parliament in Mount Hampton. From our team on the ground, we should be getting an indication as to who exactly is that head of state. But of course, issues are being discussed there. What we do know is that we saw the Troika, which is the organ on politics, defense, as well as security in the region, deliberating on key issues to do with security and peace in the region, particularly the conflict in eastern DRC, as well as the recently held elections, the elections in Botswana, the elections in Mozambique, which have been contentious, as well as, of course, the forthcoming or the upcoming elections that are expected to be taking place in Namibia. And of course, these are issues that are taking center stage. And of course, now we just got confirmation that, of course, that is the arrival of the chairperson of the SADC, His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe, Mr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, who's arriving, of course, ahead of that particular meeting. He's expected to be presiding over the proceedings at this extraordinary summit, of course, alongside the Chief of the Secretariat, His Excellency Elias Magosi, as they steer the region in terms of how peace and security can be attained, how the conflict in eastern DRC can be resolved. It's been running for a good 3 decades, and there is need now for there to be an end. What we do know is that about a year ago, a delegation was released, or should I say a troop mission was released into eastern DRC to attend and bring military intervention to that particular situation. But of course, at this particular point, questions are being raised as to whether that should be extended beyond this particular point. And President E.D. Mnangagwa, the chairperson of the SADC, is expected to be steering that dialogue and steering that conversation in terms of the stance that SADC will be taking from this particular point. And of course, we are seeing visuals of other ministers from Zimbabwe who are also arriving, of course, to accompany the president of Zimbabwe where these deliberations are concerned. Earlier on, Troika was in conversation in terms of how to address some of these key issues, and that is expected to lay a platform, to lay a foundation on which the head of SADC, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, will be steering the conversation and leading the discussions around how these issues should and could be addressed from this particular point on. Of course, right there at Parliament, we have our team, we have our correspondents Sharon Munjenjema as well as Mugobe Chigada, who are helping us keep track of the situation on the ground, as well as giving us tidbits into what exactly is taking place at this particular point. Of course, we've got several heads of state that are in the country. We saw earlier on the arrival of President Filipe Nyusi from Mozambique, who just arrived there at Parliament. Then we saw the arrival of President Emmerson Mnangagwa. We are also expecting the arrival of other presidents. Now we have Mugobe Chigada on standby. Mugo, tell us what is the latest, what's happening now there. We were, of course, taking a look at some of the visuals, but from the ground, what is the indication at this point?
I think you saw the visuals of the president arriving. This will be the first time that we'll be chairing the extraordinary SADC summit of heads of state and government since its installation in August. So quite significant, and it will be interesting to find out what will come out from the communique that will eventually come out. A lot of hard work has been put in the past 3 days, and obviously whatever is going to come is for the good of for the region.
Right. Is there an indication at this particular point as to when exactly this meeting of heads of states and government is expected to commence, and perhaps when it is expected to conclude?
In the coming minutes, we will obviously be giving you the opening remarks by the Executive Secretary of SADC, followed by the remarks by the chairperson, President Mnangagwa, and it will then be a closed session. Thereafter, we'll be able to give you whatever will come out from the meetings of heads of state and government.
Quite an important development there. There have been preliminary meetings. The Council of Ministers have met earlier on. The Troika, which is the organ on politics, security, defense, has also met. To what extent will this guide the proceedings when the heads of states and government get to convene any moment now?
Obviously, what to come out from the organ Troika will be the agenda that they've set for today, and as well as recommendations that came from the meeting that were chaired by the Zanzibar president today. Will be strong recommendations in terms of DRC as well as other issues that may have arisen.
Right. Just to zero in on the situation there in the DRC, or about 122 rebel groups and several players there, the M16 and so forth and so on. To what extent will the aspect of dialogue be critical as a recommendation, perhaps in addition to the military intervention from the perspective or from the purview of SADC?
Can you come again, Eben?
Okay, the question here, Mugowe, is that given that we're looking at a situation where there are over 122 rebel groups in eastern DRC, in addition to the military intervention that SADC has already, of course, released over the past year and could potentially continue, how important is the aspect of dialogue in complementing or aiding the military intervention at this point?
I think that's the reason why the chairperson of Organ Troika highlighted the importance of the Angolans, the way they have been talking to Rwanda to try and find a common ground. The message there was that it's quite important for dialogue to also be implemented along with the peace mission, which we hope will be extended, which obviously we'll find out in the next 1 hour, 2 hours or 3 hours.
Right. And of course, that then becomes important against this particular backdrop. But perhaps I know that we spoke about it a little bit earlier. I want you to speak to us about the capacity of SADC at this point to fundraise, to ensure that maybe there would be an extension where this military intervention is concerned in eastern DRC.
I think the most ideal issue will be having other partners coming in. It was quite helpful that there was also a UN mission that was already there. Its mandate coming to an end, that's worrisome. But you would ideally want a situation whereby there are partners coming in to partner the SADC bloc, given the other challenges that the countries are already facing. Every help will be needed to ensure that the bloc actually achieve set goals.
Mugove Chigada joining us from Zimbabwe's parliament in the outskirts of Zimbabwe's capital, Harare, in Mount Hampton. Mugove, thank you very much. Of course, we'll be continuing conversations with our correspondents who are on the ground to feed us and to assist us get a picture in terms of just what exactly is taking place. You are watching the SADC Extraordinary Summit brought to you by ZTN Prime. Get the picture. You're watching a live broadcast, of course, of the SADC Extraordinary Summit, which is taking place at Mount Hampton, Zimbabwe's parliament in the outskirts of Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. And of course, now we are taking a look at some visuals from the parliament. Earlier on, we were taking a look at the interior, but now we're back on the exterior, and it looks like we're taking a look at visuals of the arrival of another head of state and government ahead of the meeting of SADC heads of state and government, which is expected to be commencing any time from now. And of course, we should be getting an indication from our team on the ground in terms of which head of state this would be. Of course, we are expecting to be receiving communication. That's a Botswana flag, and so that should be the arrival of His Excellency the President of Botswana, Duma Boko, who is touching base on Zimbabwe's parliament, of course. There, I just got confirmation that rightly that's his arrival there, the president of Botswana, the recently elected as well as the recently sworn in president of Botswana, who is touching base on Zimbabwean soil, and this would be his very first arrival since he came in as the incumbent president of Botswana. Zimbabwe has enjoyed some very strong and some very cordial relations with Botswana over the years, and of course he is arriving here, and Botswana is one of the issues that is being discussed in terms of the successful election that delivered that victory for President Duma Boko, and of course a few days earlier we saw him having a meeting with Zimbabwean head of state and government President Edi Mnangagwa to deliberate on various matters of bilateral interest. But now this is much bigger. This is a higher platform as issues of security, peace, as well as defense are being discussed at regional level, where these different countries are concerned. Taking center stage at the recently held elections, Botswana, Mozambique, as well as the conflict, the prolonged conflict that has been taking place in Eastern DRC. And from this particular point, a stance will be given in terms of where this bloc will be moving, where various issues are concerned. And of course, now we're taking a look at visuals where the interior is concerned. And of course, any moment now, proceedings are expected to be kicking off, and guidance should be given. What we do know is that the Council of Ministers have met. The Troika organ on defense politics as well as security have been having closed door meetings, and now all of that has set the platform on which the SADC heads of state and government should be able to sail on or ride on in discussing and deliberating on the direction that this bloc should be taking from this particular point. And of course, we have been seeing the arrival of various heads of state and government, and of course we've been seeing we're taking a look at that empty chair which should be filled just a moment from now, where of course we'll be expecting the head of state of Zimbabwe, who's the chairperson of the SADC bloc, to be leading the proceedings from this particular point, as well as the head of the Secretariat, His Excellency Elias Magosi, who is in charge of the Secretariat of the SADC bloc, and discussing and steering the region in terms of the direction that SADC should be taking from this particular point, where the recently held elections, the forthcoming Namibian election, as well as, of course, the conflict in Eastern DRC, issues that are taking center stage at this particular point. Now, of course, we are now taking a look at the exterior, where we are expecting the arrival of other heads of state and government who are party to this particular event. We're expecting the arrival of the Prime Minister of Madagascar, Mr. Rajolina, any moment now. And of course, we'll be expecting the arrival of South African Vice President Paul Mashatile, who are all already in the country. And of course, you are watching the SADC Extraordinary Summit brought to you by ZTN Prime. Get the picture.
Zimbabwe is a landlocked country located between the Zambezi and Limpopo rivers, and its neighbors or borders are South Africa, Botswana, Zambia and Mozambique. Zimbabwe is one of the founding member countries of the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, then known as the Southern Africa Development Coordination Conference. The country is going to host the SADC Summit on the 17th of August 2024 at the new Parliament building in Mount Hampton. His Excellency, President Emmerson Mnangagwa will assume the chairmanship of SADC at this particular summit. The total population of Zimbabwe as per the last census stood at more than 15 million spread over 390,757 square kilometers. According to the 2013 constitution, Zimbabwe has 16 official languages, namely Chewa, Chibarwe, English, Kalanga, Khoisan, Nambia, Ndau, Ndebele, Shangani, Shona, Sign Language, Soto, Tonga, Tswana, Venda and Xhosa. The capital and largest city is Harare, and according to the Zimstats latest census of 2022, the population of Harare province is over 2.4 million. The second largest city in Zimbabwe is Bulawayo with slightly over 700,000 people. It is normally referred to as the industrial capital of the country. Despite taking a knock in recent years due to the economic downturn, Zimbabwe's second largest city is on a deliberate course to regain influence in the country's production and manufacturing sector. The name Zimbabwe stems from a Shona term for the medieval city in the country's southeast, Great Zimbabwe, to mean Zimba Zimbabwe, and loosely translated to House of Stone. The famous soapstone bird which appears on the Zimbabwean flag, its carvings stood on walls and monoliths of the ancient city of Great Zimbabwe. Farming plays a key role in Zimbabwe's economy. Farming is among the nation's main exports among minerals and gold. The country has vast arable land for agricultural activities like tobacco farming, maize production, cotton, wheat plantations, tea estates, sugar plantations, and both subsistence and commercial cattle ranching. Tea estates in the eastern highlands, sugarcane plantations in southeast Lowveld are some of the largest farming activities in the country. Cattle rearing or ranching is also a lucrative farming activity in Zimbabwe, especially in arid regions. Subsistence farmers in these regions rear cattle for both farming activities and selling, while the commercial ranchers contribute to the national herd and meat exports. Zimbabwe has for a long time relied on grain-fed agriculture, but in recent years, climate change has negatively impacted the country's agricultural output. At the moment, Zimbabwe is facing an El Niño-induced drought, which has severely impacted food security in the nation. Due to these climatic stresses, which are not only peculiar to Zimbabwe, but the rest of the world, Zimbabwe has a new irrigation strategy where the country is targeting to put more than 500,000 hectares under irrigation. But how does Zimbabwe achieve this milestone? The country boasts of large water reservoirs among the gigantic Tokwe-Mukosi. Tokwe-Mukosi is the largest inland water body in the country whose main purpose is irrigation, hydropower generation, and steering the growth of ecotourism. The mining sector in Zimbabwe is very lucrative and has grown into a billion-dollar industry. It boasts some of the world's largest platinum reserves being mined by companies such as Impala Platinum and also Zimplats, which according to reports is one of the biggest platinum companies in Zimbabwe. The Marange diamond fields, discovered in 2006, are considered to be the biggest diamond find in over a century. In terms of carats produced, the Marange field is one of the largest diamond-producing projects in the world. In the past few years, Zimbabwe has discovered not only natural gas, but also light oil condensate, helium, and hydrogen in its ongoing exploration project at the Mukuyu 2 well in Muzarabani district. Apart from this, Zimbabwe has probably one of the largest lithium reserves in Africa and the whole world. Total worldwide lithium reserves are estimated at 17 billion metric tons, and Zimbabwe can potentially account for 20% of global lithium if all its known lithium resources are fully exploited. The country's lithium deposits are estimated at 230,000 metric tons. The country is expected to earn significant revenue as a result of the huge demand for solar energy powered by lithium batteries, and also the demand for lithium is expected to grow, also due to its significant role in the lithium-ion batteries that power electric vehicles. Battery metals are taking center stage in the global economy. Lithium deposits in Zimbabwe include Bikita Mine, Arcadia Lithium Project, the Zulu Project, the Lutope Lithium in Hwange, and the Kamativi Mine. Some lithium deposits have also been identified in Berengwa, Mutoko, Insiza, Matobo, Mazoe, Harare, and Mutare. Due to the vastness of its gold and other mineral resources, Zimbabwe introduced a new currency in April 2024 called the Zimbabwe Gold, ZiG. The ZiG has been the official currency of Zimbabwe since April 2024, backed by foreign currencies, gold, and other precious metals. It is worth mentioning that Zimbabwe has a multi-currency system, which means in addition to the ZiG, foreign currencies such as the Rand, Pula, Pounds, among others, are also legal tender. Besides farming activities and the diverse mineral resources base, tourism contributes significantly to the country's GDP. Zimbabwe has several major tourist attractions and some of the best hotels and conference facilities. Perhaps the most well-known is the Mosiatunya, the smoke that thunders, or simply Victoria.
Now, you are watching, of course, live coverage of the SADC Extraordinary Summit. And of course, there is much activity taking place, a hive of activity rather. And now we are witnessing the arrival of another head of state at the Parliament building in Mount Hampton. Of course, several heads of state and government are expected to be engaging in conversation and deliberating on issues of regional security from this particular point, and that is an indication of the arrival of another head of state and government from the region who is coming through to make sure that they register their attendance at this particular summit. In just a moment, we should be getting an indication as to who exactly that is or which president that is. Of course, we're trying to take a look at that particular visual that looks like the flag of, is it Malawi? I stand guided there. We should be getting confirmation any moment now as to which head of state is just touching base there. But of course, much to decipher, much to be looking into in terms of the importance of this extraordinary summit where the state of peace and security in the region is concerned. We will be, in just a moment, be getting guidance. Of course, right now we've got an indication that is the Prime Minister of Madagascar, Rajolina, who is arriving for this extraordinary summit taking place on Zimbabwean soil in Mount Hampton. And key issues here have to do with the state of security in the region, the state of stability in the region. Of course, has been received by Zimbabwean Foreign Affairs Minister, Honorable Amon Murwira, of course, into Zimbabwean Parliament to deliberate on the various issues of interest to the region with regards to peace, stability, security, defense, as well as politics. And some of the key issues of importance here would be the recently held elections in Mozambique, the elections in Botswana, the forthcoming elections in Namibia, as well as also the conflict in Eastern DRC, which has been a concern to the bloc for a good 3 decades on end. 7.2 million people have been displaced. 23 million people across the DRC are said to be food insecure, and of course remains a subject of much conversation. And these are some of the issues that will be deliberated on when these heads of states and governments are convening. Of course, those are now visuals of the interior where it is that we are witnessing the various participants of this particular summit. We are seeing visuals there of Zimbabwe's Minister of Defense, Honorable Opamuchinguri, who is a part and parcel of the proceedings. And from the indication there, it looks very clear that there are specific designated seats for the attendees of this extraordinary summit, where it is that issues of stability, peace, security are expected to be taking center stage. Mozambique will be a subject of much conversation. The Democratic Republic of Congo, a subject of much deliberation. Namibia, because of their elections. Mozambique, they're expected to be a subject of much conversation. And of course, Botswana, where it is that there have been some elections, and of course we saw the arrival of the newly elected as well as the newly sworn in head of state and government for Botswana, His Excellency Duma Boko. Again, we're taking a look at some visuals where there is also an arrival of what appears to be another head of state. In just a moment, we should be getting a confirmation as to which head of state that would be, but of course much to be looking into, much to be deliberating about where this specific summit is actually concerned. We are seeing the arrival of another head of state. We should be getting confirmation any moment now. That looks like Paul Mashatile, the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, who's arriving at Mount Hampton. Yes, that's a confirmation. That's Deputy President Paul Mashatile from South Africa, who's arriving for this summit. He's flanked by Zimbabwean Minister of Finance, Professor Mutuli Ncube, who of course is also flanking that deputy head of state for this particular summit. And of course, much conversation is expected to be taking place where this is concerned. And of course, now we're taking a look at visuals from the interior of Zimbabwe's parliament. And of course, now we're taking a look at the exterior visuals of what should be another head of state touching base, of course, ahead of this specific meeting. So when we are to take a look again perhaps at the tally, South African Vice President, Deputy President Paul Mashatile has touched base. President of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Boko, has touched base. The Prime Minister of Madagascar, Mr. Rajolina, has touched base. And of course, the President of Zimbabwe, His Excellency President Emerson Mnangagwa, has touched base. And of course, several other presidents have been coming through. We are taking a look at visuals of what is another motorcade, and we should be getting guidance as to whose motorcade that should be. But of course, the expectation that we should be looking at about 6 heads of state where the summit is concerned: South Africa, Botswana, Madagascar, Mozambique, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Earlier on, we were taking a look at visuals of the president of Mozambique, President Felipe Nyusi. Again, Mozambique is in a very transitional phase that's been somewhat contentious. Hence, Mozambique is a part of the key countries in conversation that are in the cauldron of conversation at this extraordinary summit. And of course, here represented here, of course, we're taking a look at internal visuals. I think that should be a choir that is leading the proceedings there. Some musical discourse that is currently underway ahead of the commencement of that particular conversation. Any moment now, we should be seeing visuals of the arrival of another head of state, and that should be giving us guidance in terms of what to expect from this particular point and just how things will be proceeding from this specific meeting. And of course, there are much issues that are expected to be taking center stage from this particular point. We are seeing a motorcade there. Initially, we were looking at a wider shot from a distance of this specific motorcade just a while ago. And of course, now we are taking a look at the arrival right at the Parliament doorstep of that specific motorcade in, of course, reception of a head of state right at the Parliament building. We should be getting an indication from this particular point in terms of the order of events from this particular point. Early on, we're taking a look at a choir procession where it is that there was a presentation. There is an anthem for the SADC, and of course there would be anthems of perhaps some of the participating countries there at Mount Hampton in the outskirts of Harare, trying to get a glimpse in terms of what nation that would be. That has to be the Republic of Tanzania, and that would be the president, of course, of the territory of Zanzibar. Of course, he is now disembarking, and of course, he's been steering. His arrival at this particular meeting would be very, very important, because Tanzania is steering the troika organ of the SADC bloc, and of course, the president of Zanzibar is here representing the president of Tanzania, Excellency, of course, Hassan Suluhu, of course, who could not be here, but she's well represented by the president of Zanzibar, here now received by the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Amon Murwira, of course, to be a part and parcel of the proceedings. His attendance at this particular extraordinary summit is very, very important, as Troika is that organ that is responsible for security, defense, as well as politics, where the SADC bloc is concerned. And maybe just to highlight what Troika represents, Troika is a term that is borrowed from Russia, which indicates that there are three forces that would be important. The first one being organ, the preceding, or should I say, the predecessor rather, to Tanzania, that would be Zambia, as well as the succeeding force that would be Malawi, that will be assuming the leadership of Troika in the 2025-2026 order of things, to put it across that way. Again, we're taking a look at visuals from the exterior, and then once again we are back into the interior. We are seeing a procession there of the choir that is giving an indication of the commencement of the formal proceedings of the meeting of the heads of state and government, as they deliberate on the issues that have taken center stage right up to this point. Of course, what has heralded, or what has spearheaded the commencement of the proceedings here has been the conflict in Eastern DRC, as well as the conflict, or should I say the protests that have been taking place in Mozambique following the elections there. I would call them contested elections, given of course what has been taking place right up to this point. Of course, again, we are back to the exterior, and we are taking a look at what exactly is taking place there. We have Sharon Munjenjema on standby right there at the Parliament building. We also have Mugove Chigada, our correspondent, again on the ground, and we have been in conversation about the different issues that have taken center stage right up to this particular point. And of course, we will be giving you the latest in terms of what exactly is taking place, what has taken place, and what we can expect. There will be a communique after what appears to be a closed door session by Troika, and of course this succeeding meeting by the heads of state and government. We should be getting an indication now as to whether it will be a closed session or it will be an open session. But from the indication that we got from our reporters who are on the ground, this has got all the markings of a closed door session perhaps, but we will be receiving guidance, and we will be giving you a confirmed position as to whether this will be an open session or it will be a closed session. The previous session have been closed. The Council of Ministers, when they sat down to discuss, those sessions were closed. When the Troika organ set to deliberate on issues, it was a closed session. So it's a 50-50 as to whether this will be a closed session or not. But whether it will be a closed session or not, at the end of the day, there also will be a communique that will detail just how the bloc will be proceeding, where issues of security are concerned, concerned to the region from this point, as well as moving ahead. And of course, we're taking a look at those particular visuals and giving us guidance in terms of just where things will be headed from this specific point. Much to decipher, much to deliberate on, and of course, we'll be giving you an indication in terms of where things are headed from this particular point. We're taking a look at visuals there from the interior, and we're seeing a choir there that is giving us an indication, some activity, some tinsy-winsies that are an indication of just how there will be a commencement of the formal proceedings from Zimbabwe's parliament, where it is that there is the SADC Extraordinary Summit that is taking place there. You are watching a rolling coverage of the SADC Extraordinary Summit brought to you by ZTN Prime. Get the picture. You're watching a rolling live coverage of the SADC Extraordinary Summit 2024 that is taking place on Zimbabwean soil, specifically in the outskirts of Harare, Zimbabwe's capital, where it is that we have Zimbabwean, of course, parliament. Now, we are taking a look at visuals of the arrival of another key delegate to this specific mission. I'm trying to get a clearer picture as well as confirmation of who that distinguished guest would be. But that looks like the flag of Eswatini. We'll be getting guidance, but that appears to be a representative of the head of state from Eswatini. I stand to be corrected. We'll get confirmation where that is concerned. Again, we're taking a look at visuals of the president of Zimbabwe, His Excellency President E.D. Mnangagwa. We're also also seeing visuals of several heads of state. Prime Minister of Madagascar, Mr. Rajoelina there. It appears to be a photo shoot of some sort. And of course, the head of state of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Boko, who is a part of the proceedings there, as well as I'm also seeing visuals of the head of the Secretariat, His Excellency Elias Magosi, who's of course in charge of the SADC Secretariat, and of course the other heads of state that of course are part and parcel of the proceedings. South African Vice President there, Mr. Paul Mashatile, Botswana head of state and government, President Duma Boko, and of course the Mozambican head of state and government, Felipe Nyusi. Again, just to rehash that, that was quite brief, I must say, straight to the point, so that they stick to time, and all of the essentials and the preliminaries are stuck to and adhered to within the stipulated time frames. I'm still to get confirmation as to who just arrived there. Could that have been a representative on behalf of King Mswati? But of course, we should be getting confirmation there. Again, we're back to the interior where we are taking a look at visuals of the commencement of the formal proceedings of that particular seating there. Yes, indeed, there's much traction, much activity, much to be deliberated on. It appears there is someone who's standing by. Of course, now you can expect, now those are now visuals from the airport, Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport, where the DRC head of state and government is expected to be touching base on Zimbabwean soil any moment now. And of course, DRC will be taking center stage where the proceedings are concerned. Now we are seeing visuals of President Edi Mnangagwa, who is the chairperson of the SADC, assuming that particular seat. We now cross over now to what's happening there. Thanks to the Chitungwiza music group that was leading there the proceedings. Now we cross over to that Parliament building to take a look at what is happening now.
No!
Thank you very much. You may be seated, Your Excellencies. A very good afternoon to you, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. My name is Barbara Lopi from the SADC Secretariat. I am pleased to be your Director of Ceremony this evening. Allow me to just say a little bit about the SADC Summit, which we're here for. The summit is responsible for the overall policy and direction and control of functions of the community, ultimately making the summit the policy-making institution of SADC. Allow me to introduce their excellencies, heads of state or representatives that are present here. I would like to recognize Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairperson of the SADC, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa. Shall we applaud for His Excellency? Thank you. From the Republic of Madagascar, we have His Excellency President Andry Rajoelina, who is also the incoming chairperson of SADC. Republic of Mozambique, we have His Excellency President Philippe Jacinto News. I will recognize the Democratic Republic of Congo in absentia, but His Excellency is on his way. His Excellency President Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo will be joining us. From the Republic of Botswana, we have Mr. President Duma Gideon Boko. The United Republic of Tanzania, we have His Excellency, the President of Zanzibar and Chairman of the Revolutionary Council, representing the Chairperson of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. Republic of South Africa, we have the Deputy President, Honorable Paul Mashatile. The Kingdom of Eswatini, we have the Prime Minister, His Excellency Russell Miso Dlamini. Republic of Zambia, we have the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Honorable Mlambo Haimbe, State Council MP. Republic of Namibia, we have the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Dr. Peya Mushelenga. Kingdom of Lesotho, we have the Minister in the Prime Minister's Office, Honorable Limpo Tau. Republic of Angola, we have the Minister of National Defense, Former Combatants and Veterans, His Excellency Retired General João dos Santos. Republic of Malawi, we have the Minister of Defense, Honorable Harry Mukandawire. Republic of Seychelles, we have the Minister of Internal Affairs, Honorable Charles Erok Fonseca. In our midst, we also have the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Retired General Constantino Chiwenga. I would like to recognize up here the Chairperson of the SADC Council of Ministers, that is Honorable Amos Muira, who is the Minister of Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade. I'd like to recognize also up here on the high table the Executive Secretary of SADC, His Excellency Mr. Elias Mahosi. I will recognize all honorable ministers present here, the senior officials from SADC member states, secretariat staff, and members of the press. At this point, I just want to take you through our program for this evening. We're going to start with introductory remarks from the Executive Secretary of SADC, His Excellency Mr. Elias Mahose, who will then usher in the SADC chairperson to deliver his remarks and open this meeting. Your Excellency, Mr. Mahose, you may take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Director of our proceedings. Your Excellency, Dr. Emmerson Dambuso Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the Chairperson of SADC. Your Excellency, Mr. Andre Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and the incoming Chairperson of SADC. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government and representatives, Your Excellency, Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar, representing the Chairperson of SADC, Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, Honorable Professor Amon Murira, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and our Chairperson of the SADC Council of Ministers. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers present here, our colleagues, senior officials from the SADC member states, and my colleagues from the Secretariat, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you all. Or it's still late afternoon, I believe. It is with a deep sense of respect and utmost humility that I deliver these introductory remarks at this extraordinary summit of heads of state and government that we are holding here in Harare, the capital of the Republic of Zimbabwe, to discuss matters of peace and security in our region. While the SADC region remains peaceful and stable generally, we do have, unfortunately, some security challenges in some parts which require continued collective response to address. Political stability, peace, and security are vital ingredients and enablers for SADC socio-economic development and integration. Any disturbance or compromise to any of these tenets of development threatens the lofty aspirations of member states and the region itself. It is for this reason that we are meeting yet again, almost a year since the region deployed the SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, or SAMI-DRC, as a regional response to assist the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo address the deteriorating security situation in Eastern DRC. I therefore express my profound gratitude to you, Your Excellencies, for creating the time from your very demanding schedules to attend this extraordinary summit and deliberate on matters aimed at promoting peace and security in our region. We do not take your presence here lightly, as it is testament to the level of importance you, as the apex decision-making body of SADC, place on matters of peace and security in our region. We are expectant with the hope that your decisions today will provide worthwhile solutions to the Eastern DRC and the region at large. I also wish to express our sincere gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Emmerson Dambuso Mnangagwa and the government of the Republic of Zimbabwe for graciously hosting this summit and all preceding meetings at short notice, and for the exceptional hospitality that we have become accustomed to when we meet and integrate here in Harare. All this signifies Zimbabwe's commitment to the promotion of peace, security, and stability of the SADC region. Your Excellencies, the summit has been convened to take stock and appreciate the progress made in Eastern DRC, where over 6.9 million people have been displaced internally. A countless number of civilians have been killed, and women, girls, and disabled face endless dire humanitarian crisis as a result of the armed conflict. The summit will also receive an update on the post-election political and security situation in the Republic of Mozambique following the violence that erupted immediately after the elections. We do not expect that the election processes could deteriorate to the extent of serious conflict, disruption of economic activity, threat to human lives, and even loss of lives, as well as damage to property and infrastructure. There are appropriate structures under the electoral laws and constitution of member states that deal with complaints and any misgivings about elections. We therefore plead with all those that are aggrieved with the election process to follow these lawful procedures and ensure that the safety of citizens and stability of the country. Your Excellencies, the deployment of SAMI DRC is consistent with the provisions of the SADC Defense Mutual Pact, which among others calls for collective security to protect member states from all forms of aggression. The mission was deployed on 15 December of 2023 and has created some stability for the population affected by the armed conflict, especially those who have sought refuge in the areas of SAMI DRC operation. It has also created an enabling environment for political and diplomatic initiatives undertaken over the past 4 months, including primarily the ceasefire deal struck on the 4th of August this year between the governments of DRC and Rwanda. This notwithstanding, the reported violations of the ceasefire by some parties to the agreement are worrisome and should be treated with the contempt they deserve. We had hoped that the ceasefire would create an opportunity for progress, enable enhanced solution-based dialogue between the parties, and facilitate seamless flow of humanitarian support to those who are at the receiving end of the armed conflict. We reiterate the clarion call for all parties to observe all the stated obligations of the ceasefire. As I mentioned during the extraordinary Organ Troika summit this morning, the security situation in the eastern part of the DRC remains a source of regional concern. No effort must therefore be spared to ensure that this crucial ceasefire is nurtured and sustained. In addressing the need for additional resources, Your Excellencies, to sustain SAMI DRC operations, your Secretariat has undertaken several engagements with our international cooperating partners in a bid to mobilize resources in support of this mission. To this end, we are continuing to explore various options with the African Union Peace and Security Council and the United Nations Secretary General, among others, to support the SAMI DRC. However, there is an urgent need for member states to continue to honor their remittances towards SAMI DRC budget to sustain operational effectiveness of our troops and consolidate the gains that we have recorded thus far. As I've said before, the attainment of a lasting peace in Eastern DRC needs complementary response strategies, including multiple political and diplomatic interventions, such as the Luanda process, led by His Excellency President João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola, in his capacity as the African Union champion for peace and reconciliation in Africa, to address the core issues and conclude an agreed set of resolutions relative to the conflict. I believe, Your Excellencies, that we should focus more effort and the limited resources at our disposal on dialogue between the parties, especially given the financial constraints we have. And with a great sense of humility, I advocate for Your Excellencies to consider having very robust but intimate and in-camera conversations with those member states experiencing conflict, as well as other stakeholders outside our region who are negatively affecting our peace and stability. We must work with all these stakeholders to change the narrative and work towards peace. Peace should be the denominator for all our engagements with stakeholders. I believe, Your Excellencies, that we can find lasting peace in our region. I believe that we can create a safe and enabling space for dialogue and peace to thrive. We cannot buy peace, I believe. It is very costly, in my view. We cannot achieve peace and stability by military interventions alone. Therefore, such interventions as the Luanda process are a launching pad for Your Excellencies to use and build on. Again, with the same great sense of humility, I advocate once more for Your Excellencies to lead these robust but intimate and in-camera conversations. In conclusion, I wish to thank the Chairperson of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, for her leadership and commitment to peace, security, and stability of our region. With these few remarks, may I humbly invite His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, the Chairperson of our regional bloc SADC, to deliver his remarks and officially open the extraordinary summit. I thank you for your attention. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigado. Asante sana. Tatenda. Yaleboha.
Your Excellency Henry Rajulina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and incoming Chairperson of SADC. Your Excellency Filipe Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. Your Excellency Felix Antonio Tshisekedi Chilombo, I understand he's on his way just now, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellency Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana. Your Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar and Chairman of the Revolutionary Council of Zanzibar, as represented. The Right Honorable Russell Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Honorable Paul Mashatile, Vice President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency Elias Mpedi Magosi, SADC Executive Secretary. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers who are here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Before I commence my remarks, may I invite us all to rise as we observe a moment of silence in honor and reverence of our gallant sons and daughters who passed on in defense of the peace and security of our region, particularly in some DRC. May we stand. May their souls continue to rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Your Excellencies and dear colleagues, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you and your delegations to Zimbabwe. In August 2024, we gathered here in ordinary session to take stock of the progress of our august regional organization over the past year. Ambitious yet achievable targets and strategies were adopted to harness the immense opportunities in our region, as well as address our common challenges. Today, we convene specifically to deliberate on pertinent issues relating to the peace and security of our region. Thank you for agreeing that we meet at short notice, in spite of our demanding schedules. We welcome in a very special way, His Excellency Advocate Duma Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana. And we congratulate him on his assumption to the esteemed office of President of our sister republic. We are confident, Your Excellency and dear brother, that your insights and wisdom will contribute to the sustainable socio-economic development, prosperity, freedom, as well as peace and security for the peoples of our SADC region. Your Excellencies, undoubtedly, peace is the cornerstone of all our collective endeavors towards sustainable development and our regional integration agenda. It is therefore our collective and weighty responsibility to do all we can to address the common threats that jeopardize peace and security in our region. Let us remain steadfast as we face head-on the various impediments to the security and the well-being of our peoples. I wish to commend His Excellency and my dear brother, President Tshisekedi, for joining us today and being part of this extraordinary summit dedicated to relook at the security situation in the Eastern DRC. This clearly demonstrates that the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo have trust in our ability to work collectively as the SADC family to help manage threats, not only in the great country, but our region as a whole. The long-standing mantra, and I quote, "An injury to any one of our nations is an injury to all SADC nations," end of quote, rings true to this day. Our sincere gratitude is extended to His Excellency President João Lourenço of the Republic of Angola for his tireless mediation efforts to bring lasting peace in the eastern part of the DRC. It is most unfortunate that the violation of the ceasefire agreement persists. SADC is equally indebted to the troop contributing countries, which are Malawi, Tanzania, and South Africa, for deploying troops and military equipment critical for sustaining our efforts to restore peace and stability in the DRC. Your Excellencies, as a region, we must boldly continue to work together to ensure that the people of the DRC are able to enjoy peace and tranquility. Regrettably, The report before us paints a grave picture of the security and humanitarian situation in the Eastern DRC. To date, over 6.5 million people are internally displaced, with civilians, women, and children being most affected by the conflict. We have a duty to strengthen our resolve and chart a way forward that will see us win this fight for peace and the rights of the people of Eastern DRC to a good life and well-being, development, justice, as well as strong institutions in their country. On its part, Zimbabwe reaffirms its readiness to cooperate with other member states for the realization of a peaceful, integrated, industrialized, and prosperous SADC. Your Excellencies, as we deliberate on the future of DRC, we are not oblivious to other challenges impacting our region, particularly the climate change-induced drought and the public health emergencies. Together, in unity and honor of the legacy of our founding fathers, let us stand resolutely against the common challenges. The people of the DRC deserve peace, they deserve security, they deserve development and prosperity for their country. Our region should never settle for anything less for any of our countries. We need peace in our region. Once again, I warmly welcome you to Zimbabwe and invite you to enjoy the facilities at your disposal for a successful summit. I wish us fruitful deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairperson of SADC, Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we have now come to the end of this official opening session, which was open to the media and the invited guests. We now request the media to be excused and exit the room so that the meeting can proceed in closed session. We will invite you for the official closing, where a communique from this meeting will also be shared. Thank you very much.
You're watching a live coverage of the SADC Extraordinary Summit taking place on Zimbabwean soil. And those are visuals from Mount Hampton, where Zimbabwe's parliament is located. And there we're taking a look at visuals of the entrance of the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, who's just touched base on Zimbabwean soil. Earlier on, of course, there was reference to his arrival in the formal proceedings of that open session of the formal proceedings this evening. And of course, he has finally arrived. His attendance at this particular extraordinary summit is of paramount importance. Why? Because in the cauldron of the conversations taking place this very evening is the Democratic Republic of Congo. This, of course, following the sending in of military intervention on the 15th of December 2023 by SADC of course, where Eastern DRC was concerned, and taking center stage even at this extraordinary summit has been the subject of the prolonged conflict in Eastern DRC. And so his presence here would be very, very important. He missed the open session of this particular extraordinary summit, and of course he is very much on time for the closed session, where it is that these issues will be deliberated upon. We just witnessed the discourse from the chief of the Secretariat, His Excellency Elias Magosi, in fact, the Executive Secretary, His Excellency Elias Magosi, leading the discourse there. And then, of course, we heard from the chairperson of the SADC, Zimbabwean Head of State and Government, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, also delivering a discourse to the House. What we do know is that they will now get into a closed session, which is expected to run for the next couple of hours or so, after which there will be a communique which will indicate what have been the highlights and as far as the deliberations are actually concerned. And now with me in studio is Faith Nyaude, an anchor here with us here at ZTN Prime. Faith, good evening.
Evening, Eben. You have been running this ship since morning. You have been with us, making sure that we get updates of the proceedings of the SADC Extraordinary Summit. Like you did say, we just saw the open session. Right now, they've closed it to the media so that they can start with their deliberation. But some key points that were mentioned by the Executive Secretary, Elias Magosi, as well as the SADC chairperson. If we can just quickly run through some of the points that they did highlight, of course, starting with Elias Magosi, mentioning how he wants parties to openly communicate, come to the table with SADC Council, SADC chairpersons, in regards to matters that might be of concern in their regions, rather than take to conflict as a way to resolve matters that do concern them. I do realize that you have also a few points that you did note and highlight from what Elias Magosi did say.
Right, and I think that speaks to the conflict in Mozambique. He was not specifically direct in that particular discourse, but he did make reference to how it's important to quote, for them to follow procedure. He said the aggrieved parties should follow the necessary procedure. So I think there lies what needs to be interpreted right up to this point. I think this speaks to perhaps the internal processes within a given jurisdiction. And I think speaking to Mozambique particularly, I think what he's highlighting is that maybe there would be need for them to ensure that they engage the Electoral Commission, the responsible authority in Mozambique, and also engage the courts if necessary with evidence if should they feel that maybe some elements were not perhaps as clear. And I think maybe that just gives you an indication of the tone of what to expect. But he did not dwell on the Mozambican case, which he indirectly made reference to. From there, he quickly went into the DRC case, where he alluded to the fact that there was a dispatch, of course, coming from 3 specific countries, of course, Malawi, Tanzania, as well as South Africa, who sent in their troops, who sent in their equipment into Eastern DRC. And he was quite emphatic about how there's been a violation in terms of some ceasefire procedures that had been initiated. Of course, M23 as one of the key participants where that particular subject is concerned. But of course, much to decipher from that particular discourse there by His Excellency Elias Magosi.
Now, from what he also said in regards to the situation in the DRC and the troops that they did send, the SAMI DRC, he mentioned the issue of resources and funding for the mission and the troops. They did say that they really do not have enough financial muscle and support to keep sending troops into the DRC. And it is now time for them to really follow the Luanda processes, come down and talk. Now, one of the ways that they can really solve this conflict is by coming to the table, have discussions, and talk about it, because the more they keep sending troops, the more financial assistance they're going to need, assistance that the SADC might not really have at this current moment, which is why he did mention exploring support from the AU and the UN missions to maybe give them financial muscle, in regards to that. Now, Also on the summit, DRC, His Excellency, the President, who is the Secretary of the SADC, did say they have to pay their respects to some of the members, the troops that did lose their lives in the DRC. We saw them, the Excellency is standing up to just pay their respects to the
appreciation and salutation
of the fallen heroes and troops that did go to the DRC. Like we did say, now it is time for them to really come to talk about it. Now, some resolutions, of course, are going to be noted after the meeting. That's when we're going to realize you did talk about the communique. They're going to also issue that after that.
The communique will come soon after. There would be, of course, that particular closed session. I think the closed session allows these heads of states and government, as well as the representative of the various governments, to really get to the meat of the issue, and get to have, I would call them, candid conversations. I think there's some conversations that are not meant for the cameras. In terms of the debate.
They deserve closed-door meetings in such a way that maybe it becomes more internal, so to speak, and
more intimate, more candid.
And they're able to really discuss issues without really the media trying to just pry and try to decipher messages that they might be indicating. And we'll, of course, this is something we're going to hear about after the deliberations. We really do not know at what time they're going to finish, but I'm sure we're still going to be here making sure that we give live coverage of everything that is going to be happening. Now, even like I did say, you were here sometime since mid-afternoon after Marisa Marinda was with us since morning. If you can just perhaps give us a quick rundown of what had happened, from morning up until where we are right now, from your understanding and from your readings.
Yes, indeed. Much has taken place since the commencement of the proceedings. This is day 4, and a lot has taken place, of course, building up from the Council of Ministers who met yesterday, where it is that a report from Eastern DRC, or a report that detailed what has transpired in Eastern DRC right up to this point, was presented before the Council of Ministers who met yesterday. Then earlier today, the Troika organ on defense, security, as well as politics had their deliberations in terms of which direction that the bloc will be taking. Of course, from the recommendations that were alluded to from the Council of Ministers, there was a recommendation for there to be a continuation of the military intervention where Eastern DRC is concerned. And now there was a reference to, in terms of how there would be need to reinforce the finances so that the mission can be carried on from the specific point. But we were in conversation with our team that has been on the ground. Mugobe Chigada, our correspondent, is on the ground. We also have Sharon Munjenjema. We've been having back and forth conversations just to get to the heart and the meat of the issue in terms of what is it that has taken place, what to expect, and the direction that the order of events will be from what was taking place there. Troika was having closed door sessions and deliberating on the key issues, and Troika there being a borrowed term from Russia, which basically represents 3 strong elements, and the 3 strong elements where the Troika organ are concerned would be the seating head of the Troika, the successor to the head of the Troika, as well as the predecessor. So in this case, that would be respectively Tanzania, Malawi, as well as Zambia. So they have been meeting to deliberate on the key issues affecting the region where peace and security is actually concerned. And many of the sessions were pretty much closed sessions, but they laid the platform in terms of what then has become right up to this point. And of course, we saw the Executive Secretary, His Excellency Elias Mahosi, getting into detail about some of these issues. And then, of course, there was the speech given by President Edi Mnangagwa in his capacity as the chairperson of the SADC bloc, as it were.
Now, even it is quite detailed. Just as a lighter moment, so to speak, were you aware of the national anthem of the SADC region?
Yes, it's been in existence, even right where there was the SADC, 44th SADC mission at, of course, right at Mount Hampton. It's a standard procedure that we have two key national anthems where whenever it is that there's a SADC convention of some sort, first you've got the host national anthem, and then you've also got the presentation of the anthem of the SADC bloc. So even right at the museum on the 17th of August, there was also the presentation of those both anthems in similar fashion as we saw playing out this particular evening.
Well, they were beautifully sang at that. Now, it is also prudent for us to know that the president or the chairperson of the SADC also congratulated President Dumaboko of Botswana on his election as the president of Botswana. Now, let me just take you back again a bit. You have been in discussion with our reporters, Mukovich Gada, as well as Sharon Minjenjema at New Parliament Building. Has there been any indications of how the outcome of the summit is going to be like? Has there been any, I don't know, some leakages of information or something, so to speak, that can guide us in perhaps the direction that these meetings are going to take?
Faith, are pretty much watertight. It's standard procedure that as and when these deliberations are had, only what should be communicated externally is released to the media. But in terms of the teensy-weensy detail of what would be taking place, that's why the SADC Secretariat is there to make sure that they manage the flow of information. It's expected within the corridors of power that there be retention of information. Everything that must be retained is retained, especially at this level, and only what should be taken out is then taken out. But maybe to zero in on the speech delivered there by His Excellency the President of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, who, as you rightly pointed out, started by congratulating the new president of Botswana. He then also moved on to speak about just how an injury to one is an injury to all, and emphatic to the fact that there has been an ongoing injury where the Democratic Republic of Congo is concerned, and a prolonged conflict that has spanned 3 decades on end, resulting, of course, in the military intervention on the 15th of December 2023. And, of course, he gave that moment of silence in honor of the fallen soldiers that fell victim to that particular conflict in that particular territory. And of course, he did salute and applaud the outgoing chairperson, His Excellency Joao Lorenzo, for a job well done during his tenure, and also how he's been instrumental in trying to broker conversation, dialogue, and there being some degree of resolve where some of the matters are concerned. But then, of course, there have been some violations with some of the key parties there who are keen on continuing with this prolonged warfare where Eastern DRC is concerned.
And now, from his speech, he also mentioned how peace is now the cornerstone of everything. And without peace, really, like you did say, an injury to one is an injury to all. And it's crucial and prudent for parties to now just come to a peaceful agreement, come to peace with everything that is going on. You did mention Malawi, Tanzania, and South Africa as being some of the countries that have sent out their troops to the DRC in order to try and maintain or try and resolve the conflict that is going on over there. But from what we're getting from the speeches from Elias Mahosi as well as the president, are that peace is definitely something that they're looking forward to, whether it's going to be conversation or maybe more military intervention, which Elias Mahosi really did not want, to happen because of the financial constraints and financial resources or lack of thereof. So now it is an issue of them coming to a conversation of where peace is now the cornerstone of everything. SADC, remember, is just one baby, it's one family, and the conflict that's going on is hurting, not only the DRC, but also other countries that are around DRC and, even within the other regions within the SADC region. So yeah, it is going to be definitely a very interesting conversation, the extraordinary summit that is coming at the backbone of, some very important and crucial matters in the SADC region.
Right. Speaking of crucial matters, President Edi Mnangagwa, the chairperson of the SADC bloc, did make reference to how the issue of the drought is an equally important subject. You said that peace, deriving that, of course, from the discourses of the executive secretary as well as from the SADC chairperson, how peace is the linchpin of the progress to the region. You cannot focus on other issues, that would be pertinent if there is not as much peace and security in the region. And also equally important would be the subject of the drought, where it is that the region has been seeking to take care of over 20 million people that are said to be food insecure owing to the state of disaster that's been declared in Zimbabwe, in Malawi, in Zambia, owing to the drought, the El Nino-induced drought, which is threatening over 20 million people, where food security is actually concerned. And so that then becomes one of the issues that SADC would want to be taking a look at, given the fact that the bloc has been seeking to raise about $5.5 billion just to plug all the gaps and all the holes that have come about as a result of this particular drought. And of course, while there's been an indication of maybe there might be a possibility of a La Nina, which is the complete opposite of an El Nino-induced drought, there might just be the possibility of a bumper harvest. But between then and now, there is a gap that needs to be plugged. Hence that reference there to say, look, we've got to clear this so that we make time, we make room, and attend to the issues that are very much apparent, particularly where drought is concerned, and several other issues that must be brought to the fore.
Now, we are going to be bringing in analysts later on so that we continue discussing these issues, further and get more understanding on what you're saying, the issues that are in the DRC. It is from the indications from the speeches from, the executive secretary as well as from the president that they are the pertinent issue that they want to discuss about the DRC conflict. It has become the main issue on the agenda that we want to see going on. So later on in studio, we're also going to be having different analysts to come help us analyze, just how this situation is looking like, how it is played out over the years. I mean, since this extraordinary summit started, we have been giving live coverage of what has happened in the DRC, what is set to, or what has happened recently and how it started and where it is most likely to head into, hoping that, they do come with a resolution. It has been, like you said, 3 decades of conflict. That is a very long time. And it is time where, people need to come up now with solutions that might really have to work out and, just so that we see how this whole thing pans out.
Right. Rightly said and rightly articulated there. President Edi Mnangagwa, in his capacity as the chairperson of the SADC, also made reference to the health, the state of health where the region is concerned. Of course, there are other issues that need to be attended to. Of course, the mpox then also becomes relevant, which has caused some degree of destabilization from a health perspective in other parts of the continent. And now there have been reports of that also making way into the region. So that then becomes one of the issues that SADC would also need to be tackling at this particular point. But much as that is pressing, you'd also find that the subject of peace and security then sort of takes precedence, such that much as they want to deliberate on these issues, they would not have the much room that is necessary and important without specifically attending to the subject of peace and security. Again, just to rehash, an injury to one is an injury to all. That famous quote there, again, being rehashed by President Emerson Mnangagwa in his discourse, in his remarks in that open session there, as it was being deliberated on within that particular session. But then again, these are issues that demand attention. These are issues that need to be attended to. Not forgetting, in August, there was that SADC Business Council, where it is that some staggering stats were presented just how SADC as a bloc needs a whooping $68 billion according to an African Development Bank report, which states that as a bloc there's need for $68 billion for infrastructural development in order for SADC to industrialize, or at least to move to the next phase of industrialization. So before we can talk about $68 billion for industrialization, we need $5.5 billion for food security in the region in the face of the El Nino-induced drought. But before we get there, we also need to ensure that there is enough funding for the SADC military intervention in Eastern DRC. So these are pertinent issues that need to be attended to, not forgetting the health subject that has also become of relevance given the circumstances that are currently gripping the region.
Now, even you mentioned all those issues that you are mentioning, very pertinent, like you said, but what is the energy sector looking like within the SADC region? Are we investing enough in our, renewable energy resources? Because some of the countries within the SADC region do not have enough power. Some of it because they were using hydroelectric power and, dams are drying up, issues of climate change, and now there are growing calls for people to now switch to more renewable and renewable energy so that they can sustain not only their economies but then the environment as well.
Right. Again, I mentioned a $68 billion figure, which is key to industrialization. Power would be central to all of these factors, Faith. And I think it's a relevant subject of much conversation. I would respond to it on two fronts. One on the funding side, and then I will also speak onto the aspects of renewable energy in the face of climate proofing, as it were, against the backdrop of the recent COP29. Now, to speak where the funding aspects are concerned, I'll give a very good example. Right now, Zimbabwe and Zambia are having rolling power cuts, with Zambia having it in the worst case scenario with rolling power cuts, running for about 21 hours per day. I was in conversation with one pilot who's based in Zambia, and I saw him online between 1 a.m. and about 2 a.m. Something had gotten me up, and I said, "What's happening? Are you flying or not?" And he said, "Look, I've just got up so that I could iron my shirt. If I don't iron in the wee hours of the morning, then I'm going to have a scruffy looking shirt."
And you're referring to someone who is in Zambia, but then someone in Zimbabwe can actually relate to that kind of situation. You're waking up very early where the power is actually available so that you get to do, all the things that you have to do.
Yeah, it's quite a worrisome situation that is also even playing out here in Zimbabwe, but we're not having maybe 3 hours like Zambia, but all the same, that's got a crippling effect in terms of industry. That's got a crippling effect in terms of movement where technology is concerned. Africa has got a digital economy estimated at about 180 billion United States dollars. So when you look at it from that particular perspective, you look at how, when you've got power cuts, the harm that causes to the digital economy on the continent. You would also want to look at what that means in terms of industry. The costs go up by about 100% in terms of the cost of production whenever it is you've got some of these rolling power cuts. And this is not just a situation, I know we've mentioned Zambia, we've mentioned Zimbabwe, but this is a market-wide phenomenon that is common to the bloc. You also look at Mozambique. Yes, they've been a net exporter for years, but owing to the El Nino-induced drought, they've also felt the pinch. You also look at South Africa, while they're having it a little bit better at this particular point, but they've been an indication that they need all of their power stations to be running at this particular point going forward. Should there be any interruption that would get them back into the load shedding territory, as we saw plaguing South Africa over the past 3 years, save of course for 2024. So these are issues that need funding. We're looking at billions. A good example will be the Batoka Gorge between Zimbabwe and Zambia, which needs a funding of about $5 billion US dollars. So that just goes to serve as a specimen of how the rest of the region, when you look at the 16 member states, how there's need for injection, where their funding, where their power infrastructure is concerned. Then to move on to the other aspect, you spoke about renewable energy. Now, this is where several moving pieces come into the picture. Africa emits just 4% of the carbon emissions, and of course 1 is too many, but when you juxtapose that to the rest of the world, and so the clamors have been from the COP28, COP27, COP26, and I think this was more emphasized at COP27, where it is that there was the pronouncement that we need to see African, the rest of players on the continent reducing in terms of their coal production as a means of trying to meet the world halfway. And there was an emphasis when Mpumalanga province was concerned that they need to be shutting down some of their power plants and migrate towards solar energy. We've seen some closures in 2023, closures in 2024, but right where we are, there were promises that were made that $8 billion would be released from the first world into the third world and also even into South Africa, but we have not seen as much as $1 billion trickle down to South Africa. So again, where climate financing is concerned, not much has been done in terms of the dollar aspect. Much has been said from a proclamatory perspective, but in terms of the real dollars getting into the coffers of these African states, it's really been a subject of much contention, a subject of much conversation. So yes, indeed, much as there would be need to invest in solar energy, that is more capital demanding than would the conventional forms of funds generation, and of course that would be very important in terms of driving the economic narrative forward where SADC is concerned. And of course you are watching a rolling broadcast of the SADC Extraordinary Summit taking place in Zimbabwe, and of course we continue to give you the latest as you watch ZTN Prime. Get the picture.
Diverse. Natural resources in many SADC countries comprise minerals and wildlife. Roughly half of the world's platinum and diamonds are found in Southern Africa, along with 36% of gold and 20% of cobalt. These minerals contribute greatly to several SADC member states' gross national product and employment and foreign currency receipts. Zimbabwe recently launched the Zimbabwe Gold ZiG currency, which is anchored on gold reserves. Over 97% of tourism in the SADC region is anchored on wildlife-based tourism, which brings benefits to private sector tourism businesses and local people alike. I'm now going to give you a brief overview of each country in SADC. I will start with Angola. Angola is a vast country with a long coastline and central plateau. It borders Namibia, Botswana, Zambia, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Angola is a largely Portuguese-speaking nation with a population of more than 33 million in 2022, according to the World Bank. Its principal or capital city is Luanda. Angola's economy is largely dependent on its oil sector. Oil accounts for more than 90% of the Southern African country's exports. However, it also relies on other economic activities like diamond mining, fishing, wildlife, and agriculture. Angola uses the Kwanza currency, which was named after the Kwanza River, the largest river in Angola. Moving on to Botswana. Gaborone, the capital city of Botswana, houses the SADC headquarters. Botswana is located at the center of Southern Africa, positioned between South Africa, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. It has a population of about 2.5 million. Botswana is largely dependent on the capital-intensive mining sector, and diamonds contribute over 90% of total exports. The pula is the currency of Botswana. Pula means all blessings in Setswana. Now moving on to the Comoros. The archipelago of the Comoros is in the Indian Ocean. north of the Mozambique Channel and northeast of Madagascar. Its capital and largest city is Moroni. The population of Comoros is under 1 million. According to the African Development Bank, Comoros' economy is anchored on services and agriculture. The crops largely grown in Comoros are bananas, corn, rice, sweet potatoes, coconuts, peppers, coffee, sugarcane, jasmine, cloves, and vanilla. Comoros is one of the largest exporters of the vanilla plant. The country also exports large quantities of ylang ylang, which is used worldwide in manufacturing perfumes. The Comorian franc is the currency of Comoros. Now, to the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, is the largest country in the sub-Saharan Africa. Kinshasa is the largest and capital city of the DRC. The population of the DRC is just over 100 million. DRC is endowed with exceptional natural resources, including minerals such as cobalt and copper, hydropower potential, significant arable land, immense biodiversity, and the world's second largest rainforest. The Congolese franc is the official currency of the DRC. Let's move to Kingdom of Eswatini. Eswatini is a small, open economy bordering South Africa and Mozambique. The capital city of Eswatini, also known as Swaziland, is Mbabane. The country has a population of around 1.2 million. Eswatini's economy is diverse: agriculture, forestry, and mining, manufacturing, textiles and sugar-related processing, and services. The currency of Eswatini is the Swazi Lelange. Kingdom of Lesotho. Lesotho is a small, mountainous, landlocked country surrounded by its much larger neighbor, South Africa. The capital city of Lesotho is Maseru. It has a population of about 2 million. The economy of Lesotho is based on agriculture, livestock, manufacturing, mining, and depends heavily on inflows of workers' remittances and receipts from the Southern African Customs Union, SACU. Lesotho is geographically surrounded by South Africa and is economically integrated with it as well. The Loti is the currency of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Moving on to Madagascar. Madagascar is the world's 5th largest island, situated in the Indian Ocean. The capital city of Madagascar is Antananarivo. Its population is estimated to be at 30.3 million. The country is endowed with considerable natural resources and unparalleled biodiversity, such as graphite, chromites, mica, bauxite, quartz, semi-precious stones, coffee, and textiles. The currency in Madagascar is called the Malagasy Ariari. Now, moving on to Malawi. Malawi is a landlocked country and shares its borders with Mozambique, Zambia, and Tanzania. The capital city of Malawi is Lilongwe. The country's estimated population is 20.41 million in 2022, according to a World Bank report. The economy is heavily dependent on agriculture, which employs over 80% of the population. Main agricultural products is tobacco, sugar, tea, cotton, groundnuts, coffee. There is also the mining, retail and tourism sectors. The Malawian kwacha is the official currency of Malawi. Mauritius is an island state located off the southeast coast of Africa in the Indian Ocean. It is home to about 1.3 million people. Port Louis is the capital city of Mauritius. It is well known for its beaches, rainforests, sea, flora and fauna, and waterfalls. Having evolved from a low-income, sugarcane-dependent nation in the 1960s to an upper-middle-income country, bolstered by a relatively diversified economy that now includes tourism, manufacturing, fisheries, ICT, and financial services. Mauritian rupee is the official currency of Mauritius. Moving on to Mozambique. Mozambique borders Tanzania, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Eswatini. The capital city of Mozambique is Maputo. Its population is around 34 million. Mozambique has ample resources, including arable land, abundant water sources, energy, mineral resources, and newly discovered natural gas deposits off its coast. The extractive sector, with its large gas reserves of 180 million cubic feet, is the third largest in Africa. Mozambique is also strategically located, as 4 of the 6 countries it borders are landlocked, hence dependent on Mozambique as a gateway to global markets. The Meticar is the official currency of Mozambique. Moving to Namibia. Namibia is geographically large, with a small population of about 3 million. It shares borders with Angola, Botswana, South Africa, and Zambia. The capital city of Namibia is Windhoek. Namibia is considered to be one of the driest countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Namibia is rich in mineral resources. Mining, especially diamonds and uranium, is one of the key economic activities in Namibia. Fishing, agriculture, tourism, and commercial farming, focused on caracal, sheep, and beef for export, are the other economic activities. The Namibian dollar is the currency of Namibia. The Seychelles. According to the World Bank, the Republic of Seychelles is an archipelago of 115 islands northeast of Madagascar. Its capital city is Victoria. The country has a total population of about 120,000, 3/4 of whom live on the main island of Mahé. Its economy is highly dependent on tourism. The fisheries sector is the second pillar of the economy. The economy of Seychelles is also based on processing of coconuts and vanilla, core rope, boat building, printing, furniture, and beverages. Agricultural products include cinnamon, sweet potatoes, cassava tapioca, bananas, poultry, and tuna. The Seychelles currency is the rupee. We turn to one of our nearest neighbors, South Africa. The capital city of South Africa is Pretoria. Its population is almost 60 million. It is the southernmost country on the African continent, bordered by Namibia to the northwest, by Botswana and Zimbabwe to the north, and by Mozambique and Swaziland to the northeast and east. Lesotho, an independent country, is an enclave in the eastern part of the republic, entirely surrounded by South African territory. Agriculture produces a significant portion of exports and contributes greatly as an employer. Besides diamonds and gold, SA has reserves of iron ore, platinum, manganese, chromium, copper, uranium, silver, beryllium, and titanium. SA also has known very large deposits of coal. South Africa is one of the world's, if not the largest producer of platinum and chromium. The rand is the official currency of South Africa. It is an United Republic of Tanzania. It is an East African country bordering the Indian Ocean. Its neighbors are Kenya and Uganda to the north, Rwanda, Burundi and Democratic Republic of the Congo to the west, and Zambia, Malawi and Mozambique to the south. Tanzania designated Dodoma as its new capital in place of the seaside city of Dar es Salaam. The country includes the island of Zanzibar. Mount Kilimanjaro is the highest point in Africa. About 25% of Tanzania's land is designated as game reserve or national park, including the famous Serengeti Wildlife Park, which is inhabited by the famous Big Five animals. Agricultural land is a pillar of the economy of Tanzania. It contributes significantly to both local consumption and export earnings. Coffee is an important cash crop in Tanzania, and the country ranks among the world's top producers, among other agricultural products such as cotton and tobacco. Tanzania also boasts of metallic minerals such as gold, iron ore, and gemstones such as diamond. Tanzanian shilling is the currency. Moving on to Zambia. Zambia is a landlocked country that shares its border with 8 countries: Angola, Botswana, Democratic Republic of Congo, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. The capital city of Zambia is Lusaka. Zambia's population as of 2023 is 20 million. Zambia also shares the iconic Victoria Falls with Zimbabwe. Zambia is a resource-rich country with sparsely populated land in the center of Southern Africa. It is known to be a producer of copper. Besides copper, it is endowed with other minerals such as cobalt, gold, nickel, manganese, emeralds, beryllium, myriad gemstones, sulfur, zinc, coal, iron ore, steel, limestone, uranium, and other platinum group metals. And finally, Zimbabwe. The Republic of Zimbabwe is a landlocked country between the Zambezi and Limpopo rivers. It shares its borders with South Africa, Botswana, Zambia, and Mozambique. The capital and largest city is Harare, and the second largest is Bulawayo. Zimbabwe has a population of 15 million according to the 2022 census. Zimbabwe's natural environment is predominantly savanna, with a generous tree growth encouraged by the west summers. The evergreen forests are in the eastern border, and the savanna woodland, which includes teak, in the northwest of Bulawayo. Agriculture is one of the key pillars of Zimbabwe's economy and boasts of several competitive value chains in agriculture and agribusiness industries that include tobacco. Zimbabwe is one of top tobacco producers and exporters in the world, which earns it foreign currency. Tourism is Zimbabwe's third largest sector after mining and agriculture. Zimbabwe is endowed with both natural and man-made attractions such as the mining activities. Mining plays a pivotal role in Zimbabwe's economy. Zimbabwe's mining sector is highly diversified, with close to 40 different minerals. Predominant minerals include platinum group metals, chrome, gold, coal, lithium, and diamonds. Zimbabwe is also blessed with vast energy transition minerals such as lithium. Recently, the country discovered large deposits of oil and gas. The Zimbabwe gold, ZiG, is the currency of Zimbabwe, which is backed by gold reserves.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is the second largest country in Africa by land area and the 11th largest in the world. Located in Central Africa, its population is over 115 million, comprising 250 ethnic groups and 450 tribes. The main ethnic groups are the Bembe, Mongo, Teke, Luba, and Lunda. This nation, famed for its diverse cultures and authentic African-flavored artistry, is in the midst of a long-drawn conflict, one that SADC leaders intend to resolve at their extraordinary summit on the outskirts of Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. The DRC is bordered by the Republic of the Congo, Central African Republic, South Sudan, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, Zambia, Angola, the Cabinda Exclave of Angola, and the South Atlantic Ocean. It is home to the famous Congo Basin, the world's second largest tropical forest. Its main economic pillars are mining, farming, fisheries, and forestry. Mining grew by 18.2% in 2023, contributing more than 70% of overall economic growth. Agricultural growth shrunk from 2.4% in 2022 to 2.2% in 2023. With 80 million hectares of arable land, the agriculture sector accounts for 60% of the country's workforce. Experts estimate that the DRC has potential to feed over 2 billion people. Real GDP growth remains strong at 8.4% in 2023, after peaking at 8.9% in the previous year. Sustained conflict in North Kivu in the east continues to threaten its huge economic potential. There have been several interventions, including from SADC, yet the mineral-rich province has not received any respite for many decades. The DRC gained independence from Belgium in 1960, with Patrice Lumumba becoming its first prime minister and Kasavubu inaugural president. Lumumba was assassinated 5 years in, and Mobutu Sese Seko acceded the leadership, naming the country Zaire. He was later toppled in the First Congo War of 1996 to 1997. Laurent Désiré Kabila became president soon afterwards. One of his first undertakings was to rename the country the Democratic Republic of Congo. However, rebel groups almost immediately emerged on the eastern border, seeking to overthrow Kabila. This led to the Second Congo War in 1998. Less than 2 weeks into the war, the rebels had taken over the Inga hydroelectric station that provided power to Kinshasa and the port of Matadi, through which most of the capital city's food passed. The diamond center of Kisangani fell into rebel hands on October 23, and forces advancing from the east began to threaten Kinshasa by late August. Zimbabwe was part of the contingent of SADC forces that were deployed to repel the insurgents. The regional force pinned the rebels back, preventing them from overrunning Kinshasa and effectively gaining control. Chad, Libya, and Sudan later joined the war, which comprised 9 countries and 25 armed groups, making it one of the largest wars in African history. On January 18, 1999, the parties agreed on a ceasefire at a summit at Windhoek, Namibia. Fighting continued as the RCD argues that it had not been invited to the talks. In 2000, the United Nations authorized a force of 5,537 troops, the UN organization mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, to monitor the process. On 16 January 2001, Laurent Désiré Kabila was shot and killed at the Palaris de Marbe in Kinshasa. The consensus is that Kabila was shot by one of his bodyguards. His son, Joseph Kabila, was sworn in as president to replace him. There was relative peace under Joseph Kabila's leadership, though with intermittent insurgency. He attempted to end the ongoing conflict by negotiating peace agreements with rebel groups. In December 2011, Kabila was re-elected for a second term as president. Following the 2018 general election, Joseph Kabila was succeeded by Felix Tshisekedi. Fast forward to 2024. Fighting still persists in many areas like the gold-rich Ituri, where ethnic tensions, worsened by the war, erupted. The DRC conflict has become more complex, with various reports showing that more than 120 rebel groups are now involved. The most active armed groups are the M23, Codeco, and ADF. In 2022, the M23 launched violent attacks, seizing 4 towns in North Kivu. Codeco operates in eastern Ituri and advocates the Lendu ethnic groups, who believe that they are unfairly dominated by the Hema ethnic groups. In 2017, Codeco instigated offenses and continued to attack civilians and Congolese forces. Other actors are militias and Mai Mai vigilante groups, jointly called the Wazalendos. So, what really is at stake, and what is driving the conflict? It is believed that DRC's insecurity stems from complex factors, including ethnic intolerance and illegal exploitation of the country's expansive natural resources. The DRC is the world's largest producer of cobalt ore and a major producer of copper and diamonds. It is estimated to hold 70% of the world's cobalt production. The largest mines are located in southern Katanga province and are highly mechanized with a capacity of several million tons per year of copper and cobalt ore and refining capability for metal ore. Further, the DRC is the second largest diamond producing nation in the world, and artisanal and small-scale miners account for most of its production. More than 6 million people have died as a result of conflict in DRC since 1998. In April 2024, 7.3 million people had been internally displaced, making it one of the largest displacement crises in the world. The SADC mission in the DRC was deployed on December 15, 2023, to support the government of the DRC and restore peace and security in the east. The deployment was approved by the Extraordinary SADC Summit of Heads of State and Government on the 8th of May 2023. A SADC regional force from Malawi, South Africa and Tanzania and elements of the DRC armed forces are working with the Congolese army, the FARDC. So, what is the way out of this flag of conflict? Regional leaders are meeting in Zimbabwe to chart the path to sustainable peace. Whether a lasting solution will be found is all war-weary Congolese await. It is a dream that generations in this rich, populous nation have never seen turn into reality. Perhaps the Harare Summit holds the answer. Hello and good evening. You are watching rolling live coverage of the SADC Extraordinary Summit that is being held here in the capital of Harare, Zimbabwe. Now, President Emmerson Mnangagwa is currently chairing an extraordinary SADC meeting at the parliament, like I did mention. The continent is eagerly awaiting a solution from the meeting regarding the situation in Eastern DRC. Our correspondent Mogoy Chikada and Sharon Munjinjima are covering the meeting, who will be keeping you updated as soon as the meeting ends. Now, in studio right now, I am joined by Ranga Mataire, Group Political Editor of Zim Papers, and joining us online is Dr. Knox Zengeni, an international relations expert, as we take a deep dive and try and understand the situation in the Eastern DRC and how it is likely to unfold and what resolutions the Council is likely to come to. Ranga, good evening.
Evening.
And good evening to you, Dr. Knox.
Good evening.
And now I will start with a question of the humanitarian situation that is in the DRC's northern region. It is a cause of concern for regional leaders. The DRC is one of the world's largest internal displacement crises, with an estimated 7 million people that are currently displaced. This year, unprecedented levels of displacement were experienced due to a surge in violent conflict. This simply means that something has to be done urgently. How can this crisis be averted? I'll start with you, Ranga.
Thank you for that. There are so many ways that the crisis can be averted. First is to allow the aid organization to come into the territory of the DRC and assist in terms of food, assist in terms of medicine, in terms of general health care. At the moment, as long as the fighting is escalating, it creates a problem for those international organizations that would ordinarily go into the territory and assist. But fundamentally, there is need to be cessation of hostilities. You recall that there is what is called the Luanda process, which recently this year was mediated or chaired by Angolan President Lourenço. And he managed to bring the main warring countries, Rwanda and the DRC. Rwanda, by the mere fact that you are aware that when the genocide took place, most of those that were responsible for the ethnic cleansing that took place in Rwanda fled to Eastern DRC, the Hutus. So the Hutus are still have an inclination to go back to Kigali, and they are stationed in the DRC. So the Rwanda feels that it still has to protect its own territory by ensuring that those militias or those Hutu remnants are liquidated. So that is the fundamental problem that we have. But I'm gratified by the fact that the president of Angola managed to bring those two together. And for a moment, around 2022, there was a thawing of relations, including even establishing what they call the permanent ceasefire. But the escalation took place around 2023, and this year it has even escalated higher. And this has prompted also this meeting, besides the fact that the SADC mission in the DRC is ending in December. But fundamentally, it is because they feel that they need to bring all the stakeholders on the table. So the international community needs to come in, especially aid workers. There is a need for all the players in the DRC to understand that you might have differences, but human life must be valued. And yes, you are right. When there is a war, there is a problem in terms of health, there is a problem in terms of education, there is a problem in terms of food. The saddest part is that even to the places that they are, the displacement camps that they are going, there are other remnants, other rebel groups who are actually targeting those places again. So it's a very sad situation. But I believe that with all the stakeholders and also with the current meeting, hopefully the resolution that are going to come, there's going to be a resolution on ensuring that everyone allows the aid workers to go into the territory and assist. We're talking about children. We're talking of vulnerable children. We're talking about women. So the situation is very bad, but I'm sure that there will be a resolution to that effect.
Now, Dr. Zengin, I would like to bounce that question to you. We're talking about the displacement of over 7 million people in the DRC. How best do you think this crisis can be averted?
I think this conflict, as rightly put by Rangamataire, it's quite sad, but also it's very complex. So the way forward, I think, besides pursuing diplomatic solutions, I think all the actors, must participate in this in this peace initiative effort, because the DRC conflict is not as simple as it appears. That this is just a conflict between Rwanda, and the DRC against also the Hutu extremists. It has got other dimensions. The financial aspects, the economic aspects. There are people who are benefiting from this crisis, and that also includes the international corporations, international companies, and other foreign actors, including great powers. So the element of political will must be there, must be present. But in terms of doing something quite urgent, I do agree with the previous speaker that I think there's need to address the humanitarian crisis that is happening right now. More than 7 million people have been internally displaced. More than 20 million Congolese people are food insecure. So these are quite urgent issues. And also from not just purely from a moral point of view, but from a humanitarian point of view, the people of Congo have not had peace since the 1990s. And the chairman of SADC, in his opening remarks before, hosting this this extraordinary summit, he also made reference that the people of the DRC they need peace. So for me, I think the solution should be multifaceted. We have to look at the political, the economic, social aspects, and we must ensure that all the actors that are part and parcel to this conflict should be brought to the table, and perhaps I think this initiative by SADC, I'm sure, it's one assertive effort that may trigger, this peace process.
There have been several negotiations between Rwanda and DRC foreign ministers. You did mention Rwanda. There is, including the intelligence service heads in Rubavu, Rwanda, but this did not yield that much progress. Many people are keen to understand what is contained in this agreement.
The basic tenet of the agreement is that Rwanda needs to withdraw its forces from eastern DRC. The forces that are fighting Rwanda, which are FDLR, the former Hutu remnants, should also equally withdraw. Initially, there was that agreement. However, the DRC government insisted that the withdrawal of possibly Rwandan forces from their territory and also the Hutu remnants should also mean the withdrawal of the M23 rebel movement. Let me put you into context so that our viewers can also understand what we call by M23 and so forth. M23 was formed in March 23, 2009. When M23 was formed, do you remember that M23 used to have a part which was part of the DRC government, but later on, moved out of the government because of certain concerns that they have. One of them being that they wanted to be moved. Their troops, the people who are Tutsi dominated, wanted to be moved from the eastern a part to another part. So they rebelled against the government and moved out. That's where the M23 comes into being. However, most of them migrated from Rwanda to DRC long back, you know, when they were fleeing there. So there is a claim from the DRC, which they will say that these Tutsis are not Congolese. However, there is a counter argument from Rwanda that no, these people are Tutsis of Congolese origin, so they must remain there. I hope you are following me. So the basic tenet was the cessation of hostilities, creation of permanent peace based on the withdrawal of those forces. But the contentious issue was that the withdrawal of Rwandan forces, including the FDLR, would also mean the withdrawal of M23. That's what the DRC was insisting. So there was that stalemate, because the other side was saying, no, these ones cannot go anywhere because they are Tutsis of Congolese origin. However, I'm still hopeful. As late as probably 3 months or 2 months ago, the Angolan mediators were still on top of the situation. They were still trying to find peace. But you must understand also that, like what Dr. Zangeni said, this issue is a very complex issue. Interestingly, for our viewers, we have one side comprising generally countries in the north or western countries. Then we have the other side comprising countries in the global south. Countries in the west, interestingly, are not keen on deploying a combatant force like the SADC one. They are keen on deploying just a peacekeeping. There was a resolution to the effect that, which was put forward by SADC, to the effect that as the mandate is expiring, should there be any adjustment in terms of the mandate of both the MONUSCO and also SADC? And should the United Nations team supply logistical and operational, help to the SADC team? There was a bit of disagreement. Those that I have called the Western ones were not so much keen on having a united force and also assisting the SADC team in terms of combat. They were just interested more in just supplying the minimum according to their mandate and limit of their mandate, the minimum help that they can give in terms of technical and operational assistance. From that perspective, you can see that, like what Dr. Zengen was saying, if all the players were involved, because here we have Rwanda and DRC, but there's also Uganda, which has interest there, because there are other forces that are in DRC who are fighting the Ugandan, and they are stationed in the Eastern Congo. So you have the international community, the so-called international community. We have countries in the global south, including the AU. Their perception in terms of the resolution that need to be put in place, in terms of how the conflict can end, differs. If they were united, I'm sure there could have been a solution. Like what Dr. Knox says, I think it's the issue of resource exploitation. There are others who are content with the conflict continuing, yet here, because of proximity, because they are brothers, and because of the contagion effect of conflict, we house here in Zimbabwe a lot of Congolese refugees. So there's a negative contagion effect of the conflict, besides the fact that if the Congo was stable, it would benefit a lot in terms of the regional economic integration. So you have two diametrically opposed sides. The other one is keen on not having a direct combat with the rebels, because they feel that the matter might escalate. They are insisting on diplomatic engagement. The other one feels that you actually need to engage if necessary. You have mentioned the issue of the humanitarian situation. How can you deal with a humanitarian situation where rebels are targeting civilians? Who will protect the civilians if there is no armed force to counter these insurgencies? So there are those two sides that are diametrically opposed. However, I feel that SADC, in its wisdom, will use both the diplomatic offensive and also to ensure that they protect civilians and also counter some of these insurgents.
No, thank you for that very detailed answer, that brief background. I'm sure most people will be wondering what the M23 is, because like you did say, some people might not have known about the history of where the M23 came from and how it's going. Now, like you did mention, what Dr. Zingeni did mention is that it is not as clear-cut as we might think it is, the whole conflict that is. But what we do know is about the SADC mission within the DRC. If SADC leaders decide to renew and extend the mandate of the SAMI DRC, analysts believe that it might need to be reconfigured and bolstered by armed forces from other countries in the region. It could have a new mandate centered on neutralizing FDLR and the cantonment of the M23. Would that not have a result? Would that not result in a full-blown war? I'll first bounce it off to Dr. Zingeni to answer that one for us.
Yeah, the military aspect or the military instrument in international relations cannot be ignored because the levels of threats that are occurring in the DRC, they're quite numerous. Of course, you've got the military aspect. You have got more than 100 militias, including the ISIS-linked one, the ADF. You also have the food insecurity, issue. You've got other, social aspects, internally, people are internally displaced and so forth. So you've got numerous, threats. Some of those threats, they need a military solution. So that's why SADC decided to deploy the stabilization force to complement MONUSCO, which is now in its, phase of trying to disengage. Because prior to the December 2023 elections in the DRC, President Felix Tshisekedi also requested, because there have been demonstrations by the Congolese people about some of the operations of the MONUSCO. So hence SADC now becoming more like the significant player in terms of enforcing peace in the Congo. But there are also, there's also room for, aid organizations also to resolve issues of food insecurity, the hunger, the poverty, extreme poverty, the health disasters, that we are experiencing, children not being afforded education, because when there's a conflict, obviously the, education will be affected. So there are numerous levels of intervention that is needed. But I think from a coordination point of view, I think SADC has to step in, because this is in line, or rather it resonates with the African Union mantra that of African solutions to African problems. This conflict has been going on and on. It has been cyclical since 1996. The first Congo War and then the second Congo War, and if you look at one of the major players there, the M23, for about 5 years, they were quiet. I think from 2017 until last year, then they re-emerged. So in other words, the conflict is cyclical. So it is now time for us as SADC to come and try and resolve this issue decisively. I mean, we can't have a situation whereby for more than 30 years, people are still suffering. Close to 30 years, people are suffering, from conflict and so forth and so forth. So there is need for SADC, to move in. And I think what is happening right now, this extraordinary summit, I think it's the way to go, because obviously reports are going to be shared about the immediate, the last year's deployment of the SADC to try and maybe augment
We'll get back to Dr. Zengeni. We have a bit of a connection problem, but coming to you, Ranga, we're talking about might there be a full-blown out war in the DRC if this is to happen?
Thank you for that. Let me just before I get to what you've asked, just clarify a bit about the M23. It was in March 23 that they signed an agreement with the DRC government. And in that agreement, they agreed that the Tutsis that formed the larger part of the M23 would be given citizenship. They'll be, because they claimed that they were returning refugees, they will be given citizenship, they will be treated equally. They were in the army, they will be incorporated in the army. And their moving out of the DRC government was the feeling that their grievances had not been resolved. So that's the genesis of M23, March 23, that's when they signed the agreement to get into government. Coming back to the issue that you have mentioned, I don't think the world has an appetite for a full-blown Congolese war because the implications for that will be huge. I don't think both the continent, the SADC, and other interested players in the DRC are keen on a full-blown war. What has been challenging about the DRC in general is that it's a vast country with vast forests. At some stage, the Rwandan forces and the DRC forces were able to liquidate the FDLR for some time. But they then, relocated, dislocated, and later regained their positions because of the vastness of the country. They will just relocate to another country. It's a vast country where the government has also been found wanting in terms of its capacity to govern and reach out in all the parts. So that the major complexity of the DRC in terms of its vastness. So to come back to your question, I don't think so. I think both instruments that Dr. Zengeni have mentioned in terms of international relations, the military one and also the diplomatic one, need to be escalated. What has been lacking is at the UN level, there has not been unanimity in terms of how the conflict should be dealt with. But I'm hopeful that with the current initiative that has been taken by Angola, with the current initiative that is being taken by SADC as we speak, like what Dr. Knox said, I'm sure they have received reports on the challenges that this mission has faced and also the challenges that MONUSCO has faced, and they'll be able to formulate, if they are to extend the mandate, they'll be able to formulate and probably readjust on how they are going to deal with the issue. DRC needs the world. DRC needs Africa. DRC needs the region. You are aware that Dr. Elias Magosi, the Executive Secretary of SADC, mentioned the need for resources. I think if the region is serious about dealing with the DRC issue, they need to seriously contribute. You also might be aware, and also for the benefit of our readers, that of our viewers, sorry, that the initiative of SADC going into DRC is born out of a collective out of an agreement which is born out of SADC, a mutual pact for collective action and collective defense of each other's territory. So they are not just there by force. It's actually a mandate which is born out of some of the SADC tenets. Collective action and collective defense, which is born out of the mutual pact that they signed. So they are not there by accident. Therefore, there is need to mobilize resources to ensure that if they are to extend this mandate, which I think is most likely, speculatively though, which I think is most likely, there is need for member states to contribute in terms of resource mobilization. This is one area that Dr. Magos mentioned, that the challenges that have been there was about the funding. So as long as there's no adequate funding, it will be difficult for the SADC mission in the DRC to execute its mandate successfully.
Now, Rangi, you've mentioned two very interesting points that I would like for you to further expand on. Let's start with the issue of the vastness you talked about. You said the Congo is vast, which means its mineral resources are also vast. Can we say that this conflict is a result of a resource curse, quote unquote, where you have different people fighting, or they keep the conflict going because they are benefiting from the minerals or the resources that they have in the DRC? Might that be the case? I mean, recently you did have a mountain, quote unquote, I stand to be corrected, some are saying it is not a mountain, that collapsed, and there was copper in that mountain. So might that be the issue, that, you know, there's continuous fighting and there's not really a resolution when it comes to the peace process?
Definitely, yes. Most analysts would want to start at 1994, because 1994 really triggered what we're experiencing today. But the story of DRC did not start in 1994. The story of DRC started well before that, during colonialism. It started when Belgium granted independence to the DRC, where you have, within the DRC itself, where you have also factions. You have the Kasavubu branch, and you also have the Patrice Lumumba branch. So the issue of resource from inception was at the center of everything. People want to talk about the Holocaust, but no one wants to talk about the number of people who were killed during King Leopold's era, when he was in charge of DRC. He took DRC as some kind of personal property. And at that time, during that time, rubber was in demand worldwide. And the colonial, administrators there were so brutal that I think you've seen some historical pictures where if you failed to meet a certain target, once your hands were cut off. It was so brutal, and the number of people reportedly that were killed in the Congo at that time were much more than the people that were killed during the Holocaust. We don't want to demean the Holocaust, but we think a genocide actually took place at the hands of King Leopold of Belgium. So when the DRC, Zaire, then got independence, there were actually officials from Belgium who came to witness that. And during the independence celebrations, they were specifically told that you don't need to antagonize these people. So there are certain tentacles. Even the Belgian colonial authorities in terms of the army were still present, and they're still holding senior positions there. So when Lumumba stood up to speak, he condemned the continued tentacles of the Belgians in the DRC affairs, and categorically stated that the DRC wanted to chart a new course on its own, total independence, not quasi-independence. That was the genesis of it. And the people who were exploiting the resources there, especially mining companies, of course they were linked to some Western powers, were not happy with what Lumumba had said. They identified Lumumba as a communist, as someone who was pro-Russians. You also remember that during that time, there were some, differences between what was then called the Cold War. So the genesis of what we're experiencing today started there in what I would want to call a stillbirth. It was a stillbirth because Lumumba was murdered just a few months after independence. And his murder was necessitated by forces that wanted to exploit using locals. You remember Mobutu, who later took over, completely ran down the country. So the resource case has always been there. Some of the precious minerals that you can't find anywhere else, you can find them in DRC. Sadly, while DRC can be called one of the richest countries in terms of resources, it is among the 5 poorest countries in the world. And like what Dr. Knox said, from a moral point of view, I think the world must wake up and look at this. We can't have people who are born in conflict, raised in conflict, grow up in conflict to be adult, and die in a conflict situation, never to enjoy the resources that God has given them. So it's a challenge that I think the SADC leaders need to grapple with. African Union needs to grapple with. Even the world at United Nations level, they need to refocus on the issue of DRC. If we're serious about an evolving world and about treating each other as equal as human beings, I think there is need for action in DRC. Peace in DRC will benefit even the world, will benefit even those that are, exploiting resources for their personal good. Because DRC has potential, for example, if it was peaceful, it has potential to generate electricity for the whole region, if not for Africa. So yeah, the resource case, we want to talk about it, but I think there are powerful nations that benefit from the chaos that is obtaining in the DRC. Yes, 1994 escalated the issue in that you have the Hutus who are keen on coming back to Kigali, being stationed in DRC. Sadly, if this continues, there will also come a time where these Hutus, because they've been there for a long time, they've been intermarriages and so forth, they will also claim to be Congolese, and it will create further problems as well. So it's a very complex issue, the issue of Great Lakes region. But I'm sure if there is unanimity in terms of those so-called international or the Western and the African Union and SADC, I'm sure a solution can be found.
Now, the other issue that you did mention was the issue of funding of the Summit DRC, the mission, SADC mission in the DRC. You did say when Executive Secretary Elias Mahosi did make his speech when the summit was opened, he mentioned about how there needs to be a pool of resources of funding if this mission is to proceed. Do you think there are other nations that might believe that continuous pooling of resources or continuous contributions of resources to the Summit DRC is not really worth their time at this point? Because remember, it's a 3-decade-long conflict now, and over again, nations are having to come together, try to continue supporting and funding this mission to end this conflict.
Yeah, but like what Dr. Knox said, I don't think there is an option for people. There is an option for the region in terms of assisting. There is no room for fatigue in terms of the conflict, because the more the conflict continues, the more it can also destabilize the region. I talked about the contagion effect in terms of refugees and so forth. So I think it is incumbent upon SADC, it is incumbent upon even other international players. I mentioned the issue that the United Nations, to some extent, has been providing operational and technical assistance to the Summit DRC. I'm also hopeful that there will be other players who will be willing to support as well, including all other member states in the region. The seriousness in dealing with the DRC issue must be shown by the willingness from member states to invest their military and their personnel into the DRC. Mind you, like what Dr. Nex said, there was a time when the M23 went quiet. There was a time when diplomas won. And I'm hopeful that diplomas will still win at some stage. And that's why there is this engagement that SADC is doing. There were certain wars that we never thought would end, but they ended. So there is need to push on the diplomatic side. There is also need to push on the military side. Hopefully during our lifetime, the war in DRC will come to an end and they will live in peace ever after.
Now, Rago, we are talking and mentioning about international players. We're talking about the Tutsis, we're talking about Rwanda, but there are over 120 armed groups that are within the DRC that are fighting each other at that. What are the main reasons or grievances that these rebel groups have to continue the fighting? For example, you have the M23, you have the Codeco, you have the ADF, amongst others. What are their reasons for the continuous fighting? Because we might talk of resource exploitation, but some of these groups are not really there for the resources. They have other issues that I'm sure you might shed some light on.
No, they have their own, like I told you, the absence of a real governing authority in Eastern Congo has created a lot of challenges. So you have people who have created even militias to defend themselves. There is also what is called Kazemelembo militias who are working with the DRC government. These are volunteers who have come up to assist the DRC government in order to defend themselves against these multiple rebel movement that you have mentioned. And some of their objectives are internal. They have grievances with the DRC government. But like I've also mentioned, there are other rebel groups who are stationed in Eastern Congo who are fighting Uganda. So you have a multiple of rebel groups with different objectives. But fundamentally, at the core of everything, for you to be able to fund a rebel movement, you need money, you need funding. Where are they getting the money from? So they have, some of them are illegally, mining and selling some of the what they are mining there to wherever. Because you ask yourself, how are they funding themselves? Besides, targeting civilians and taking their possession, there are players who are funding these people. There are definitely players who are funding these people in order for them to sustain this conflict.
Are these players local or are they international players? Have there been reports of other international or other countries outside of the Congo coming in to fund these rebel groups?
Because of the historical aspect that I've given you, most of the people who are funding, who are alleged to be funding some of these rebels, are not local. Some of them are domiciled in some Western nations who have resources and who have the technical know-how on how to deal, even to mine itself. So the problem of Congo is mainly the historical aspect that I've told you, that there are certain countries, even within the Great Lakes region, who have no capacity to export certain products, but they are listed as being able, as one of the exporters of certain products that are mined in DRC. So at the core of it are other powerful nations. I've mentioned before, MI5, the CIA, Belgium, who were at the time of Lumumba very instrumental in the murder of Patrice Lumumba, because he stood as a stumbling block to their continued exploitation of the resources. So I think the international, so-called international players, non-state actors actually, need also to be, put on the table, put before the table, and also engage them. What is most gratifying is that the two neighboring countries who are related, by the way, you have Tutsis in DRC, you have Tutsis in DRC, have been able to meet face to face. Have been able to meet face to face, and when they met face to face through the mediation of President of Angola, there was a bit of cessation of hostilities. So I'm gratified that yes, there could be other players, but when the people who are domiciled in the Great Lakes region get together and say enough is enough, I'm sure the conflict will come to an end.
Now, Dr. Noxing and his network is now back up. Now, Doc, we have just talked about, the other rebel groups that are within the DRC, the issues of mineral resource exploitation and what could really be the driving forces behind this conflict. Let's talk about why some people or some members in the DRC are not coming to talk. Why are they not willing to come to the table for talks, for discussions in order to find a way forward? Over to you, Doc. I'm afraid, Doc, I'll take that question once again. There are some reasons maybe that some members in the DRC or some rebel groups in the DRC are not willing to come to the table to talk and try to find a way forward to this conflict. What might some of these reasons be? Oh, while we wait to get network once again, you know how it is like with technology. I'll put it back to you, Ranga. You did hear my question. What are your thoughts?
I think some of the groups are non-consequential. If there is concrete steps taken to engage the major players, the other groups will just be liquidated. That's my thinking. And the major players are the ones that I've mentioned. You have the FDLR, we have also the M23, you have also the one fighting the Ugandan. So if the major players are engaged in any conflict situation, you will find that there will be other players, small. But if the bigger players are engaged and they agree to a peace pact, I'm sure the other players will simply be liquidated and they won't be. So You also mentioned the case of why other players are not coming on board and why for example, even those that are prominent are not coming on board. Recently, there have been an attempt by Angola to try and engage, to try and say M23 must also meet with the DRC government. The DRC government did not agree to that. I'm sure they will be convinced at some stage. They have their own reservations why they should not engage the M23. One of the reasons is the one that I've given you, that there is an assumption and there's a thinking in the DRC government that the M23 are not originally from DRC. They are of its origin, so they belong to Rwanda. But this argument also falls away when you consider that at some stage these people came together under a government and the M23 moved out because of certain grievances that they have that were not met according to the 23 March agreement that they signed with the DRC government. So to answer to your question, I think there is a mistrust that exists, and some of the rebel groups are not organized. They are just remnants, and some are just into looting and targeting. So you only need to engage those that are major, players in the conflict. And I'm sure once those major players come to a table, they will be able to find lasting peace in the DRC in our lifetime.
Now you talk about some just being remnants of what you used to be. Do you think now that some rebel groups are just now fighting just for the sake of fighting? They don't really have a mandate as to why they keep fighting or why they are keeping on in conflict, and they're just doing it because they found it there. They think it's how it's supposed to be like.
No, the absence of central authority creates confusion and anarchy. So if there is anarchy, people will fight for survival. If there is anarchy, people will fight for the exploitation of whatever resources are there. Imagine in any area where there is no central authority and the authority emanates from rebel groups who they have run down a town or so. The presence of these militias is actually a product of the anarchy that exists in the Eastern Congo. That's why you have these, multiple forces coming up and, harassing the local population. Anyone who is seen, siding with one side or the other is identified as an enemy. So if you side with the DRC government, you are identified as an enemy of some of the rebel movement who are fighting the DRC government. So it is the absence of a central authority, it is the absence of a governing authority that creates anarchy and confusion in some of those parts of DRC, particularly in Eastern Congo.
Now let's talk humanitarian crisis, because in this conflict, the humanitarian crisis is escalating. It's getting worse as the day goes on. Over 7 million displacements, 1 million of these this year alone, the largest, so to speak. Conscription of children by rebel groups, sexual violence, hunger, poverty. With the SADC mission due to expire and the UN's MONUSCO also pulling out of the country, what does the future really hold for civilians?
It's bleak unless an immediate solution is found in terms of cessation of hostilities. You recall also that when there's a conflict, major countries that are affected are those that are in conflict in terms of cholera outbreak. There's been a cholera outbreak, there's been a measles outbreak in the DRC. So the humanitarian situation is very dire. It's very dire to the extent that I think as we are speaking, the SADC leaders are grappling with the issue of how they can deal with providing assistance to millions of people who have been displaced. There have been some international organizations, non-governmental organizations that have been assisting. But the challenge, like I have said, even those places where they later go and camp, displaced camps, they are also being targeted by the rebels. And the challenge is that the MONUSCO, the United Nations mission there, its mandate is not to engage in a combat with the rebels, but to protect the civilians and maintain peace. There have been allegations and accusations that they have not been able for over 2 decades to execute that mandate, because in some cases, civilians are attacked and killed in their vicinity, and they normally don't take any action. So there is that also problem, and that's why we are all keen to see how the United Nations mission and also the SADC mission, whether they will be able to adjust their mandate to ensure that they really protect the civilians. Because when there is a conflict, the major casualties are the defenseless civilians, women, children are the ones that they suffer. Besides a lack of education, because you stop going to school when there's a conflict, there is the issue of diseases. And like I've said, the cholera outbreak, any form of disease that you think as a result of unhealthy conditions, you find it in the DRC. So the humanitarian situation is very dire. I'm hoping that all the players, the conflicting players in the DRC, will be able to allow aid to come to the help of civilians who are at the mercy in terms of this conflict.
Now, there are other stakeholders who are saying that the SADC, which is meeting right now, has been too quiet on this issue and it has gone on for far too long. Do you agree with the assertion that the SADC perhaps needs a tougher voice, also maybe the AU and the UN? I don't think they've been quiet. If at all, SADC has been a most inconvenient bloc to those who want to continue the status quo of the DRC. SADC has been the one that, if you remember, SADC once sent a force, including Zimbabwe, when there was a conflict in the DRC. And they managed to liquidate those forces that were fighting the DRC government. SADC recently, like I said, is the one that came up with the Luanda process, the roadmap, which culminated in the signing of a pact between Rwanda and DRC, and which also culminated in the temporary cessation of hostilities. So I don't think so. If at all, when you assess and look at the players that are in DRC, including MONUSCO, you would actually, commend SADC. If it wasn't for SADC, I don't know what the situation in DRC would be. So I think SADC has been very equivocal in its stance to support the member states. It has, executed these two instruments of international relations, the diplomatic side and also the military side. I don't think if you compare all the other players that have been in the Congo, I think SADC has been very, instrumental, very strong in terms of wanting to see peace coming into the DRC. Now, given all these circumstances that we have described going on in the DRC, what are your expectations? What do you expect the SADC summit to come up with? What are the resolutions that you might think they might draft or come up with that might help with the situation in Congo?
I don't want to be speculative because the decision that the SADC is going to take will be informed about by the reports that they have received so far, the reports from their mission there, and also intelligence reports that come from those countries that are there. But from just a general, assessment, you would think that the mandate should not end because the mandate of the DRC, I think, is ending on the 15th of December. Then the mandate of MONUSCO is also ending on the 20th of December. So if these, missions are to withdraw from DRC, definitely there will be a security vacuum in terms of buffering the rebel elements that would want to, that are harassing even civilians. So I think what is going to come up there most likely is the continuation of the mandate, the renewal of the mandate, and probably more countries actually coming onto the fold to be part of the SADC mission. I'm also seeing that the resolution which was passed by the UN to assist the SADC mission will also be supported. I think it was approved, but what needs to be done is to move beyond just providing technical assistance to actually be at least part of the combat element. However, there are other people who feel that if that move is taken by the United Nations, it might escalate the conflict. So there is need for de-escalation by engaging the players and by engaging the rebel movements in specific areas, and not to escalate the conflict into a national conflict. So I think most likely there will be a decision to renew the mandate, but the renewal will also depend on the funding. I'm hopeful that the member states will be willing to contribute towards the funding.
Well, we are still giving you rolling live coverage of the SADC Extraordinary Summit taking place here in Zimbabwe's capital of Harare. We'll be back shortly. Stay with us. You are still watching live coverage of the SADC Extraordinary Summit 2024 taking place at New Parliament Building in Mount Upton. Earlier on, the SADC chairperson, President Emmerson Mnangagwa, gave his opening remarks and his address. We give you a recap of that.
Your Excellency Henry Rajulina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and incoming chairperson of SADC. Your Excellency Filipe Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. Your Excellency Felix Antonio Tshisekedi Chilombo, I understand he's on his way just now, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellency Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana. Your Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar and Chairman of the Revolutionary Council of Zanzibar, as represented. The Right Honorable Russell Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Honorable Paul Mashatile, Vice President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency Elias Mpedi Magosi, SADC Executive Secretary, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers who are here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Before I commence my remarks, may I invite us all to rise as we observe a moment of silence in honor and reverence of our gallant sons and daughters who passed on in defense of the peace and security of our region, particularly in some DRC. May we stand? May their souls continue to rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Your Excellencies and dear colleagues, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you and your delegations to Zimbabwe. In August 2024, we gathered here in ordinary session to take stock of the progress of our august regional organization over the past year. Ambitious yet achievable targets and strategies were adopted to harness the immense opportunities in our region, as well as address our common challenges. Today, we convene specifically to deliberate on pertinent issues relating to the peace and security of our region. Thank you for agreeing that we meet at short notice, in spite of our demanding schedules. We welcome in a very special way, His Excellency Advocate Duma Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana. And we congratulate him on his assumption to the esteemed office of President of our sister republic. We are confident, Your Excellency and dear brother, that your insights and wisdom will contribute to the sustainable socio-economic development, prosperity, freedom, as well as peace and security for the peoples of our SADC region. Your Excellencies, undoubtedly, peace is the cornerstone of all our collective endeavors towards sustainable development and our regional integration agenda. It is therefore our collective and weighty responsibility to do all we can to address the common threats that jeopardize peace and security in our region. Let us remain steadfast as we face head-on the various impediments to the security and the well-being of our peoples. I wish to commend His Excellency and my dear brother, President Tshisekedi, for joining us today and being part of this extraordinary summit dedicated to relook at the security situation in the Eastern DRC. This clearly demonstrates that the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo have trust in our ability to work collectively as the SADC family to help manage threats, not only in the great country, but our region as a whole. The long-standing mantra, and I quote, "An injury to any one of our nations is an injury to all SADC nations," end of quote, rings true to this day. Our sincere gratitude is extended to His Excellency President João Lourenço of the Republic of Angola for his tireless mediation efforts to bring lasting peace in the eastern part of the DRC. It is most unfortunate that the violation of the ceasefire agreement persists. SADC is equally indebted to the troop-contributing countries, which are Malawi, Tanzania, and South Africa, for deploying troops and military equipment critical for sustaining our efforts to restore peace and stability in the DRC. Your Excellencies, as a region, we must boldly continue to work together to ensure that the people of the DRC are able to enjoy peace and tranquility. Regrettably, the report before us paints a grave picture of the security and humanitarian situation in the eastern DRC. To date, over 6.5 million people are internally displaced, with civilians, women, and children being most affected by the conflict. We have a duty to strengthen our resolve and chart a way forward that will see us win this fight for peace and the rights of the people of Eastern DRC to a good life and well-being, development, justice, as well as strong institutions in their country. On its part, Zimbabwe reaffirms its readiness to cooperate with other member states for the realization of a peaceful, integrated, industrialized, and prosperous SADC. Your Excellencies, as we deliberate on the future of DRC, we are not oblivious to other challenges impacting our region, particularly the climate change-induced drought and the public health emergencies. Together, in unity and honor of the legacy of our founding fathers, let us stand resolutely against the common challenges. The people of the DRC deserve peace, they deserve security, they deserve development and prosperity for their country. Our region should never settle for anything less for any of our countries. We need peace in our region. Once again, I warmly welcome you to Zimbabwe and invite you to enjoy the facilities at your disposal for a successful summit. I wish us fruitful deliberations. I thank you.
Noranga, what we have just been looking at is footage of the opening remarks that were made by the SADC chairperson, President Emmerson Mnangagwa. What are your key takeaways from his speech?
I think the president was right on the money, so to speak, in articulating the major issues that the Extraordinary Summit is tackling, particularly the agenda being the maintenance of peace and security in the region. So the president specifically mentioned that an attack on one is an attack on all, and that there is need for collective action in dealing with issues of conflict or a threat to the security of sovereign states. So that was very clear that an attack on one is an attack on all, and that there is need for collective defense if a member state faces threat. That's one aspect. He also commended the efforts that have so far been undertaken, particularly by President of Angola in the mediation talks, the one that I've mentioned, which led to the President of Rwanda and the President of DRC coming to an agreement for a permanent peace. He regretted that some of the tenets of that peace have been violated, but remained hopeful that the people of DRC need peace, and that peace will be achieved in the region. Over and above the issues of security and peace, the President mentioned that the region was not oblivious to other challenges like the climate-induced droughts and also other emergencies, health emergencies that arise. So I think he was right on the money in terms of, so to speak, in terms of articulating what needs to be dealt with. And he mentioned that the reports actually paint a very grave picture of the actual situation obtaining in the DRC. So if the reports paint a negative or a bad picture, it enforces the leaders also to take very decisive decisions. He also welcomed on board the new president of Botswana, which I think was a good thing. He's new, but he's already up and running in terms of dealing with the issues that affect the region, because any issue that affects one country affects all. So in terms of the real issues, articulating the real issues and the agenda, I think the president was right on the money. He paid his respects to those that have lost their lives in the defense of the peace and security in the DRC. So in summary, I think the president was on point in highlighting the issues that are affecting the region. We await to see how these grave reports will shape the resolutions or the communique that is going to come after the meeting.
Now, Nanga, we talked a great lot about, the DRC conflict, but now we just want to move away from that and focus on maybe other issues that might be affecting the SADC region. This year, there have been elections in Botswana, Mauritius, South Africa, Mozambique, as well as Angola. What is your assessment on the electoral processes of this country, and how do you think the region fares compared to other international electoral processes?
Yes, there have been elections in South Africa, there have been elections in Mozambique, there have been elections in Madagascar, I think, recently, and there will be elections in Namibia, I think it's the 30th, and elections in Botswana. There is a dominant pattern in all these elections that they've all been able to meet or to conduct their elections according to the guidelines and principles governing the order of elections in the region, which all the member states are part to. When you look at the observer missions that have been in Mozambique, that have been in Botswana, that have been in South Africa and Madagascar, they've been able to highlight that in terms of electoral conduct of those respective countries, they've been able to hold those elections in accordance with the guidelines and principles governing the holding of democratic elections. Yes, there could have been some challenges on the voting day and so forth, but to a large extent, those elections were deemed to be, in line with international, standards of holding democratic elections. So in summary, yes, there have been those elections. However, there is also a dominant pattern that one can also see, particularly in the elections of that took place in South Africa and Mozambique, and to a certain extent in Botswana. There are other players that seem also to be coming on board in terms of non-state players, with the aim of trying to influence the outcome. In the region, you might be aware of an organization called the Brandhurst Foundation. The Brandhurst Foundation camouflages itself as a human rights organization which wants to advocate for human rights, entrenching of democracy. But in real essence, when you see the pattern of the people that it associates with or that it funds, you will see that it normally identifies with post-independent, political parties that are coming in Zimbabwe, that are coming in South Africa, that are coming also in Mozambique. And the main thrust, when you look at it analytically, is that they seem to be more keen in rolling back the map of liberation. They are more, amenable to having post-colonial, post-independent political parties that have no emotional affinity with the liberation of those respective countries. So that's one pattern that has also been, visible in all these elections, which should, awaken the region to some of these threats and remain vigilant in safeguarding their hard-won independence. So in general, that has been my observation. That has been the observation of many people. Yes, the elections were conducted according to the international standards of holding democratic elections, but they seem also to be an outside threat in terms of other players keen to influence the outcome and, install pliable regimes that will be amenable to their interest.
Now, talking about parties that might want to influence results or that might not really appreciate the results that came out of the electoral process. There are protests happening in Mozambique, many injured, some dead, unfortunately. What impact do these protests have on ordinary citizens in Mozambique?
Yeah, I'm not aware of the cases of those that have died and the numbers. I'm aware that there have been protests and skirmishes and clashes between authorities and protesters. In terms of the impact to ordinary people, I think you must be aware that in every election that you have, there are always those people who feel disgruntled, one or the other, and think that the election did not go their way, so they must exercise in some way and protest and demonstrate or picket in order to express their disagreements or grievances. And this has happened in Mozambique. The situation in Mozambique is a bit different because even prior to the elections, there have been some, volatile situations, unstable situations in some parts of the country. And it is a very also sad history in terms of conflict. You remember that soon after independence, Mozambique was engulfed in a civil war where there was the emergence of Renamo bandits who were supported and funded by apartheid. And their main grievance was simply to cause chaos. Fortunately, they later came to a peace agreement with the governing party, Frelimo, and they later contested the elections. They were no longer a rebel movement, but a political party in Mozambique, and peace returned. However, if you look at the current situation where the losing candidates who feel most aggrieved, Venancio Mondlane, he is also a former member of Renamo, was denied the chance to represent Renamo as a presidential candidate because he didn't meet certain requirements, and then decided to stand as an independent in a coalition. When we look at him, he has a history of, inciting his supporters to protest. He once ran for the mayoral election under Renamo in Maputo, and he lost. And there was also some skirmishes and protests in that part of Mozambique, in Maputo. So I'm not surprised that even after losing, because the margin is quite huge, the one that he lost, I'm not surprised that even after losing, he was quick to rush to South Africa, where there are remnants of apartheid. I'm not saying that they could be linked, but the pattern is also coming out. And in terms of the impact, of course, if there is any instability, if there is any protest, there's going to be an impact, not just to civilians, but even to business. And Mozambique is a very critical country in the region in terms of access to the sea, in terms of access to the ports. So I'm sure the presence of the president of Mozambique, His Excellency Filipe Nyusi, is a testimony that while the media might want to blow the situation in Mozambique out of proportion, I think the situation is not out of hand, so to speak, and I'm sure it will come under control. You might be aware that the organ itself congratulated Mr. Chapo for winning the presidential election in Mozambique. That in itself tells you also a story that SADC itself feels that the election in Mozambique is almost over and done with. Yes, there could be challenges which I think SADC can be able to deal with. In normal circumstances, when the internal existing framework is not holding, what normally SADC does is to send what they call a panel of elders. A panel of elders is normally made of former head of states who are respectable. So they go into a respective country and engage all the stakeholders and players. I don't know whether we'll get to that situation, but that's what normally happens. And from what from where I'm standing, I think the issue of Mozambique will be addressed, and it's not out of the situation. It's not out of hand. It can still be dealt with even at SADC level.
Now, you did talk about how Mozambique is a critical country within the region. Business-wise, it has access to the ports. At some point, South Africa closed their border with Mozambique, the Lebombo border, and South Africa said it cost them close to $550,000 per day that the border was closed for those 2 days. What are the far-reaching impacts if these conflicts are to continue going on in the region in its entirety?
The impact will be huge. The impact will be huge because we're connected as a region. Some of us are landlocked. We depend more on South Africa and Mozambique. There are other countries that are in interland. You talk of other countries like Zambia and so forth. They depend also on that route for supplies in terms of fuel and other things. So the impact will be huge. But I don't think today we have reached that stage where there is a complete breakdown of rule of law in Mozambique. I don't think so. But if that happens, because we're a region and we're interconnected, mind you, the thrust of SADC is economic integration. So there's bound to be a contagion effect if anything is to happen, if any of the countries within the region become unstable and volatile, it will definitely affect. It doesn't matter whether the country is at the coast, it doesn't matter. Even any other country like DRC, it also affects the region. So yeah, I think the cost will be very huge and unimaginable. That's why there is also a need to deal with the Mozambican situation, and I'm sure it will be dealt with. Like the way I've talked to you about whether they will be able to send a panel of elders, I'm not sure. But that's normally what SADC does when there is such an issue happens.
Now, there are some stakeholders who claim that this has potential to spill into other regions. I mean, you are saying that it is not as big as the media makes it look like. There's some sort of exaggeration. But from what you might have read on or what you might have noticed, does this have the potential to spill into the other regions as well? And what does that affect or impact on the peace within the region?
In terms of the actual conflict spilling into other countries or in the region, I don't think so. Mind you, there have been a conflict in the Cabo Delgado province where there were some ISIS elements who are fighting there. But the conflict has not spilled into crossed borders. So I think it's mainly internal grievances that most people have. And I'm sure those things can be dealt with domestically. I don't see the security situation spilling into other regions, like what the Matanga during the Mozambican Civil War did, where they would cross to Mtare, Manicaland, and so forth. I don't think it will get to that level, especially now. I don't think it will get to that level. But in terms of, affecting business and trade, yes. if any conflict continues, it has the effect of affecting economy in general.
Now, there are also allegations, or some critics have argued that the rise of there were a rise of civic demonstrations before the election, contributing factors being deteriorating standards of living and the increased cost of living. So can the argument, or sorry, we just have to cut right now and cross over to the new Parliament building in Mount Hampton, where we are getting some feed from Elias Mahosi, the Executive Secretary of the SADC mission.
Minister.
We can't hear anything.
Former combatants and veterans. Malawi, Honorable Harim Kandawire, Minister of Defense. And Seychelles, Honorable Charles Errol Fonseca, Minister of Internal Affairs. Summit was also attended by ministers from the SADC member states and the Executive Secretary. Summit commended the republics of Mozambique, Botswana, and Mauritius for successfully holding peaceful elections and congratulated the newly elected leaders, namely President Dumagidon Boko of the Republic of Botswana and Honorable Dr. Naveen Ramgoolam, the Prime Minister of Mauritius. Summit commended the republics of Botswana and Mauritius for the orderly and peaceful transfer of power following the elections held on 30th October 2024 and 10th November 2024, respectively. Summit received updates on the peace and security situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, expressed concern at the continued deterioration of the security and humanitarian situation in the country, and reiterated SADC support to the government of the DRC towards resolving the conflict and the attainment of lasting peace, stability, and security in the country. Summit extended the mandate of the SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo by 1 year, continuing the regional response to address the prevailing unstable security situation in Eastern DRC. Summit reiterated the regional commitment expressed in the SADC Mutual Defense Pact that an armed attack against one shall be deemed a threat to regional peace and security, and commended member states for demonstrating the spirit of collective regional solidarity through continued contribution and support to the Summit DRC. Summit commended Summit DRC leadership and all personnel deployed to the mission for their sacrifices, dedication, and commitment towards peace, stability, and security in Eastern DRC. Summit welcomed the continued efforts of the African Union Peace and Security Council and the United Nations Security Council in exploring various options to support the Summit DRC. Summit acknowledged the expression of gratitude from His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, for SADC's unwavering support to restore peace and ensure security of the country. Summit commended His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola, for his relentless efforts through the Luanda process to bring lasting peace in Eastern DRC and brokering a ceasefire between the DRC and Rwanda. Summit condemned the persistent violations of the ceasefire established on August 2024 and called on all parties to fully adhere to their obligations to preserve peace and security in the region. Summit called for enhanced coordinated efforts towards a peaceful and sustainable resolution of the conflict in Eastern DRC among all relevant stakeholders within the joint framework on coordination and harmonization of peace initiatives and processes in Eastern DRC as agreed at the Quadripartite Summit held in June 27, 2023 in Luanda, the Republic of Angola. Summit received an update from His Excellency President Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, on the post-election political and security situation in the country. and reaffirmed its unwavering commitment to work with the Republic of Mozambique in ensuring peace, security, and stability through the relevant structures of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation. Summit extended condolences to the government and the people of the Republic of Mozambique for the lives lost during the post-election violence. Summit extended its appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and Chairperson of SADC, for hosting the extraordinary summit and for his commitment towards regional cooperation and attainment of peace, security, and stability in the region. The Chairperson of SADC expressed gratitude to all heads of state and government for attending the extraordinary summit and for the commitment shown to the region and the sustained cooperation towards the consolidation of peace and security. This is done on the 20th November 2024 here in Harare, the Republic of Zimbabwe. I submit.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. We have come to the end of our proceedings, and I now make my closing remarks. Your Excellency Henry Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar and incoming Chairperson of SADC. Your Excellency Filipe Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. Your Excellency Felix Antonio Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellency Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana. Your Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar and Chairman of the Revolutionary Council of Zanzibar. The Right Honorable Russell Muso Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Honorable Paul Mashatile, the Vice President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency Mr. Elias Mpedi Magosi, the SADC Executive Secretary. Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have come to the end of our deliberation. We have come to the end of our deliberations on this very important agenda with far-reaching ramifications to our regional security and defense. The invaluable insights which were shared and our collective resolve to realize sustainable peace and security remain the guarantor to our aspirations for a SADC region characterized by unity, independence, development, and prosperity. Our decisions remain guided by the need to advance the best interests of our brothers and sisters in DRC and the entire region. Although the situation in Eastern DRC is of deep concern, SADC remains fully seized with matters therefrom. Further, assessment of progress made by our SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, SAMIN DRC, reveals the need for timeless contributions of resources, including financial, towards attainment of the required critical combat capabilities. It is encouraging that as the extraordinary summit, we have committed to play our part by remitting the respective contributions of our countries to meet our obligations with regards some DRC. Your Excellencies, the report of the Field Assessment Mission to Eastern DRC was well noted. We commend our forces on the ground for their unwavering dedication and sacrifices as they implement this some DRC mandate. The task, therefore, the task before us remains enormous, and much work is still to be done to achieve our stated goals and objectives. The decision we took to extend some DRC mandate for an additional year, as well as the provision of requisite financial and personnel resources, will go a long way towards ensuring that we achieve the desired results. Consideration and observation by Summit on the status of the financing of our SADC mission in the DRC make urgent the need to take ownership of our own peace and security interests, including by availing the requisite financial resources. I call upon us to keep the momentum and maintain the unity of purpose which we have always demonstrated within the SADC region. We remain grateful to member states and salute our gallant forces who protect our territorial integrity, independence, freedom, sovereignty, and the collective security of our region. Your Excellencies, as per custom, our deliberations were preceded by several preparatory meetings. May I thank the organ Troika, the Council of Ministers, and our senior officials who undertook the preparatory work to ensure our successful deliberations. Congratulations. I also wish to express sincere gratitude to our young Executive Secretary, His Excellency Makosi, and the SADC Secretariat team for a job well done. Congratulations again. Finally, I thank you, Your Excellencies, for attending and for the frank, honest, and fruitful engagements at this crucial meeting of SADC. With these remarks, I now have the honor and privilege to declare this extraordinary summit of SADC heads of state and government officially closed. God bless you all. I thank you. Asante sana, obrigado. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, SADC Chairperson and President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. We are now going to conclude with the anthems, beginning with the anthem of African Union, followed by SADC anthem, and concluding with the Zimbabwe anthem. Before the anthem starts, just to announce that the communique will be shared to the press on the WhatsApp group, and the heads of delegation will be ushered out of the room by protocol to go straight to the holding room after the anthems. Shall we rise for the anthem?
The SADC Extraordinary Summit of 2024 officially closed by the SADC chairperson, President Emmerson Mnangagwa. Right now, they are just doing the national anthems of the AU, the SADC, as well as Zimbabwe, as they conclude the summit. Key points having been spoken by the executive secretary as well as the president himself. After this, the protocols are going to escort members of delegates of the different countries back to their holding rooms as this summit has been concluded. Outside of the parliament, we can see the different protocols or personnel getting ready to escort the respective members out of the parliament buildings and probably back to where they are going to take their rest as they prepare to leave for their designated homes and houses, probably tomorrow, or some going to leave this evening. Right now, we're already seeing some starting to file out and leave of the Parliament building in Mount Hampton. It has been quite a fruitful discussion from what has been said, and most of these delegates are just going to be leaving shortly. We are still giving you live broadcasting coverage of that. That is the Chungwiza choir that is leading those national anthems, like we did say, the AU anthem, the SADC anthem, as well as the Zimbabwean anthem coming in last. Now, what stands out from the resolutions are that they are extending the SADC mission the summit DRC in the Congo. We do have an analyst with us in studio, as we're just going to ask him, Ranga, what do you think stands out from the discussions that was had by the SADC Extraordinary Summit that we just announced by, the SADC Executive Chair as well as the Chairperson?
Yeah, as you rightly said, what stands out in the closing remarks of the President and also in the citation of the resolutions by the Executive Secretary, Dr. Elias Magosi, is the extension of the Summit DRC's mandate in the Congo. He also mentioned something very critical, which was that there are discussions and explorations, discussion on the exploration of how the United Nations Security Council would be able to assist the Summit DRC mission in the Congo. I like what the President said when he said an attack on one is an attack on every respective country, and that member states must, rise to the occasion in contributing to the maintenance of peace and stability. Like I've said before, the deployment of the SAMI DRC in the Congo is in accordance with the principle of collective self-defense and collective action outlined in the SADC Mutual Defense Pact of 2003. The pact emphasizes that, I quote, any armed attack perpetrated against one of the states parties shall be considered a threat to regional peace and security and shall be met with immediate collective action. This is specifically why we have the Summit DRC in the Congo, because this is as a result of the Mutual Defense Pact, which was signed in 2003. So yeah, I think that was the major fundamental outcome, the extension of the SADC mission in the Congo.
Now, right now, we are starting to see the delegates starting to file out. Like we did say, the SADC Extraordinary Summit has just been declared closed, and now delegates are starting to file out of the new Parliament building in Mount Hampton. Ranga just was giving us a rundown of what was discussed and what he thinks are the key takeaways from the speeches that were said by the President as well as the SADC Executive Chair. Now, Ranga, what do you think about these resolutions? Do you think they are going to be enough to solve the situation in the DRC?
Definitely. The extraordinary summit of heads of states and government in Harare will go down in history as a summit that approved the continued, deployment of the SADC forces in the Democratic Republic of Congo. That will be recorded in history as an achievement, as something that was agreed upon and approved by the heads of state in Harare. So that in itself is very important, because any withdrawal of forces, especially this period where the reports of escalation of conflict would have created a very unlikable situation, a vacuum in terms of security. So one important thing that has happened today is that there has been the extension of the mandate. The second aspect is that the Zimbabwe, through His Excellency the President, Emmerson Mnangagwa, who is the chairperson of the SADC, he has expressed its commitment to support efforts in bringing peace into the Democratic Republic of Congo. And Zimbabwe stands ready, like what the Excellency said, to support those initiatives. So that will also be recorded, that as the chairman of SADC, Zimbabwe expressed its commitment to ensure that it support the initiative in the Congo, and they paid respect to the countries that currently have military personnel in the Congo: Tanzania, South Africa, Malawi. I'm hoping that there will be other players as well, given the dire situation that has been painted, that there will be other member states who will also be willing to contribute in terms of personnel and also in terms of funding. So yeah, I think the extraordinary summit will go down in history as a summit which approved the continued deployment of SADC forces in the Congo.
Now, Ranga, apart from the continuation of the summit DRC mission in Congo, what are also some of the resolutions that were made in regards to the situation in the DRC? If you could just briefly touch on what was said by the Executive Secretary.
He touched on the efforts that mediation efforts undertaken by President of Angola, and expressed hope that peace pact will be able to hold and be respected. So at least SADC is somewhere to start from, given the fact that there is already a peace pact that has been agreed upon by the two contending countries, Rwanda and the DRC. So that was also mentioned by the Executive Secretary, and he paid tribute to the President of Angola. I think going forward, there is need to revive that process that has already been initiated by the President of Angola, that had moved to a level where they had mediators engaging, the two parties. I mentioned the issue of intelligence ministers of both Rwanda and DRC being able to meet and converse. That in itself is an achievement.
Now, also, Ranga, what also do you think about the issue of engaging with parties that are causing aggression or that are aggressive towards the DRC?
I think the process that had been initiated by the Angolan president will eventually lead to the incorporation of all those other forces that are currently in the DRC, especially the major forces. Like I said, the main issue was the withdrawal of FDLR forces. These are former Hutu elements that some of them who were involved in the 1994 genocide, who are currently domiciled in the Eastern Congo. There was also the issue of the withdrawal of the M23 rebel group, and there was also the issue of the withdrawal of any Rwandan forces that might be in the DRC territory. So I'm sure in the negotiation to have those things, carried out, there will be incorporation of other players. We mentioned, and we continue to mention, that there are multiple, rebel groups in Eastern Congo, and some of them are known, and they need also to be engaged. But I think if they engage the major players, they will be able to deal with the situation, and that everyone will be able to come on board and prevent a humanitarian crisis that is currently obtaining, where you have millions of people, being displaced without shelter, without food, without health facilities. And the sad thing is that some of these rebel elements are targeting, innocent civilians, targeting schools, targeting hospitals.
Well, now it's a big thank you to Ranga Mataire, the Zane Papers Group political editor. He's been one of our analysts as we were going through the SADC Extraordinary Summit of 2024, just helping us understand some of the situations that were going on. And right now, he was also helping us understand some of the resolutions that were passed by the SADC Extraordinary Summit there. A big thank you also to Calvin Chakachira. He also joined us during this 4-day summit, as well as Dr. Tori Vangani, as well as Dr. Knox Zengeni. All these were joining us and they were helping us. Marisa Marinda was also one of our anchors who was in studio giving us those feed and live coverage, as well as Eben Mabunda. We'll be back after this. We're giving you live coverage of the SADC Extraordinary Summit. Right now, we are crossing over to a new Parliament building in Mount Hampton, where we have one of our reporters, Mugo Bechikada, on the ground. Mugo, good evening. The summit has just concluded. Can you just quickly give us a wrap-up of the meetings and a summary, some takeaways from the meeting?
Well, thank you very much, Faith. The Extraordinary SADC Summit has come to an end. And the keywords that we picked from the Executive Secretary were that an injury to one is an injury to all. And the big story from here, Mount Hampton, is that the DRC mission has been extended by another year. And the special message from the President, as he cemented the same message that was said by the Executive Secretary, was that he liked the commitment and the frankness that came from the SADC member states. So in short, that is the story that we are bringing from you from here in Mount Hampton.
Well, thank you, Mugoe, for giving us that update and for covering, the SADC Extraordinary Summit while you were there. How is the environment now as we conclude and as we blanket on the summit?
The officials are preparing to leave. Obviously, it's been a long day. It's been a long 4 days, to be precise. A lot of deliberations. Obviously, when we analyze the communique, when we go point by point, we'll be able to give you more analysis on what this means for the region. It's something that was highly expected, that the region would act on the DRC situation. It's an uncomfortable situation for most of the member states. Conflict in the region is a step backwards in as far as the SADC objectives are concerned. We're talking about development, we're talking about the issues of trade, we're talking about food security. All those things are being affected by conflict in general, and DRC conflict, especially the conflict in Eastern DRC, is not acceptable. But there must be a way. This is one step, but something to take away from some of the briefings that we also had is that they will be taking a holistic approach. It will not be just with the peace mission, but other methods as well to make sure that the conflict is brought to an end.
Paul Mugobe, thank you so much for giving us that live coverage from Mount Hapton.
Thank you so much.
That was our reporter, Mugobe Chikada, at New Parliament Building in Mount Hapton. And with that, we wrap up the SADC Extraordinary Summit 2024. We have been giving you live coverage of the summit as it unfolded right here on ZTN Prime. My name is Faith Nyawade. Big thank you to everyone who made this production possible, from everyone behind the scenes and everyone who sat on the set to give you live coverage as it unfolded. Good evening and pleasant viewing.